Fredric Jameson. Postmodernism, or, the Cultural Logic of Late Capitalism. Duke University Press, Durham. Introduction. It is safest to grasp the concept of the postmodern as an attempt to think the present historically in an age that has forgotten how to think historically in the first place. In that case, it either expresses some deeper irrepressible historical impulse, in however distorted a fashion, or effectively represses and diverts it, depending on the side of the ambiguity you happen to favor. Postmodernism, postmodern consciousness, may then amount to not much more than theorizing its own condition of possibility, which consists primarily in the sheer enumeration of changes and modifications. Modernism also thought compulsively about the new and tried to watch its coming into being, inventing for that purpose the registering and inscription devices akin to historical time-lapse photography, but the postmodern looks for breaks, for events rather than new worlds, for the telltale instant after which it is no longer the same, for the when it all changed, as Gibson puts it, or, better still, for shifts and irrevocable changes in the representation of things and of the way they change. The moderns were interested in what was likely to come of such changes and their general tendency. They thought about the thing itself, substantively, in utopian or essential fashion. Postmodernism is more formal in that sense, and more distracted, as Benjamin might put it. It only clocks the variations themselves, and knows only too well that the contents are just more images. In modernism, as I will try to show later on, some residual zones of nature or being of the old, the older, the archaic, still subsist. Culture can still do something to that nature and work at transforming that referent. Postmodernism is what you have when the modernization process is complete and nature is gone for good. It is a more fully human world than the older one, but one in which culture has become a veritable second nature. Indeed, what happened to culture may well be one of the more important clues for tracking the postmodern, an immense dilation of its sphere, the sphere of commodities, an immense and historically original acculturation of the real, a quantum leap in what Benjamin still called the aestheticization of reality. He thought it meant fascism, but we know it's only fun, a prodigious exhilaration with the new order of things, a commodity rush, are representations of things tending to arouse an enthusiasm and a mood swing not necessarily inspired by the things themselves. So, in postmodern culture, culture has become a product in its own right. The market has become a substitute for itself and fully as much a commodity as any of the items it includes within itself. Modernism was still minimally and tendentially the critique of the commodity and the effort to make it transcend itself. Postmodernism is the consumption of sheer commodification as a process. The lifestyle of the superstate therefore stands in relationship to Marx's fetishism of commodities as the most advanced monotheisms to primitive animisms or the most rudimentary idol worship. Indeed, any sophisticated theory of the postmodern ought to bear something of the same relationship to Horkheimer and Adorno old culture industry concept as MTV or fractal ads bear to 50s television series. Theory has meanwhile itself also changed and offers its own kind of clue to the mystery. Indeed, one of the more striking features of the postmodern is the way in which, in it, a whole range of tendential analyses of hitherto very different kinds economic forecasts, marketing studies, culture critiques, new therapies, the, generally official, jeremiad about drugs or permissiveness, reviews of art shows or national film festivals, religious revivals or cults have all coalesced into a new discursive genre, which we might as well call postmodernism theory, and which demands some attention in its own right. It is clearly a class which is a member of its own class, and I would not want to have to decide whether the following chapters are inquiries into the nature of such postmodernism theory or mere examples of it. I have tried to prevent my own account of postmodernism, which stages a series of semi-autonomous and relatively independent traits or features, from confiating back into the one uniquely privileged symptom of a loss of historicity, something that by itself could scarcely connote the presence of the postmodernism in any unerring fashion, as witness peasants, aesthetes, children, liberal economists, or analytic philosophers. but it is hard to discuss postmodernism theory in any general way without having recourse to the matter of historical deafness, an exasperating condition, provided you are aware of it, that determines a series of spasmodic and intermittent, but desperate, attempts at recuperation. Postmodernism theory is one of those attempts, the effort to take the temperature of the age without instruments and in a situation in which we are not even sure there is so coherent a thing as an age, or zeitgeist or system or current situation any longer. Postmodernism theory is then dialectical at least insofar as it has the wit to seize on that very uncertainty as its first clue and to hold to its Ariadne's thread on its way through what may not turn out to be a labyrinth at all, but a gulag or perhaps a shopping mall. An enormous Clay's Oldenburg thermometer, however, as long as a whole city block, might serve as some mysterious symptom of the process, fallen without warning from the sky like a meteorite. For I take it as axiomatic that modernist history is the first casualty and mysterious absence of the postmodernism period. This is essentially Achille Benito Oliva's version of postmodernism theory MN art, at least. The notion of progress and telos remained alive and well up to very recent times indeed, in its most authentic, least stupid, and caricatural form, in which each genuinely new work unexpectedly but logically out-trumped its predecessor, not linear history this, but rather Shklovsky's Knight's Gambit, the action at distance, the quantum leap to the undeveloped or underdeveloped square. Dialectical history, to be sure, affirmed that all history worked this way, on its left foot, as it were, progressing, as Henry Lefebvre once put it, by way of catastrophe and disaster, but fewer ears heard that than believed the modernist aesthetic paradigm, which was on the point of being confirmed as a virtual religious daza when it unexpectedly vanished without a trace. We went out one morning and the thermometer was gone. This seems to me a more interesting and plausible story than Lyotard's related one about the end master narratives, eschatological schemata that were never really narratives in the first place, although I may also have been incautious enough to use the expression from time to time. But it now tells us at least two things about postmodernism theory. First, the theory seems necessarily imperfect or impure, in the present case, owing to the contradiction whereby Oliva's, or Lyotard's, perception of everything significant about the disappearance of master narratives has itself to be couched in narrative form. Whether, as with Gödel's proof, one can demonstrate the logical impossibility of any internally self-coherent theory of the postmodern and anti-foundationalism that really eschews all foundations altogether, a non-essentialism without the last shred of an essence in it is a speculative question. Its empirical answer is that none have so far appeared, all replicating within themselves a mimesis of their own title in the way in which they are parasitory on another system, most often on modernism itself, whose residual traces and unconsciously reproduced values and attitudes then become a precious index to the failure of a whole new culture to come to birth. Despite the delirium of some of its celebrants and apologists, whose euphoria, however, is an interesting historical symptom in its own right, a truly new culture could only emerge through the collective struggle to create a new social system. The constitutive impurity of all postmodernism theory, then, like capital itself, it must be at internal distance from itself, must include the foreign body of alien content, confirms the insight of a periodization that must be insisted on over and over again, namely, that postmodernism is not the cultural dominant of a wholly new social order, the rumor about which, under the name of post-industrial society, ran through the media a few years ago, but only the reflex and the concomitant of yet another systemic modification of capitalism itself. No wonder, then, that shreds of its older avatars of realism, even, fully as much as of modernism live on, to be rewrapped in the luxurious trappings of their putative successor. But this unforeseeable return of narrative as the narrative of the end of narratives, this return of history in the midst of the prognosis of the demise of historical telos, suggests a second feature of postmodernism theory which requires attention, namely, the way in which virtually any observation about the present can be mobilized in the very search for the present itself and pressed into service as a symptom and an index of the deeper logic of the postmodern, which imperceptibly turns into its own theory and the theory of itself. How could it be otherwise where there no longer exists any such deeper logic for the surface to manifest, and where the symptom has become its own disease, and vice versa, no doubt? But the frenzy whereby virtually anything in the present is appealed to for testimony as to the latter's uniqueness and radical difference from earlier moments of human time does indeed strike one sometimes as harboring a pathology distinctively autoreferential, as though our utter forgetfulness of the past exhausted itself in the vacant but mesmerized contemplation of a schizophrenic present that is incomparable virtually by definition. However, as will be demonstrated later on, the decision as to whether one faces a break or a continuity, whether the present is to be seen as a historical originality or as the simple prolongation of more of the same under different sheep's clothing, is not an empirically justifiable or philosophically arguable one, since it is itself the inaugural narrative act that grounds the perception and interpretation of the events to be narrated. In what follows, but for pragmatic reasons I will disclose at the proper time, I have pretended to believe that the postmodern is as unusual as it thinks it is, and that it constitutes a cultural and experiential break worth exploring in greater detail. Nor is this a merely or basely self-fulfilling procedure, or rather, it may well be that, but such procedures are by no means as frequent occurrences and possibilities as their formula suggests. They thereby themselves, predictably enough, become historical objects of study. For the name itself, postmodernism, has crystallized a host of hitherto independent developments which, thus named, prove to have contained the thing itself in embryo and now step forward richly to document its multiple genealogies. It thus turns out that it is not only in love, cratilism, and botany that the supreme act of nomination wields a material impact and, like lightning striking from the superstructure back to the base, fuses its unlikely materials into a gleaming lump or lava surface. The appeal to experience, otherwise so doubtful and untrustworthy, even though it does really seem as if any number of things had changed, perhaps for good, now recovers a certain authority as what, in retrospect, the new name allowed you to think you felt, because you now have something to call it that other people seem to acknowledge by themselves using the word. The success story of the word postmodernism demands to be written, no doubt in bestseller format. Such lexical neo-events, in which the coinage of a neologism has all the reality impact of a corporate merger, are among the novelties of media society which require not merely study but the establishment of a whole new medialexicological subdiscipline. Why we needed the word postmodernism so long without knowing it, why a truly motley crew of strange bedfellows ran to embrace it the moment it appeared, are mysteries that will remain unclarified until we have been able to grasp the philosophical and social function of the concept, something impossible, in its turn, until we are somehow able to grasp the deeper identity between the two. In the present instance it seems clear that a range of competing formulations, post-structuralism, post-industrial society, this or that McLuhanite nomenclature, were unsatisfactory insofar as they were too rigidly specified and marked by their area of provenance, philosophy, economics, and the media, respectively, however suggestive. Therefore, they could not occupy the mediatory position within the various specialized dimensions of post-contemporary life that was required. Postmodern, however, seems to have been able to welcome in the appropriate areas of daily life or the quotidian, its cultural resonance, appropriately vaster than the merely aesthetic or artistic, distracts suitably from the economic while allowing newer economic materials and innovations, in marketing and advertising, for example, but also in business organization, to be recatalogued under the new heading. Nor is the matter of recataloguing and transcoding without its own special kind of significance. The active function, the ethics and the politics of such neologisms lies in the new work they propose of rewriting all the familiar things in new terms and thus proposing modifications, new ideal perspectives, a reshuffling of canonical feelings and values. If postmodernism corresponds to what Raymond Williams meant by his fundamental cultural category, a structure of feeling, and one that has become hegemonic at that, to use another of Williams's crucial categories, then it can only enjoy that status by dint of profound collective self-transformation, a reworking and rewriting of an older system. that ensures novelty and gives intellectuals and ideologues fresh and socially useful tasks, something also marked by the new term, with its vague, ominous, or exhilarating promise to get rid of whatever you found confining, unsatisfying, or boring about the modern, modernism, or modernity, however you understand those words. In other words, a very modest or mild apocalypse, the merest sea breeze, that has the additional advantage of having already taken place. But this prodigious rewriting operation, which can lead to whole new perspectives on subjectivity as well as on the object world, has the additional result, already touched on above, that everything is grist for its mill, and that analyses like the one proposed here are easily reabsorbed into the project as a set of usefully unfamiliar transcoding rubrics. The fundamental ideological task of the new concept, however, must remain that of coordinating new forms of practice and social and mental habits. This is finally what I take Williams to have had in mind by the notion of a structure of feeling, with the new forms of economic production and organization thrown up by the modification of capitalism, the new global division of labor in recent years. It is a relatively small and local version of what I elsewhere tried to generalize as cultural revolution on the scale of the mode of production itself. In the same way, the interrelationship of culture and the economic here is not a one-way street but a continuous reciprocal interaction and feedback loop. But just as, for Weber, new inner-directed and more ascetic religious values gradually produced new people capable of thriving in the delayed gratification of the emergent modern labor process, so also the postmodern is to be seen as the production of postmodern people capable of functioning in a very peculiar socio-economic world indeed, one whose structure and objective features and requirements, if we had a proper account of them, would constitute the situation to which postmodernism is a response, and would give us something a little more decisive than mere postmodernism theory. I have not done that here, of course, and it should be added that culture, in the sense of what cleaves almost too close to the skin of the economic to be stripped off and inspected in its own right, is itself a postmodern development not unlike Magritte's shoe foot. Unfortunately, therefore, the infrastructural description I seem to be calling for here is necessarily itself already cultural and a version of postmodernism theory in advance. I have reprinted my program analysis of the postmodern, the cultural logic of late capitalism, without significant modifications, since the attention it received at the time, 1984, lends it the additional interest of a historical document. Other features of the postmodern that have seemed to impose themselves since then are discussed in the conclusion. I have also not modified the sequel, which has been widely reprinted and which offers a combinatoire of positions on the postmodern, for and against, since while a great many more positions have been taken since then, the lineup remains essentially the same. The more fundamental modification in the situation today involves those who were once able to avoid using the word, out of principle. Not many of them are left. The remainder of this volume turns essentially on four themes: interpretation, utopia, survivals of the modern, and returns of the repressed of historicity, none of which were present in these forms in my original essay. The problem of interpretation is raised by the nature of the new textuality itself, which, when mainly visual, seems to leave no room for interpretation of the older kind, or, when mainly temporal in its total flow, leaves no time for it either. The exhibits here are the video text as such and also the Nouveau Roman, the last significant innovation in the novel, about which I will also argue that, within the new reconfiguration of the fine arts in postmodernism, it is no longer a very significant form or marker. On the other hand, video can lay some claim to being postmodernism's most distinctive new medium, a medium which, at its best, is a whole new form in itself. Utopia is a spatial matter that might be thought to know a potential change in fortunes in so spatialized a culture as the postmodern, but if this last is as dehistoricized and dehistoricizing as I sometimes claim here, the synaptic chain that might lead the utopian impulse to expression becomes harder to localize. Utopian representations knew an extraordinary revival in the 1960s. If postmodernism is the substitute for the 60s and the compensation for their political failure, the question of utopia would seem to be a crucial test of what is left of our capacity to imagine change at all. Such, at least, is the question addressed here to one of the most interesting, and least characteristic, buildings of the postmodern period, Frank Gehry's house in Santa Monica, California. It is also addressed, around and behind the visual, as it were, to contemporary photography and installation art. At any rate, utopian, in first world postmodernism, has become a powerful, left, political word rather than its opposite. But if Michael Speaks is right, and there is no pure postmodernism as such, then the residual traces of modernism must be seen in another light, less as anachronisms than as necessary failures that inscribe the particular postmodern project back into its context, while at the same time reopening the question of the modern itself for re-examination. That re-examination will not be undertaken here, but the residuality of the modern and its values, most notably irony, inventory or demand, or the questions of totality and representation, offer the occasion for working out one of the assertions of my initial essay that most troubled some readers, namely, the notion that what was variously called post-structuralism or even simply theory was also a subvariety of the postmodern, or at least proves to be that in hindsight. Theory, I here prefer the more cumbersome formula. Theoretical discourse has seemed unique, if not privileged, among the postmodern arts and genres in its occasional capacity to defy the gravity of the zeitgeist and to produce schools, movements, and even avant-gardes where they are no longer supposed to exist. Two very lengthy and disproportionate chapters examine two of the most successful American theoretical avant-gardes, deconstruction and the new historicism, for traces of their modernity and postmodernity alike. But Simon's old new novel could also be the object of this kind of discrimination, which will not take us very far unless for the urge to classify objects once and for all in the modern, or the postmodern, or even Jenks's late modern or other transitional categories, we build a model of the contradictions all these categories stage within the text itself. In any case, this book is not a survey of the postmodern, nor even an introduction to it, always supposing such a thing was possible in the first place, nor are any of its textual exhibits characteristic of the postmodern or prime examples of it, illustrations of its principal features. That has something to do with the qualities of the characteristic, the exemplary, and the illustrative, but it has more to do with the nature of postmodern texts themselves, which is to say, the nature of a text in the first place, since that is a postmodern category and phenomenon which has replaced the older one of a work. Indeed, in one of those extraordinary postmodern mutations where the apocalyptic suddenly turns into the decorative, or at least diminishes abruptly into something you have around the home, Hegel's legendary end of art, the premonitory concept that signaled modernism's supreme anti- or trans-aesthetic vocation to be more than art, or religion either, or even philosophy in some narrower sense, now modestly simmers down into the end of the work of art and the arrival of the text. But this throws the chicken coops of criticism into commotion fully as much as it stirs those of creation. The fundamental disparity and incommensurability between text and work means that to select sample texts and, by analysis, to make them bear the universalizing weight of a representative particular, turns them imperceptibly back into that older thing, the work, which is not supposed to exist in the postmodern. This is, as it were, the Heisenberg principle of postmodernism, and the most difficult representational problem for any commentator to come to terms with, save via the endless slideshow, total flow prolonged into the infinite. The same holds true for my penultimate chapter, on some recent films and some recent representations of history of a new and allegorical type. The word nostalgia in my title, however, does not mean what I normally want to make it mean, and I will therefore exceptionally, other objections being dealt with at some length in the concluding section, comment in advance on an expression, nostalgia film, about which I have some misunderstandings to regret. I don't remember any longer whether I am responsible for this term, which still seems to me indispensable, provided you understand that the fashion plate, historicist films it designates are in no way to be grasped as passionate expressions of that older longing once called nostalgia, but rather quite the opposite. They are a depersonalized visual curiosity and a return of the repressed of the 20s and 30s without affect. In another place I try to term it nostalgia deco. but one can no more alter a term like this retroactively than substitute some altogether different word for postmodernism itself. The total flow of associative conclusions then takes up, in passing, some of the other inveterate but more serious objections to or misunderstandings of my positions, and also comments on politics, demography, nominalism, media, and the image, and other topics which ought to figure in any self-respecting book on the subject. In particular, I have tried to remedy what, rightly, struck some readers as a crucial missing component of the program essay, namely, the absence of any discussion of agency, or the lack of what I prefer to call, following old Plekhanov, any social equivalent for this seemingly disembodied cultural logic. Agency, however, raises the issue of the other unit of my title, Late Capitalism, about which something further needs to be said. In particular, people have begun to notice that it functions as a sign of some kind and seems to carry a burden of intent and consequences not clear to the non-initiate. It is not my favorite slogan, and I try to vary it with the appropriate synonyms: multinational capitalism, spectacle or image society, media capitalism, the world system, even postmodernism itself, but as the right has also spotted what evidently seems to them a dangerous new concept and way of speaking, even though some of the economic diagnoses overlap their own, and a term like post-industrial society certainly has a family likeness, this particular terrain of ideological struggle, which unfortunately one rarely chooses oneself, seems a solid one and worth defending. As far as I can see, the general use of the term late capitalism originated with the Frankfurt School. 7. It is everywhere in Adorno and Horkheimer, sometimes varied with their own synonyms, for example, administered society, which make it clear that a very different conception was involved, of a more Weberian type, which, derived essentially from Grossman and Pollock, stressed two essential features: 1. A tendential web of bureaucratic control, in its more nightmarish forms, a Foucault-like grid avant la lettre, and, 2. The interpenetration of government and big business, state capitalism, such that Nazism and the New Deal are related systems, and some form of socialism, benign or Stalinist, also seems on the agenda. As widely used today, the term late capitalism has very different overtones from these. No one particularly notices the expansion of the state sector and bureaucratization any longer. It seems a simple, natural fact of life. What marks the development of the new concept over the older one, which was still roughly consistent with Lenin's notion of a monopoly stage of capitalism, is not merely an emphasis on the emergence of new forms of business organization, multinationals, transnationals, beyond the monopoly stage, but, above all, the vision of a world capitalist system fundamentally distinct from the older imperialism, which was little more than a rivalry between the various colonial powers. The scholastic, I am tempted to say theological, debates on whether the various notions of late capitalism are really consistent with Marxism itself, despite Marx's own repeated evocation, in the Grundriss, of the world market as the ultimate horizon of capitalism, turn on this matter of internationalization and how it is to be described, and in particular whether the component of dependency theory or of Wallerstein's world system theory is a production model, based on social classes. In spite of these theoretical uncertainties, it seems fair to say that today we have some rough idea of this new system, called late capitalism, in order to mark its continuity with what preceded it rather than the break, rupture, and mutation that concepts like post-industrial society wish to underscore. Besides the forms of transnational business mentioned above, its features include the new international division of labor, a vertiginous new dynamic in international banking and the stock exchanges, including the enormous second and third world debt, new forms of media interrelationship, very much including transportation systems such as containerization, computers, and automation, the flight of production to advanced third world areas, along with all the more familiar social consequences, including the crisis of traditional labor, the emergence of yuppies, and gentrification on a now global scale. In periodizing a phenomenon of this kind, we have to complicate the model with all kinds of supplementary epiclecles. It is necessary to distinguish between the gradual setting in place of the various, often unrelated, preconditions for the new structure and the moment, not exactly chronological, when they all gel and combine into a functional system. This moment is itself less a matter of chronology than it is of a well-nigh Freudian Nachtrüglichkeit, or retroactivity. People become aware of the dynamics of some new system, in which they are themselves seized, only later on and gradually. Nor is that dawning collective consciousness of a new system, deduced itself intermittently in a fragmentary way from various unrelated crisis symptoms such as factory closings or higher interest rates, exactly the same as the coming into being of fresh cultural forms of expression. Raymond Williams's structures of feeling do finally strike one as a very odd way to have to characterize postmodernism culturally. That the various preconditions for a new structure of feeling also pre-exist their moment of combination and crystallization into a relatively hegemonic style everyone acknowledges, but that prehistory is not in sync with the economic one. Thus Mondale suggests that the basic new technological prerequisites of the new long wave of capitalism's third stage, here called late capitalism, were available by the end of World War II, which also had the effect of reorganizing international relations, decolonizing the colonies, and laying the groundwork for the emergence of a new economic world system. Culturally, however, the precondition is to be found, apart from a wide variety of aberrant modernist experiments which are then restructured in the form of predecessors, in the enormous social and psychological transformations of the 1960s, which swept so much of tradition away on the level of mentalists. Thus the economic preparation of postmodernism or late capitalism began in the 1950s, after the wartime shortages of consumer goods and spare parts had been made up, and new products and new technologies, not least those of the media, could be pioneered. On the other hand, the psychic habitus of the new age demands the absolute break, strengthened by a generational rupture, achieved more properly in the 1960s, it being understood that economic development does not then pause for that, but very much continues along its own level and according to its own logic. If you prefer a now somewhat antiquated language, the distinction is very much the one Althusser used to harp on between a Hegelian essential cross-section of the present, or coupe d'essence, where a culture critique wants to find a single principle of the postmodern inherent in the most varied and ramified features of social life, and that Althusserian structure in dominance in which the various levels entertain a semi-autonomy over against each other, run at different rates of speed, develop unevenly, and yet conspire to produce a totality. Add to this the unavoidable representational problem that there is no late capitalism in general but only this or that specific national form of the thing, and non-North American readers will inevitably deplore the Americanocentrism of my own particular account, which is justified only to the degree that it was the brief American century, 1945 to 73, that constituted the hothouse, or forcing ground, of the new system, while the development of the cultural forms of postmodernism may be said to be the first specifically North American global style. Meanwhile, it is my sense that both levels in question, infrastructure and superstructures, the economic system and the cultural structure of feeling, somehow crystallized in the great shock of the crises of 1973, the oil crisis, the end of the international gold standard, for all intents and purposes the end of the great wave of wars of national liberation and the beginning of the end of traditional communism, which, now that the dust clouds have rolled away, disclose the existence already in place, of a strange new landscape, the landscape the essays in this book try to describe, along with an increasing number of other probes and hypothetical accounts. 9. This matter of periodization is not, however, altogether alien to the signals given off by the expression late capitalism, which is by now clearly identified as a kind of leftist logo which is ideologically and politically booby-trapped, so that the very act of using it constitutes tacit agreement about a whole range of essentially Marxian social and economic propositions the other side may be far from wanting to endorse. Capitalism was itself always a funny word in this sense, just using the word otherwise a neutral enough designation for an economic and social system on whose properties all sides agree seem to position you in a vaguely critical, suspicious, if not outright socialist stance, only committed right-wing ideologues and full-throat market apologists also use it with the same relish. Late capitalism still does some of that, but with a difference. Its qualifier in particular rarely means anything so silly as the ultimate senescence, breakdown, and death of the system as such, a temporal vision that would rather seem to belong to modernism than postmodernism. What late generally conveys is rather the sense that something has changed, that things are different, that we have gone through a transformation of the life world which is somehow decisive but incomparable with the older convulsions of modernization and industrialization, less perceptible and dramatic, somehow, but more permanent precisely because more thoroughgoing and all-pervasive. 10. That means that the expression late capitalism carries the other, cultural half of my title within it as well. Not only is it something like a literal translation of the other expression, postmodernism, its temporal index seems already to direct attention to changes in the quotidian and on the cultural level as such. To say that my two terms, the cultural and the economic, thereby collapse back into one another and say the same thing, in an eclipse of the distinction between base and superstructure that has itself often struck people as significantly characteristic of postmodernism in the first place, is also to suggest that the base, in the third stage of capitalism, generates its superstructures with a new kind of dynamic. And this may also be what, rightly, worries the unconverted about the term. It seems to obligate you in advance to talk about cultural phenomena at least in business terms if not in those of political economy. As for postmodernism itself, I have not tried to systematize a usage or to impose any conveniently coherent thumbnail meaning, for the concept is not merely contested, it is also internally conflicted and contradictory. I will argue that, for good or ill, we cannot not use it. But my argument should also be taken to imply that every time it is used, we are under the obligation to rehearse those inner contradictions and to stage those representational inconsistencies and dilemmas. We have to work all that through every time around. Postmodernism is not something we can settle once and for all and then use with a clear conscience. The concept, if there is one, has to come at the end, and not at the beginning, of our discussions of it. Those are the conditions, the only ones, I think, that prevent the mischief of premature clarification under which this term can productively continue to be used. The materials assembled in the present volume constitute the third and last section of the penultimate subdivision of a larger project entitled The Poetics of Social Forms. Durham, April 1990. 1. The cultural logic of late capitalism. The last few years have been marked by an inverted millenarianism in which premonitions of the future, catastrophic or redemptive, have been replaced by senses of the end of this or that, the end of ideology, art, or social class, the crisis of Leninism, social democracy, or the welfare state, etc., etc., taken together. All of these perhaps constitute what is increasingly called postmodernism. The case for its existence depends on the hypothesis of some radical break or coupure, generally traced back to the end of the 1950s or the early 1960s. As the word itself suggests, this break is most often related to notions of the waning or extinction of the 100-year-old modern movement, or to its ideological or aesthetic repudiation. Thus abstract expressionism in painting, existentialism in philosophy, the final forms of representation in the novel, the films of the great auteurs, or the modernist school of poetry, as institutionalized and canonized in the works of Wallace Stevens, all are now seen as the final, extraordinary flowering of a high modernist impulse which is spent and exhausted with them. The enumeration of what follows, then, at once becomes empirical, chaotic, and heterogeneous, Andy Warhol and pop art, but also photorealism, and beyond it, the new expressionism, the moment, in music, of John Cage, but also the synthesis of classical and popular styles found in composers like Phil Glass and Terry Riley, and also punk and new wave rock, the Beatles and the Stones now standing as the high modernist moment of that more recent and rapidly evolving tradition, in film, Goddard, post-Goddard, and experimental cinema and video, but also a whole new type of commercial film, about which more below, Burroughs, Pynchon, or Ishmael Reed, on the one hand, and the French Nouveau Roman and its succession, on the other, along with alarming new kinds of literary criticism based on some new aesthetic of textuality or écriture, the list might be extended indefinitely. But does it imply any more fundamental change or break than the periodic style and fashion changes determined by an older high modernist imperative of stylistic innovation? It is in the realm of architecture, however, that modifications in aesthetic production are most dramatically visible, and that their theoretical problems have been most centrally raised and articulated. It was indeed from architectural debates that my own conception of postmodernism, as it will be outlined in the following pages, initially began to emerge. More decisively than in the other arts or media, postmodernist positions in architecture have been inseparable from an implacable critique of architectural high modernism and of Frank Lloyd Wright or the so-called international style, Le Corbusier, Mies, etc., where formal criticism and analysis of the high modernist transformation of the building into a virtual sculpture, or monumental duck, as Robert Venturi puts it, are at one with reconsiderations on the level of urbanism and of the aesthetic institution. High modernism is thus credited with the destruction of the fabric of the traditional city and its older neighborhood culture, by way of the radical disjunction of the new utopian high modernist building from its surrounding context, while the prophetic elitism and authoritarianism of the modern movement are remorselessly identified in the imperious gesture of the charismatic master. Postmodernism in architecture will then logically enough stage itself as a kind of aesthetic populism, as the very title of Venturi's influential manifesto, Learning from Las Vegas, suggests. However we may ultimately wish to evaluate this populist rhetoric, it has at least the merit of drawing our attention to one fundamental feature of all the postmodernisms enumerated above, namely, the effacement in them of the older, essentially high modernist, frontier between high culture and so-called mass or commercial culture, and the emergence of new kinds of texts infused with the forms, categories, and contents of that very culture industry so passionately denounced by all the ideologues of the modern, from Levy and the American New Criticism all the way to Adorno and the Frankfurt School. The postmodernisms have, in fact, been fascinated precisely by this whole degraded landscape of schlock and kitsch, of TV series and Reader's Digest culture, of advertising and motels, of the Late Show and the Grade B Hollywood film, of so-called paraliterature, with its airport paperback categories of the Gothic and the Romance, the popular biography, the murder mystery, and the science fiction or fantasy novel, materials they no longer simply quote, as a Joyce or a Mahler might have done, but incorporate into their very substance. Nor should the break in question be thought of as a purely cultural affair. Indeed, theories of the postmodern, whether celebratory or couched in the language of moral revulsion and denunciation, bear a strong family resemblance to all those more ambitious sociological generalizations which, at much the same time, bring us the news of the arrival and inauguration of a whole new type of society, most famously baptized post-industrial society, Daniel Bell, but often also designated consumer society, media society, information society, electronic society, or high-tech, and the like. Such theories have the obvious ideological mission of demonstrating, to their own relief, that the new social formation in question no longer obeys the laws of classical capitalism, namely, the primacy of industrial production and the omnipresence of class struggle. The Marxist tradition has therefore resisted them with vehemence, with the signal exception of the economist Ernest Mondale, whose book Late Capitalism sets out not merely to anatomize the historic originality of this new society, which he sees as a third stage or moment in the evolution of capital, but also to demonstrate that it is, if anything, a purer stage of capitalism than any of the moments that preceded it. I will return to this argument later. Suffice it for the moment to anticipate a point that will be argued in Chapter 2, namely, that every position on postmodernism in culture, whether apologia or stigmatization, is also at one and the same time, and necessarily, an implicitly or explicitly political stance on the nature of multinational capitalism today. A last preliminary word on method. What follows is not to be read as stylistic description, as the account of one cultural style or movement among others. I have rather meant to offer a periodizing hypothesis, and that at a moment in which the very conception of historical periodization has come to seem most problematical indeed. I have argued elsewhere that all isolated or discrete cultural analysis always involves a buried or repressed theory of historical periodization. In any case, the conception of the genealogy largely lays to rest traditional theoretical worries about so-called linear history, theories of stages, and teleological historiography. In the present context, however, lengthier theoretical discussion of such, very real, issues can perhaps be replaced by a few substantive remarks. One of the concerns frequently aroused by periodizing hypotheses is that these tend to obliterate difference and to project an idea of the historical period as massive homogeneity, bounded on either side by inexplicable chronological metamorphoses and punctuation marks. This is, however, precisely why it seems to me essential to grasp postmodernism not as a style but rather as a cultural dominant, a conception which allows for the presence and coexistence of a range of very different, yet subordinate, features. Consider, for example, the powerful alternative position that postmodernism is itself little more than one more stage of modernism proper, if not, indeed, of the even older Romanticism. It may indeed be conceded that all the features of postmodernism I am about to enumerate can be detected, full-blown, in this or that preceding modernism, including such astonishing genealogical precursors as Gertrude Stein, Raymond Roussel, or Marcel Duchamp, who may be considered outright postmodernists. Avant la lettre. What has not been taken into account by this view, however, is the social position of the older modernism, or better still, its passionate repudiation by an older Victorian and post-Victorian bourgeoisie for whom its forms and ethos are received as being variously ugly, dissonant, obscure, scandalous, immoral, subversive, and generally antisocial. It will be argued here, however, that a mutation in the sphere of culture has rendered such attitudes archaic. Not only are Picasso and Joyce no longer ugly, they now strike us, on the whole, as rather realistic, and this is the result of a canonization and academic institutionalization of the modern movement generally that can be traced to the late 1950s. This is surely one of the most plausible explanations for the emergence of postmodernism itself, since the younger generation of the 1960s will now confront the formerly oppositional modern movement as a set of dead classics, which weigh like a nightmare on the brains of the living, as Marx once said in a different context. As for the postmodern revolt against all that, however, it must equally be stressed that its own offensive features from obscurity and sexually explicit material to psychological squalor and overt expressions of social and political defiance, which transcend anything that might have been imagined at the most extreme moments of high modernism, no longer scandalize anyone and are not only received with the greatest complacency but have themselves become institutionalized and are at one with the official or public culture of Western society. What has happened is that aesthetic production today has become integrated into commodity production generally. The frantic economic urgency of producing fresh waves of ever more novel-seeming goods, from clothing to airplanes, at ever greater rates of turnover, now assigns an increasingly essential structural function and position to aesthetic innovation and experimentation. Such economic necessities then find recognition in the varied kinds of institutional support available for the newer art, from foundations and grants to museums and other forms of patronage. Of all the arts, architecture is the closest constitutively to the economic, with which, in the form of commissions and land values, it has a virtually unmediated relationship. It will therefore not be surprising to find the extraordinary flowering of the new postmodern architecture grounded in the patronage of multinational business, whose expansion and development is strictly contemporaneous with it. Later I will suggest that these two new phenomena have an even deeper dialectical interrelationship than the simple one-to-one financing of this or that individual project. Yet this is the point at which I must remind the reader of the obvious, namely, that this whole global, yet American, postmodern culture is the internal and superstructural expression of a whole new wave of American military and economic domination throughout the world. In this sense, as throughout class history, The underside of culture is blood, torture, death, and terror. The first point to be made about the conception of periodization in dominance, therefore, is that even if all the constitutive features of postmodernism were identical with and coterminous to those of an older modernism, a position I feel to be demonstrably erroneous but which only an even lengthier analysis of modernism proper could dispel, the two phenomena would still remain utterly distinct in their meaning and social function, owing to the very different positioning of postmodernism in the economic system of late capital and, beyond that, to the transformation of the very sphere of culture in contemporary society. This point will be further discussed at the conclusion of this book. I must now briefly address a different kind of objection to periodization, a concern about its possible obliteration of heterogeneity, one most often expressed by the left. And it is certain that there is a strange quasi-Sartrean irony, a winner-loses logic, which tends to surround any effort to describe a system, a totalizing dynamic, as these are detected in the movement of contemporary society. What happens is that the more powerful the vision of some increasingly total system or logic, the Foucault of the Prisons book is the obvious example, the more powerless the reader comes to feel. Insofar as the theorist wins, therefore, by constructing an increasingly closed and terrifying machine, to that very degree he loses, since the critical capacity of his work is thereby paralyzed, and the impulses of negation and revolt, not to speak of those of social transformation, are increasingly perceived as vain and trivial in the face of the model itself. I have felt, however, that it was only in the light of some conception of a dominant cultural logic or hegemonic norm that genuine difference could be measured and assessed. I am very far from feeling that all cultural production today is postmodern in the broad sense I will be conferring on this term. The postmodern is, however, the force field in which very different kinds of cultural impulses, what Raymond Williams has usefully termed residual and emergent forms of cultural production, must make their way. If we do not achieve some general sense of a cultural dominant, then we fall back into a view of present history as sheer heterogeneity, random difference, a coexistence of a host of distinct forces whose effectivity is undecidable. At any rate, this has been the political spirit in which the following analysis was devised, to project some conception of a new systematic cultural norm and its reproduction in order to reflect more adequately on the most effective forms of any radical cultural politics today. The exposition will take up in turn the following constitutive features of the postmodern: a new depthlessness, which finds its prolongation both in contemporary theory and in a whole new culture of the image or the simulacrum, a consequent weakening of historicity, both in our relationship to public history and in the new forms of our private temporality, whose schizophrenic structure, following Lacan, will determine new types of syntax or syntagmatic relationships in the more temporal arts, a whole new type of emotional ground tone, what I will call intensities, which can best be grasped by a return to older theories of the sublime, the deep constitutive relationships of all this to a whole new technology, which is itself a figure for a whole new economic world system, and, after a brief account of postmodernist mutations in the lived experience of built space itself, some reflections on the mission of political art in the bewildering new world space of late or multinational capital. We will begin with one of the canonical works of high modernism in visual art, Van Gogh's well-known painting of the peasant shoes, an example which, as you can imagine, has not been innocently or randomly chosen. I want to propose two ways of reading this painting, both of which in some fashion reconstruct the reception of the work in a two-stage or double-level process. I first want to suggest that if this copiously reproduced image is not to sink to the level of sheer decoration, it requires us to reconstruct some initial situation out of which the finished work emerges. Unless that situation which has vanished into the past is somehow mentally restored, the painting will remain an inert object, a reified end product impossible to grasp as a symbolic act in its own right, as praxis, and as production. This last term suggests that one way of reconstructing the initial situation to which the work is somehow a response is by stressing the raw materials, the initial content, which it confronts and reworks, transforms, and appropriates. In Van Gogh, that content, those initial raw materials, are, I will suggest, to be grasped simply as the whole object world of agricultural misery, of stark rural poverty, and the whole rudimentary human world of backbreaking peasant toil, a world reduced to its most brutal and menaced, primitive and marginalized state. Fruit trees in this world are ancient and exhausted sticks coming out of poor soil, the people of the village are worn down to their skulls, caricatures of some ultimate grotesque typology of basic human feature types. How is it, then, that in Van Gogh such things as apple trees explode into a hallucinatory surface of color, while his village stereotypes are suddenly and garishly overlaid with hues of red and green? I will briefly suggest, in this first interpretative option, that the willed and violent transformation of a drab peasant object world into the most glorious materialization of pure color in oil paint is to be seen as a utopian gesture, an act of compensation which ends up producing a whole new utopian realm of the senses, or at least of that supreme sense sight, the visual, the eye, which it now reconstitutes for us as a semi-autonomous space in its own right, a part of some new division of labor in the body of capital, some new fragmentation of the emergent sensorium which replicates the specializations and divisions of capitalist life at the same time that it seeks in precisely such fragmentation a desperate utopian compensation for them. There is, to be sure, a second reading of Van Gogh which can hardly be ignored when we gaze at this particular painting, and that is Heidegger's central analysis in Der Ursprung des Kunstwerks, which is organized around the idea that the work of art emerges within the gap between earth and world, or what I would prefer to translate as the meaningless materiality of the body and nature and the meaning endowment of history and of the social. We will return to that particular gap or rift later on, suffice it here to recall some of the famous phrases that model the process whereby these henceforth illustrious peasant Jews slowly recreate about themselves the whole missing object world which was once their lived context. In them, says Heidegger, there vibrates the silent call of the earth, its quiet gift of ripening corn and its enigmatic self-refusal in the fallow desolation of the wintry field. This equipment, he goes on, belongs to the earth, and it is protected in the world of the peasant woman. Van Gogh's painting is the disclosure of what the equipment, the pair of peasant shoes, is in truth. This entity emerges into the unconcealment of its being, by way of the mediation of the work of art, which draws the whole absent world and earth into revelation around itself, along with the heavy tread of the peasant woman, the loneliness of the field path, the hut in the clearing, the worn and broken instruments of labor in the furrows and at the hearth. Heidegger's account needs to be completed by insistence on the renewed materiality of the work, on the transformation of one form of materiality, the earth itself and its paths and physical objects, into that other materiality of oil paint, affirmed and foregrounded in its own right and for its own visual pleasures, but nonetheless it has a satisfying plausibility. At any rate, both readings may be described as hermeneutical, in the sense in which the work in its inert, objectal form is taken as a clue or a symptom for some vaster reality which replaces it as its ultimate truth. Now we need to look at some shoes of a different kind, and it is pleasant to be able to draw for such an image on the recent work of the central figure in contemporary visual art. Andy Warhol diamond dust shoes evidently no longer speaks to us with any of the immediacy of Van Gogh's footgear. Indeed, I am tempted to say that it does not really speak to us at all. Nothing in this painting organizes even a minimal place for the viewer, who confronts it at the turning of a museum corridor or gallery with all the contingency of some inexplicable natural object. On the level of the content, we have to do with what are now far more clearly fetishes, in both the Freudian and the Marxian senses. Derrida remarks, somewhere, about the Heideggerian Paarbeidungskeuhe, that the Van Gogh footgear are a heterosexual pair, which allows neither for perversion nor for fetishization. Here, however, we have a random collection of dead objects hanging together on the canvas like so many turnips, as shorn of their earlier life world as the pile of shoes left over from Auschwitz or the remainders and tokens of some incomprehensible and tragic fire in a packed dance hall. There is therefore in Warhol no way to complete the hermeneutic gesture and restore to these oddments that whole larger lived context of the dance hall or the ball, the world of jet-set fashion or glamour magazines. Yet this is even more paradoxical in the light of biographical information, Warhol began his artistic career as a commercial illustrator for shoe fashions and a designer of display windows in which various pumps and slippers figured prominently. Indeed, one is tempted to raise here far too prematurely one of the central issues about postmodernism itself and its possible political dimensions. Andy Warhol's work in fact turns centrally around commodification, and the great billboard images of the Coca-Cola bottle or the Camel soup can, which explicitly foreground the commodity fetishism of a transition to late capital, ought to be powerful and critical political statements. If they are not that, then one would surely want to know why, and one would want to begin to wonder a little more seriously about the possibilities of political or critical art in the postmodern period of late capital. But there are some other significant differences between the high modernist and the postmodernist moment, between the shoes of Van Gogh and the shoes of Andy Warhol, on which we must now very briefly dwell. The first and most evident is the emergence of a new kind of flatness or depthlessness, a new kind of superficiality in the most literal sense, perhaps the supreme formal feature of all the postmodernisms to which we will have occasion to return in a number of other contexts. Then we must surely come to terms with the role of photography and the photographic negative in contemporary art of this kind, and it is this, indeed, which confers its deathly quality to the Warhol image, whose glossate X-ray elegance mortifies the reified eye of the viewer in a way that would seem to have nothing to do with death or the death obsession or the death anxiety on the level of content. It is indeed as though we had here to do with the inversion of Van Gogh's utopian gesture. In the earlier work a stricken world is by some Nietzschean fiat and act of the will transformed into the stridency of utopian color. Here, on the contrary, it is as though the external and colored surface of things debased and contaminated in advance by their assimilation to glossy advertising images has been stripped away to reveal the deathly black and white substratum of the photographic negative which subtends them. Although this kind of death of the world of appearance becomes thematized in certain of Warhol's pieces, most notably the traffic accidents or the electric chair series, this is not, I think, a matter of content any longer but of some more fundamental mutation both in the object world itself now become a set of texts or simulacra and in the disposition of the subject. All of which brings me to a third feature to be developed here, what I will call the waning of affect in postmodern culture. Of course, it would be inaccurate to suggest that all affect, all feeling or emotion, all subjectivity, has vanished from the newer image. Indeed, there is a kind of return of the repressed in diamond dust shoes, a strange, compensatory, decorative exhilaration, explicitly designated by the title itself, which is, of course, the glitter of gold dust, the spangling of gilt sand that seals the surface of the painting and yet continues to glint at us. Think, however, of Rimbaud's magical flowers that look back at you, or of the august premonitory eye flashes of Rilke's archaic Greek torso which warn the bourgeois subject to change his life, nothing of that sort here in the gratuitous frivolity of this final decorative overlay. In an interesting review of the Italian version of this essay, Remo Ciceroni expands this foot fetishism into a fourfold image which adds to the gaping modernist expressivity of the Van Gogh Heidegger shoes the realist pathos of Walker Evans and James Agee. Strange that pathos should thus require a team, while what looked like a random assortment of yesteryear's fashions in Warhol takes on, in Magritte, the carnal reality of the human member itself, now more phantasmic than the leather it is printed on. Magritte, unique among the surrealists, survived the sea change from the modern to its sequel, becoming in the process something of a postmodern emblem, the uncanny. Lacanian foreclusion, without expression. The ideal schizophrenic, indeed, is easy enough to please provided only an eternal present is thrust before the eyes, which gaze with equal fascination on an old shoe or the tenaciously growing organic mystery of the human toenail. Ciceroni thereby deserves a semiotic cube of his own. Vincent van Gogh, a pair of boots. Andy Warhol, diamond dust shoes. René Magritte, Le Model Rouge. The Westin Bonaventure, interior, Portman. Frank Suri House, Santa Monica, California. Diego Rivera, Man at the Crossroads. Walker Evans, Floyd Burroughs Work Shoes. The waning of affect is, however, perhaps best initially approached by way of the human figure, and it is obvious that what we have said about the commodification of objects holds as strongly for Warhol's human subjects, stars like Marilyn Monroe, who are themselves commodified and transformed into their own images. And here too a certain brutal return to the older period of high modernism offers a dramatic shorthand parable of the transformation in question. Edward Munch's painting The Scream is, of course, a canonical expression of the great modernist thematics of alienation, anomie, solitude, social fragmentation, and isolation, a virtually programmatic emblem of what used to be called the Age of Anxiety. It will here be read as an embodiment not merely of the expression of that kind of affect but, even more, as a virtual deconstruction of the very aesthetic of expression itself, which seems to have dominated much of what we call high modernism but to have vanished away for both practical and theoretical reasons in the world of the postmodern. The very concept of expression presupposes indeed some separation within the subject, and along with that a whole metaphysics of the inside and outside, of the wordless pain within the monad and the moment in which, often cathartically, that emotion is then projected out and externalized, as gesture or cry, as desperate communication and the outward dramatization of inward feeling. This is perhaps the moment to say something about contemporary theory, which has, among other things, been committed to the mission of criticizing and discrediting this very hermeneutic model of the inside and the outside and of stigmatizing such models as ideological and metaphysical. But what is today called contemporary theory, or better still, theoretical discourse, is also, I want to argue, itself very precisely a postmodernist phenomenon. It would therefore be inconsistent to defend the truth of its theoretical insights in a situation in which the very concept of truth itself is part of the metaphysical baggage which post-structuralism seeks to abandon. What we can at least suggest is that the post-structuralist critique of the hermeneutic, of what I will shortly call the depth model, is useful for us as a very significant symptom of the very postmodernist culture which is our subject here. Over hastily, we can say that besides the hermeneutic model of inside and outside which Munch's painting develops, at least 4 other fundamental depth models have generally been repudiated in contemporary theory. 1. The dialectical one of essence and appearance, along with a whole range of concepts of ideology or false consciousness which tend to accompany it. 2. The Freudian model of latent and manifest, or of repression, which is, of course, the target of Michel Foucault's programmatic and symptomatic pamphlet La Volonté Savoir, the History of Sexuality. 3. The existential model of authenticity and inauthenticity, whose heroic or tragic thematics are closely related to that other great opposition between alienation and disalienation, itself equally a casualty of the post-structural or postmodern period. And, 4. Most recently, the great semiotic opposition between signifier and signified, which was itself rapidly unraveled and deconstructed during its brief heyday in the 1960s and 1970s. What replaces these various depth models is for the most part a conception of practices, discourses, and textual play, whose new syntagmatic structures we will examine later on. Let it suffice now to observe that here too depth is replaced by surface, or by multiple surfaces. What if often called intertextuality is in that sense no longer a matter of depth. Nor is this depthlessness merely metaphorical, it can be experienced physically and literally by anyone who, mounting what used to be Raymond Chandler's Bunker Hill from the great Chicano markets on Broadway and 4th Street in downtown Los Angeles, suddenly confronts the great freestanding wall of Wells Fargo Court, Skidmore, SLLL Wells Fargo Court, Skidmo, Owings and Merrill, a surface which seems to be unsupported by any volume, or whose putative volume, rectangular, trapezoidal, is ocularly quite undecidable. This great sheet of windows, with its gravity-defying two-dimensionality, momentarily transforms the solid ground on which we stand into the contents of a stereopticon, pasteboard shapes profiling themselves here and there around us. The visual effect is the same from all sides, as fateful as the great monolith in Stanley Kubrick's 2001, which confronts its viewers like an enigmatic destiny, a call to evolutionary mutation. If this new multinational downtown effectively abolished the older ruined city fabric which is violently replaced, cannot something similar be said about the way in which this strange new surface in its own peremptory way renders our older systems of perception of the city somehow archaic and aimless, without offering another in their place? Returning now for one last moment to Munch's painting, it seems evident that the scream subtly but elaborately disconnects its own aesthetic of expression, all the while remaining imprisoned within it. Its gestural content already underscores its own failure, since the realm of the sonorous, the cry, the raw vibrations of the human throat, are incompatible with its medium, something underscored within the work by the homunculus's lack of ears. Yet the absent scream returns, as it were, in a dialectic of loops and spirals, circling ever more closely toward that even more absent experience of atrocious solitude and anxiety which the scream was itself to express. Such loops inscribe themselves on the painted surface in the form of those great concentric circles in which sonorous vibration becomes ultimately visible, as on the surface of a sheet of water, in an infinite regress which fans out from the sufferer to become the very geography of a universe in which pain itself now speaks and vibrates through the material sunset and landscape. The visible world now becomes the wall of the monad on which this scream running through nature, Munch's words, is recorded and transcribed. One thinks of that character of Lautréamont who, growing up inside a sealed and silent membrane, ruptures it with his own scream on catching sight of the monstrousness of the deity and thereby rejoins the world of sound and suffering. All of which suggests some more general historical hypothesis, namely, that concepts such as anxiety and alienation, and the experiences to which they correspond, as in the scream, are no longer appropriate in the world of the postmodern. The great Warhol figures Marilyn herself or Edie Sedgwick, the notorious cases of burnout and self-destruction of the ending 1960s, and the great dominant experiences of drugs and schizophrenia, would seem to have little enough in common anymore either with the hysterics and neurotics of Freud's own day or with those canonical experiences of radical isolation and solitude, anomie, private revolt, Van Gogh-type madness, which dominated the period of high modernism. This shift in the dynamics of cultural pathology can be characterized as one in which the alienation of the subject is displaced by the latter's fragmentation. Such terms inevitably recall one of the more fashionable themes in contemporary theory, that of the death of the subject itself, the end of the autonomous bourgeois monad or ego or individual, and the accompanying stress, whether as some new moral ideal or as empirical description, on the disintegration of that formerly centered subject or psyche. Of the two possible formulations of this notion, the historicist one, that a once existing centered subject, in the period of classical capitalism and the nuclear family, has today in the world of organizational bureaucracy dissolved, and the more radical post-structuralist position, for which such a subject never existed in the first place but constituted something like an ideological mirage. I obviously incline toward the former, the latter must in any case take into account something like a reality of the appearance. We must however add that the problem of expression is itself closely linked to some conception of the subject as a monad-like container, within which things felt are then expressed by projection outward. What we must now stress, however, is the degree to which the high modernist conception of a unique style, along with the accompanying collective ideals of an artistic or political vanguard or avant-garde, themselves stand or fall along with that older notion, or experience, of the so-called centered subject. Here too Munch's painting stands as a complex reflection on this complicated situation. It shows us that expression requires the category of the individual monad, but it also shows us the heavy price to be paid for that precondition, dramatizing the unhappy paradox that when you constitute your individual subjectivity as a self-sufficient field and a closed realm, you thereby shut yourself off from everything else and condemn yourself to the mindless solitude of the monad, buried alive and condemned to a prison cell without egress. Postmodernism presumably signals the end of this dilemma, which it replaces with a new one. The end of the bourgeois ego, or monad, no doubt brings with it the end of the psychopathologies of that ego, what I have been calling the waning of affect. But it means the end of much more, the end, for example, of style, in the sense of the unique and the personal, the end of the distinctive individual brushstroke, as symbolized by the emergent primacy of mechanical reproduction. As for expression and feelings or emotions, the liberation, in contemporary society, from the older enemy of the centered subject may also mean not merely a liberation from anxiety but a liberation from every other kind of feeling as well, since there is no longer a self present to do the feeling. This is not to say that the cultural products of the postmodern era are utterly devoid of feeling, but rather that such feelings, which it may be better and more accurate, following J.F. Lyotard, to call intensities, are now free-floating and impersonal and tend to be dominated by a peculiar kind of euphoria, a matter to which we will want to return later on. The waning of affect, however, might also have been characterized, in the narrower context of literary criticism, as the waning of the great high modernist thematics of time and temporality, the elegiac mysteries of durée and memory, something to be understood fully as much as a category of the literary criticism associated with high modernism as with the works themselves. We have often been told, however, that we now inhabit the synchronic rather than the diachronic, and I think it is at least empirically arguable that our daily life, our psychic experience, our cultural languages, are today dominated by categories of space rather than by categories of time, as in the preceding period of high modernism. 6. 2. The disappearance of the individual subject, along with its formal consequence, the increasing unavailability of the personal style, engender the well-nigh universal practice today of what may be called pastiche. This concept, which we owe to Thomas Mann, in Dr. Faustus, who owed it in turn to Adorno's great work on the two paths of advanced musical experimentation, Schoenberg's innovative planification and Stravinsky's irrational eclecticism, is to be sharply distinguished from the more readily received idea of parody. To be sure, parody found a fertile area in the idiosyncrasies of the moderns and their inimitable styles, the Faulknerian long sentence, for example, with its breathless gerundives, Lawrentian nature imagery punctuated by testy colloquialism, Wallace Stevens's inveterate hypostasis of non-substantive parts of speech, the intricate evasions of as, the fateful, but finally predictable, swoops in Mahler from high orchestral pathos into village accordion sentiment, Heidegger's meditative solemn practice of the false etymology as a mode of proof. All these strike one as somehow characteristic, insofar as they ostentatiously deviate from a norm which then reasserts itself, in a not necessarily unfriendly way, by a systematic mimicry of their willful eccentricities. Yet in the dialectical leap from quantity to quality, the explosion of modern literature into a host of distinct private styles and mannerisms has been followed by a linguistic fragmentation of social life itself to the point where the norm itself is eclipsed, reduced to a neutral and reified media speech, far enough from the utopian aspirations of the inventors of Esperanto or Basic English, which itself then becomes but one more idiolect among many. Modernist styles thereby become postmodernist codes. And that the stupendous proliferation of social codes today into professional and disciplinary jargons, but also into the badges of affirmation of ethnic, gender, race, religious, and class-factional adhesion, is also a political phenomenon, the problem of micropolitics sufficiently demonstrates. If the ideas of a ruling class were once the dominant, or hegemonic, ideology of bourgeois society, the advanced capitalist countries today are now a field of stylistic and discursive heterogeneity without a norm. Faceless masters continue to inflect the economic strategies which constrain our existences, but they no longer need to impose their speech, or are henceforth unable to, and the post-literacy of the late capitalist world reflects not only the absence of any great collective project but also the unavailability of the older national language itself. In this situation parody finds itself without a vocation, it has lived, and that strange new thing pastiche slowly comes to take its place. Pastiche is, like parody, the imitation of a peculiar or unique, idiosyncratic style, the wearing of a linguistic mask, speech in a dead language. But it is a neutral practice of such mimicry, without any of parody's ulterior motives, amputated of the satiric impulse, devoid of laughter and of any conviction that alongside the abnormal tongue you have momentarily borrowed, Some healthy linguistic normality still exists. Pastiche is thus blank parody, a statue with blind eyeballs. It is to parody what that other interesting and historically original modern thing, the practice of a kind of blank irony, is to what Wayne Booth calls the stable ironies of the 18th century. It would therefore begin to seem that Adorno's prophetic diagnosis has been realized, albeit in a negative way, not Schönberg, the sterility of whose achieved system he already glimpsed, but Stravinsky is the true precursor of postmodern cultural production. For with the collapse of the high modernist ideology of style, what is as unique and unmistakable as your own fingerprints, as incomparable as your own body, the very source, for an early Roland Barthes, of stylistic invention and innovation, the producers of culture have nowhere to turn but to the past, the imitation of dead styles, speech through all the masks and voices stored up in the imaginary museum of a now global culture. This situation evidently determines what the architecture historians call historicism, namely, the random cannibalization of all the styles of the past, the play of random stylistic illusion, and in general what Henry Lefebvre has called the increasing primacy of the neo. This omnipresence of pastiche is not incompatible with a certain humor, however, nor is it innocent of all passion. It is at the least compatible with addiction, with a whole historically original consumer's appetite for a world transformed into sheer images of itself and for pseudo-events and spectacles, the term of the situationists. It is for such objects that we may reserve Plato's conception of the simulacrum, the identical copy for which no original has ever existed. Appropriately enough, the culture of the simulacrum comes to life in a society where exchange value has been generalized to the point at which the very memory of use value is effaced, a society of which Guy Debord has observed, in an extraordinary phrase, that in it the image has become the final form of commodity reification, the society of the spectacle. The new spatial logic of the simulacrum can now be expected to have a momentous effect on what used to be historical time. The past is thereby itself modified. What was once, in the historical novel as Lukács defines it, the organic genealogy of the bourgeois collective project, what is still, for the redemptive historiography of an E.P. Thompson or of American oral history, for the resurrection of the dead of anonymous and silenced generations, the retrospective dimension indispensable to any vital reorientation of our collective future has meanwhile itself become a vast collection of images, a multitudinous photographic simulacrum. Guy Debord's powerful slogan is now even more apt for the prehistory of a society bereft of all historicity, one whose own putative past is little more than a set of dusty spectacles. In faithful conformity to post-structuralist linguistic theory, the past as referent finds itself gradually bracketed, and then effaced altogether, leaving us with nothing but texts. Yet it should not be thought that this process is accompanied by indifference. On the contrary, the remarkable current intensification of an addiction to the photographic image is itself a tangible symptom of an omnipresent, omnivorous, and well-nigh libidinal historicism. As I have already observed, the architects use this, exceedingly polysemous, word for the complacent eclecticism of postmodern architecture, which randomly and without principle but with gusto cannibalizes all the architectural styles of the past and combines them in overstimulating ensembles. Nostalgia does not strike one as an altogether satisfactory word for such fascination, particularly when one thinks of the pain of a properly modernist nostalgia with a past beyond all but aesthetic retrieval, yet it directs our attention to what is a culturally far more generalized manifestation of the process in commercial art and taste, namely the so-called nostalgia film, or what the French call le mode rétro. Nostalgia films restructure the whole issue of pastiche and project it onto a collective and social level, where the desperate attempt to appropriate a missing past is now refracted through the iron law of fashion change and the emergent ideology of the generation. The inaugural film of this new aesthetic discourse, George Lucas' American Graffiti, 1973, set out to recapture, as so many films have attempted since, the henceforth mesmerizing lost reality of the Eisenhower era, and one tends to feel, that for Americans at least, the 1950s remain the privileged lost object of desire 7, not merely the stability and prosperity of a Pax Americana but also the first naive innocence of the countercultural impulses of early rock and roll and youth gangs, Coppola. Rumblefish will then be the contemporary dirge that laments their passing, itself, however, still contradictorily filmed in genuine nostalgia film style. With this initial breakthrough, other generational periods open up for aesthetic colonization, as witness the stylistic recuperation of the American and the Italian 1930s, in Polanski Chinatown and Bertolucci Il Conformista, respectively. More interesting, and more problematical, are the ultimate attempts, through this new discourse, to lay siege either to our own present and immediate past or to a more distant history that escapes individual existential memory. Faced with these ultimate objects our social, historical, and existential present, and the past as referent, the incompatibility of a postmodernist nostalgia art language with genuine historicity becomes dramatically apparent. The contradiction propels this mode, however, into complex and interesting new formal inventiveness, it being understood that the nostalgia film was never a matter of some old-fashioned representation of historical content, but instead approached the past through stylistic connotation, conveying pastness by the glossy qualities of the image, and 1930s-ness or 1950s-ness by the attributes of fashion, in that following the prescription of the Barths of mythologies, who saw connotation as the purveying of imaginary and stereotypical idealities, Sinite, for example, as some Disney Epcot concept of China. The insensible colonization of the present by the nostalgia mode can be observed in Lawrence Kasdan's elegant film Body Heat, a distant affluent society remake of James M. Cain Double Indemnity, set in a contemporary Florida small town a few hours' drive from Miami. The word remake is, however, anachronistic to the degree to which our awareness of the pre-existence of other versions, previous films of the novel as well as the novel itself, is now a constitutive and essential part of the film's structure. We are now, in other words, in intertextuality as a deliberate, built-in feature of the aesthetic effect and as the operator of a new connotation of pastness and pseudo-historical depth, in which the history of aesthetic styles displaces real history. Yet from the outset a whole battery of aesthetic signs begin to distance the officially contemporary image from us in time. The Art Deco scripting of the credits, for example, serves at once to program the spectator to the appropriate nostalgia mode of reception. Art Deco quotation has much the same function in contemporary architecture, as in Toronto's remarkable Eaton Centre. Meanwhile, a somewhat different play of connotations is activated by complex, but purely formal, allusions to the institution of the star system itself. The protagonist, William Hurt, is one of a new generation of film stars whose status is markedly distinct from that of the preceding generation of male superstars, such as Steve McQueen or Jack Nicholson, or even, more distantly, Brando, let alone of earlier moments in the evolution of the institution of the star. The immediately preceding generation projected their various roles through and by way of their well-known off-screen personalities, which often connoted rebellion and nonconformism. The latest generation of starring actors continues to assure the conventional functions of stardom, most notably sexuality, but in the utter absence of personality in the older sense, and with something of the anonymity of character acting, which in actors like Hurt reaches virtuoso proportions, yet of a very different kind than the virtuosity of the older Brando or Olivier. This death of the subject in the institution of the star now, however, opens up the possibility of a play of historical allusions to much older roles, in this case to those associated with Clark Gable, so that the very style of the acting can now also serve as a connotator of the past. Finally, the setting has been strategically framed, with great ingenuity, to eschew most of the signals that normally convey the contemporaneity of the United States in its multinational era. The small-town setting allows the camera to elude the high-rise landscape of the 1970s and 1980s, even though a key episode in the narrative involves the fatal destruction of older buildings by land speculators, while the object world of the present-day artifacts and appliances, whose styling would at once serve to date the image, is elaborately edited out. Everything in the film, therefore, conspires to blur its official contemporaneity and make it possible for the viewer to receive the narrative as though it were set in some eternal 30s, beyond real historical time. This approach to the present by way of the art language of the simulacrum, or of the pastiche of the stereotypical past, endows present reality and the openness of present history with the spell and distance of a glossy mirage. Yet this mesmerizing new aesthetic mode itself emerged as an elaborated symptom of the waning of our historicity, of our lived possibility of experiencing history in some active way. It cannot therefore be said to produce this strange occultation of the present by its own formal power, but rather merely to demonstrate, through these inner contradictions, the enormity of a situation in which we seem increasingly incapable of fashioning representations of our own current experience. As for real history itself, the traditional object, however it may be defined, of what used to be the historical novel, it will be more revealing now to turn back to that older form and medium and to read its postmodern fate in the work of one of the few serious and innovative leftist novelists at work in the United States today, whose books are nourished with history in the more traditional sense and seem, so far, to stake out successive generational moments in the epic of American history, between which they alternate. El Doctoro Ragtime gives itself officially as a panorama of the first 2 decades of the century, like World's Fair, his most recent novel, Billy Bathgate, like Loon Lake addresses the 30s and the Great Depression, while the Book of Daniel holds up before us, in painful juxtaposition, the 2 great moments of the old left and the new left. Of 30s and 40s communism and the radicalism of the 1960s, even his early Western may be said to fit into the scheme and to designate in a less articulated and formally self-conscious way the end of the frontier of the late 19th century. The Book of Daniel is not the only one of these 5 major historical novels to establish an explicit narrative link between the readers and the writer's present and the older historical reality that is the subject of the work. The astonishing last page of Loon Lake, which I will not disclose, also does this in a very different way. It is a matter of some interest to note that the first version of Ragtime positions us explicitly in our own present, in the novelist's house in New Rochelle, New York, which at once becomes the scene of its own, imaginary, past in the -211,900s. This detail has been suppressed from the published text, symbolically cutting its moorings and freeing the novel to float in some new world of past historical time whose relationship to us is problematical indeed. The authenticity of the gesture, however, may be measured by the evident existential fact of life that there no longer does seem to be any organic relationship between the American history we learn from school books and the lived experience of the current multinational, high-rise, stag-flat city of the newspapers and of our own everyday life. A crisis in historicity, however, inscribes itself symptomatically in several other curious formal features within this text. Its official subject is the transition from a pre-World War I radical and working-class politics, the Great Strikes, to the technological invention and new commodity production of the 1920s, the rise of Hollywood and of the image as commodity. The interpolated version of Kleist Michael Kohlhaas, the strange, tragic episode of the black protagonist's revolt, may be thought of as a moment related to this process. That Ragtime has political content and even something like a political meaning seems in any case obvious and has been expertly articulated by Linda Hutcheon in terms of its 3 paralleled families, the Anglo-American establishment one and the marginal immigrant European and American black ones. The novel's action disperses the center of the first and moves the margins into the multiple centers of the narrative, in a formal allegory of the social demographics of urban America. In addition, there is an extended critique of American democratic ideals through the presentation of class conflict rooted in capitalist property and moneyed power. The black coal house, the white Houdini, the immigrant Tate are all working class, and because of this not in spite of it all can therefore work to create new aesthetic forms, ragtime, vaudeville, movies. 10. But this does everything but the essential, lending the novel an admirable thematic coherence few readers can have experienced in parsing the lines of a verbal object held too close to the eyes to fall into these perspectives. Hutcheon is, of course, absolutely right, and this is what the novel would have meant had it not been a postmodern artifact. For one thing, the objects of representation, ostensibly narrative characters, are incommensurable and, as it were, of incomparable substances, like oil and water, Houdini being a historical figure, Tete a fictional one, and Coalhouse an intertextual one, something very difficult for an interpretive comparison of this kind to register. Meanwhile, the theme attributed to the novel also demands a somewhat different kind of scrutiny, since it can be rephrased into a classic version of the left's experience of defeat in the 20th century, namely, the proposition that the depoliticization of the workers' movement is attributable to the media or culture generally, what she here calls new aesthetic forms. This is, indeed, in my opinion, something like the elegiac backdrop, if not the meaning, of ragtime and perhaps of Dr. O's work in general, but then we need another way of describing the novel as something like an unconscious expression and associative exploration of this left Dasein, this historical opinion or quasi-vision in the mind's eye of objective spirit. What such a description would want to register is the paradox that a seemingly realistic novel like Ragtime is in reality a non-representational work that combines fantasy signifiers from a variety of ideologisms in a kind of hologram. My point, however, is not some hypothesis as to the thematic coherence of this decente narrative, but rather just the opposite, namely, the way in which the kind of reading this novel imposes makes it virtually impossible for us to reach and thematize those official subjects which float above the text but cannot be integrated into our reading of the sentences. In that sense, the novel not only resists interpretation, it is organized systematically and formally to short-circuit an older type of social and historical interpretation which it perpetually holds out and withdraws. When we remember that the theoretical critique and repudiation of interpretation as such is a fundamental component of post-structuralist theory, it is difficult not to conclude that Dr. O has somehow deliberately built this very tension, this very contradiction, into the flow of his sentences. The book is crowded with real historical figures from Teddy Roosevelt to Emma Goldman, from Harry K. Thaw and Stanford White to J. Pierpont Morgan and Henry Ford, not to mention the more central role of Houdini, who interact with a fictive family, simply designated as father, mother, older brother, and so forth. All historical novels, beginning with those of Sir Walter Scott himself, no doubt in one way or another involve a mobilization of previous historical knowledge generally acquired through the schoolbook history manuals devised for whatever legitimizing purpose by this or that national tradition, thereafter instituting a narrative dialectic between what we already know about the pretender, say, and what he is then seen to be concretely in the pages of the novel. But Dr. O's procedure seems much more extreme than this, and I would argue that the designation of both types of characters, historical names and capitalized family roles, operates powerfully and systematically to refy all these characters and to make it impossible for us to receive their representation without the prior interception of already acquired knowledge or Dasein, something which lends the text an extraordinary sense of déjà vu and a peculiar familiarity one is tempted to associate with Freud's return of the repressed in the uncanny rather than with any solid historiographic formation on the reader's part. Meanwhile, the sentences in which all this is happening have their own specificity, allowing us more concretely to distinguish the modern's elaboration of a personal style from this new kind of linguistic innovation, which is no longer personal at all but has its family kinship rather with what Barthes long ago called white writing. In this particular novel, Dr. O has imposed upon himself a rigorous principle of selection in which only simple declarative sentences, predominantly mobilized by the verb to be, are received. The effect is, however, not really one of the condescending simplification and symbolic carefulness of children's literature, but rather something more disturbing, the sense of some profound subterranean violence done to American English, which cannot, however, be detected empirically in any of the perfectly grammatical sentences with which this work is formed. Yet other more visible technical innovations may supply a clue to what is happening in the language of Ragtime. It is, for example, well known that the source of many of the characteristic effects of Camus' novel The Stranger can be traced back to that author's willful decision to substitute, throughout, the French tense of the passé compose for the other past tenses more normally employed in narration in that language. I suggest that it is as if something of that sort were at work here, as though Dr. O had set out systematically to produce the effect or the equivalent, in his language, of a verbal past tense we do not possess in English, namely, the French préterite, or passé simple, whose perfective movement, as Émile Benveniste taught us, serves to separate events from the present of enunciation and to transform the stream of time and action into so many finished, complete, and isolated punctual event. Objects which find themselves sundered from any present situation, even that of the act of storytelling or enunciation. Dr. O is the epic poet of the disappearance of the American radical past, of the suppression of older traditions and moments of the American radical tradition. No one with left sympathies can read these splendid novels without a poignant distress that is an authentic way of confronting our own current political dilemmas in the present. What is culturally interesting, however, is that he has had to convey this great theme formally, since the waning of the content is very precisely his subject, and, more than that, has had to elaborate his work by way of that very cultural logic of the postmodern which is itself the mark and symptom of his dilemma. Loon Lake much more obviously deploys the strategies of the pastiche, most notably in its reinvention of Dos Passos, but Ragtime remains the most peculiar and stunning monument to the aesthetic situation engendered by the disappearance of the historical referent. This historical novel can no longer set out to represent the historical past, it can only represent our ideas and stereotypes about that past, which thereby at once becomes pop history. Cultural production is thereby driven back inside a mental space which is no longer that of the old monadic subject but rather that of some degraded collective objective spirit. It can no longer gaze directly on some putative real world, at some reconstruction of a past history which was once itself a present, rather, as in Plato's cave, it must trace our mental images of that past upon its confining walls. If there is any realism left here, it is a realism that is meant to derive from the shock of grasping that confinement and of slowly becoming aware of a new and original historical situation in which we are condemned to seek history by way of our own pop images and simulacra of that history, which itself remains forever out of reach. 3. The crisis in historicity now dictates a return, in a new way, to the question of temporal organization in general in the postmodern force field, and indeed, to the problem of the form that time, temporality, and the syntagmatic will be able to take in a culture increasingly dominated by space and spatial logic. If, indeed, the subject has lost its capacity actively to extend its protensions and retentions across the temporal manifold and to organize its past and future into coherent experience, it becomes difficult enough to see how the cultural productions of such a subject could result in anything but heaps of fragments and in a practice of the randomly heterogeneous and fragmentary and the aleatory. These are, however, very precisely some of the privileged terms in which postmodernist cultural production has been analyzed, and even defended, by its own apologists. They are, however, still privative features. The more substantive formulations bear such names as textuality, écriture, or schizophrenic writing, and it is to these that we must now briefly turn. I have found Lacan's account of schizophrenia useful here not because I have any way of knowing whether it has clinical accuracy but chiefly because as description rather than diagnosis it seems to me to offer a suggestive aesthetic model. I am obviously very far from thinking that any of the most significant postmodernist artists Cage, Ashbery, Sollers, Robert Wilson, Ishmael Reed, Michael Snow, Warhol, or even Beckett himself are schizophrenics in any clinical sense. Nor is the point some culture and personality diagnosis of our society and its art, as in psychologizing and moralizing culture critiques of the type of Christopher Lash's influential The Culture of Narcissism, from which I am concerned to distance the spirit and the methodology of the present remarks. There are, one would think, far more damaging things to be said about our social system than are available through the use of psychological categories. Very briefly, Lacan describes schizophrenia as a breakdown in the signifying chain, that is, the interlocking syntagmatic series of signifiers which constitutes an utterance or a meaning. I must omit the familial or more orthodox psychoanalytic background to this situation, which Lacan transcodes into language by describing the Oedipal rivalry in terms not so much of the biological individual who is your rival for the mother's attention but rather of what he calls the name of the father, paternal authority now considered as a linguistic function. His conception of the signifying chain essentially presupposes one of the basic principles, and one of the great discoveries, of Saussurean structuralism, namely, the proposition that meaning is not a one-to-one relationship between signifier and signified, between the materiality of language, between a word or a name, and its referent or concept. Meaning on the new view is generated by the movement from signifier to signifier. What we generally call the signified, the meaning or conceptual content of an utterance, is now rather to be seen as a meaning effect, as that objective mirage of signification generated and projected by the relationship of signifiers among themselves. When that relationship breaks down, when the links of the signifying chain snap, then we have schizophrenia in the form of a rubble of distinct and unrelated signifiers. The connection between this kind of linguistic malfunction and the psyche of the schizophrenic may then be grasped by way of a twofold proposition: first, that personal identity is itself the effect of a certain temporal unification of past and future with one's present, and, second, that such active temporal unification is itself a function of language, or better still of the sentence, as it moves along its hermeneutic circle through time. If we are unable to unify the past, present, and future of the sentence, then we are similarly unable to unify the past, present, and future of our own biographical experience or psychic life. With the breakdown of the signifying chain, therefore, the schizophrenic is reduced to an experience of pure material signifiers, or, in other words, a series of pure and unrelated presents in time. We will want to ask questions about the aesthetic or cultural results of such a situation in a moment. Let us first see what it feels like. I remember very well the day it happened. We were staying in the country and I had gone for a walk alone, as I did now and then. Suddenly, as I was passing the school, I heard a German song. The children were having a singing lesson. I stopped to listen, and at that instant a strange feeling came over me, a feeling hard to analyze but akin to something I was to know too well later, a disturbing sense of unreality. It seemed to me that I no longer recognized the school. It had become as large as a barracks. The singing children were prisoners, compelled to sing. It was as though the school and the children's song were set apart from the rest of the world. At the same time my eye encountered a field of wheat whose limits I could not see. The yellow vastness, dazzling in the sun, bound up with the song of the children imprisoned in the smooth stone school barracks, filled me with such anxiety that I broke into sobs. I ran home to our garden and began to play to make things seem as they usually were, that is, to return to reality. It was the first appearance of those elements which were always present in later sensations of unreality: illimitable vastness, brilliant light, and the gloss and smoothness of material things. 14. In our present context, this experience suggests the following: first, breakdown of temporality suddenly releases this present of time from all the activities and intentionalities that might focus it and make it a space of praxis, thereby isolated. That present suddenly engulfs the subject with undescribable vividness, a materiality of perception properly overwhelming, which effectively dramatizes the power of the material, or better still, the literal signifier in isolation. This present of the world or material signifier comes before the subject with heightened intensity, bearing a mysterious charge of affect, here described in the negative terms of anxiety and loss of reality, but which one could just as well imagine in the positive terms of euphoria, a high, an intoxicatory or hallucinogenic intensity. What happens in textuality or schizophrenic art is strikingly illuminated by such clinical accounts, although in the cultural text, the isolated signifier is no longer an enigmatic state of the world or an incomprehensible yet mesmerizing fragment of language, but rather something closer to a sentence in freestanding isolation. Think, for example, of the experience of John Cage's music, in which a cluster of material sounds, on the prepared piano, for example, is followed by a silence so intolerable that you cannot imagine another sonorous chord coming into existence and cannot imagine remembering the previous one well enough to make any connection with it if it does. Some of Beckett's narratives are also of this order, most notably What, where a primacy of the present sentence in time ruthlessly disintegrates the narrative fabric that attempts to reform around it. My example, however, will be a less somber one, a text by a younger San Francisco poet whose group or school so-called language poetry or the new sentence seem to have adopted schizophrenic fragmentation as their fundamental aesthetic. China, we live on the third world from the sun. Number 3. Nobody tells us what to do. The people who taught us to count were being very kind. It's always time to leave. If it rains, you either have your umbrella or you don't. The wind blows your hat off. The sun rises also. I'd rather the stars didn't describe us to each other, I'd rather we do it for ourselves. Run in front of your shadow. A sister who points to the sky at least once a decade is a good sister. The landscape is motorized. The train takes you where it goes. Bridges among water. Folks straggling along vast stretches of concrete, heading into the plain. Don't forget what your hat and shoes will look like when you are nowhere to be found. Even the words floating in air make blue shadows. If it tastes good, we eat it. The leaves are falling. Point things out. Pick up the right things. Hey, guess what? What? I've learned how to talk. Great. The person whose head was incomplete burst into tears. As it fell, what could the doll do? Nothing. Go to sleep. You look great in shorts. And the flag looks great too. Everyone enjoyed the explosions. Time to wake up. But better get used to dreams. Bob Perlman 15. Many things could be said about this interesting exercise in discontinuities, not the least paradoxical is the re-emergence here across these disjoint sentences of some more unified global meaning. Indeed, insofar as this is in some curious and secret way a political poem, it does seem to capture something of the excitement of the immense, unfinished social experiment of the new China, unparalleled in world history, the unexpected emergence, between the two superpowers, of number 3, the freshness of a whole new object world produced by human beings in some new control over their collective destiny, the signal event, above all, of a collectivity which has become a new subject of history and which, after the long subjection of feudalism and imperialism, again speaks in its own voice, for itself, as though for the first time. But I mainly wanted to show the way in which what I have been calling schizophrenic disjunction or écriture, when it becomes generalized as a cultural style, ceases to entertain a necessary relationship to the morbid content we associate with terms like schizophrenia and becomes available for more joyous intensities, for precisely that euphoria which we saw displacing the older affects of anxiety and alienation. Consider, for example, Jean-Paul Sartre's account of a similar tendency in Flaubert. His sentence Sartre tells us about Flaubert closes in on the object, seizes it, immobilizes it, and breaks its back, wraps itself around it, changes into stone and petrifies its object along with itself. It is blind and deaf, bloodless, not a breath of life, a deep silence separates it from the sentence which follows, it falls into the void, eternally, and drags its prey down into that infinite fall. Any reality, once described, is struck off the inventory. 16. I am tempted to see this reading as a kind of optical illusion, or photographic enlargement, of an unwittingly genealogical type, in which certain latent or subordinate, properly postmodernist, features of Flaubert's style are anachronistically foregrounded. However, it affords an interesting lesson in periodization and in the dialectical restructuring of cultural dominance and subordinates. For these features, in Flaubert, were symptoms and strategies in that whole posthumous life and resentment of praxis which is denounced, with increasing sympathy, throughout the 3,000 pages of Sartre Family Idiot. When such features become themselves the cultural norm, they shed all such forms of negative affect and become available for other, more decorative uses. But we have not yet fully exhausted the structural secrets of Perelman's poem, which turns out to have little enough to do with that referent called China. The author has, in fact, related how, strolling through Chinatown, he came across a book of photographs whose ideogrammatic captions remained a dead letter to him, or perhaps, one should say, a material signifier. The sentences of the poem in question are then Perelman's own captions to those pictures, their reference another image, another absent text, and the unity of the poem is no longer to be found within its language but outside itself, in the bound unity of another, absent book. There is here a striking parallel to the dynamics of so-called photorealism, which looked like a return to representation and figuration after the long hegemony of the aesthetics of abstraction until it became clear that their objects were not to be found in the real world either but were themselves photographs of that real world, this last now transformed into images, of which the realism of the photorealist painting is now the simulacrum. This account of schizophrenia and temporal organization might, however, have been formulated in a different way, which brings us back to Heidegger's notion of a gap or rift between earth and world, albeit in a fashion that is sharply incompatible with the tone and high seriousness of his own philosophy. I would like to characterize the postmodernist experience of form with what will seem, I hope, a paradoxical slogan, namely, the proposition that difference relates. Our own recent criticism, from Macheri on, has been concerned to stress the heterogeneity and profound discontinuities of the work of art, no longer unified or organic, but now a virtual grab bag or lumber room of disjoint subsystems and random raw materials and impulses of all kinds. The former work of art, in other words, has now turned out to be a text, whose reading proceeds by differentiation rather than by unification. Theories of difference, however, have tended to stress disjunction to the point at which the materials of the text, including its words and sentences, tend to fall apart into random and inert passivity, into a set of elements which entertain separations from one another. In the most interesting postmodernist works, however, one can detect a more positive conception of relationship, which restores its proper tension to the notion of difference itself. This new mode of relationship through difference may sometimes be an achieved new and original way of thinking and perceiving, more often it takes the form of an impossible imperative to achieve that new mutation in what can perhaps no longer be called consciousness. I believe that the most striking emblem of this new mode of thinking relationships can be found in the work of Nam June Paik, whose stacked or scattered television screens, positioned at intervals within lush vegetation, or winking down at us from a ceiling of strange new video stars, recapitulate over and over again pre-arranged sequences or loops of images which return at dissynchronous moments on the various screens. The older aesthetic is then practiced by viewers, who, bewildered by this discontinuous variety, decided to concentrate on a single screen, as though the relatively worthless image sequence to be followed there had some organic value in its own right. The postmodernist viewer, however, is called upon to do the impossible, namely, to see all the screens at once, in their radical and random difference. Such a viewer is asked to follow the evolutionary mutation of David Bowie in The Man Who Fell to Earth, who watches 57 television screens simultaneously, and to rise somehow to a level at which the vivid perception of radical difference is in and of itself a new mode of grasping what used to be called relationship, something for which the word collage is still only a very feeble name. 4. Now we need to complete this exploratory account of postmodernist space and time with a final analysis of that euphoria or those intensities which seem so often to characterize the newer cultural experience. Let us re-emphasize the enormity of a transition which leaves behind it the desolation of Hopper's buildings or the stark Midwest syntax of Sheeler's forms, replacing them with the extraordinary surfaces of the photorealist cityscape, where even the automobile wrecks gleam with some new hallucinatory splendor. The exhilaration of these new surfaces is all the more paradoxical in that their essential content, the city itself, has deteriorated or disintegrated to a degree surely still inconceivable in the early years of the 20th century, let alone in the previous era. How urban squalor can be a delight to the eyes when expressed in commodification, and how an unparalleled quantum leap in the alienation of daily life in the city can now be experienced in the form of a strange new hallucinatory exhilaration. These are some of the questions that confront us in this moment of our inquiry. Nor should the human figure be exempted from investigation, although it seems clear that for the newer aesthetic the representation of space itself has come to be felt as incompatible with the representation of the body, a kind of aesthetic division of labor far more pronounced than in any of the earlier generic conceptions of landscape, and a most ominous symptom indeed. The privileged space of the newer art is radically anti-anthropomorphic, as in the empty bathrooms of Doug Bond's work. The ultimate contemporary fetishization of the human body, however, takes a very different direction in the statues of Dwayne Hansen, what I have already called the simulacrum, whose peculiar function lies in what Sartre would have called the derealization of the whole surrounding world of everyday reality. Your moment of doubt and hesitation as to the breadth and warmth of these polyester figures, in other words, tends to return upon the real human beings moving about you in the museum and to transform them also for the briefest instant into so many dead and flesh-colored simulacra in their own right. The world thereby momentarily loses its depth and threatens to become a glossy skin, a stereoscopic illusion, a rush of filmic images without density. But is this now a terrifying or an exhilarating experience? It has proved fruitful to think of such experiences in terms of what Susan Sontag, in an influential statement, isolated as camp. I propose a somewhat different cross-light on it, drawing on the equally fashionable current theme of the sublime, as it has been rediscovered in the works of Edmund Burke and Kant, or perhaps one might want to yoke the two notions together in the form of something like a camp or hysterical sublime. The sublime was for Burke an experience bordering on terror, the fitful glimpse, in astonishment, stupor, and awe, of what was so enormous as to crush human life altogether, a description then refined by Kant to include the question of representation itself, so that the object of the sublime becomes not only a matter of sheer power and of the physical incommensurability of the human organism with nature but also of the limits of figuration and the incapacity of the human mind to give representation to such enormous forces. Such forces Burke, in his historical moment at the dawn of the modern bourgeois state, was only able to conceptualize in terms of the divine, while even Heidegger continues to entertain a phantasmatic relationship with some organic pre-capitalist peasant landscape and village society, which is the final form of the image of nature in our own time. Today, however, it may be possible to think all this in a different way. At the moment of a radical eclipse of nature itself, Heidegger's field path is, after all, irredeemably and irrevocably destroyed by late capital, by the Green Revolution, by neocolonialism and the megalopolis, which runs its superhighways over the older fields and vacant lots and turns Heidegger's house of being into condominiums, if not the most miserable unheated, rat-infested tenement buildings. The other of our society is in that sense no longer nature at all, as it was in pre-capitalist societies, but something else which we must now identify. I am anxious that this other thing not over hastily be grasped as technology per se, since I will want to show that technology is here itself a figure for something else. Yet technology may well serve as adequate shorthand to designate that enormous properly human and anti-natural power of dead human labor stored up in our machinery and alienated power, what Sartre calls the counter-finality of the practico-inert, which turns back on and against us in unrecognizable forms and seems to constitute the massive dystopian horizon of our collective as well as our individual praxis. Technological development is, however, on the Marxist view the result of the development of capital rather than some ultimately determining instance in its own right. It will therefore be appropriate to distinguish several generations of machine power, several stages of technological revolution within capital itself. I here follow Ernest Mondel, who outlines three such fundamental breaks or quantum leaps in the evolution of machinery under capital. The fundamental revolutions in power technology. The technology of the production of motive machines by machines thus appears as the determinant moment in revolutions of technology as a whole. Machine production of steam-driven motors since 1848, machine production of electric and combustion motors since the 90s of the 19th century, machine production of electronic and nuclear-powered apparatuses since the 40s of the 20th century. These are the three general revolutions in technology engendered by the capitalist mode of production since the original industrial revolution of the later 18th century. 17. This periodization underscores the general thesis of Mondale's book Late Capitalism, namely, that there have been three fundamental moments in capitalism, each one marking a dialectical expansion over the previous stage. These are market capitalism, the monopoly stage or the stage of imperialism, and our own, wrongly called post-industrial, but what might better be termed multinational, capital. I have already pointed out that Mondale's intervention in the post-industrial debate involves the proposition that late or multinational or consumer capitalism, far from being inconsistent with Marx's great 19th-century analysis, constitutes, on the contrary, the purest form of capital yet to have emerged, a prodigious expansion of capital into hitherto uncommodified areas. This purer capitalism of our own time thus eliminates the enclaves of pre-capitalist organization it had hitherto tolerated and exploited in a tributary way. One is tempted to speak in this connection of a new and historically original penetration and colonization of nature and the unconscious, that is, the destruction of pre-capitalist Third World agriculture by the Green Revolution, and the rise of the media and the advertising industry. At any rate, it will also have been clear that my own cultural periodization of the stages of realism, modernism, and postmodernism is both inspired and confirmed by Mondale's tripartite scheme. We may therefore speak of our own period as the Third Machine Age, and it is at this point that we must reintroduce the problem of aesthetic representation already explicitly developed in Kant's earlier analysis of the sublime, since it would seem only logical that the relationship to and the representation of the machine could be expected to shift dialectically with each of these qualitatively different stages of technological development. It is appropriate to recall the excitement of machinery in the moment of capital preceding our own, the exhilaration of futurism, most notably, and of Marinity's celebration of the machine gun and the motor car. These are still visible emblems, sculptural nodes of energy which give tangibility and figuration to the motive energies of that earlier moment of modernization. The prestige of these great streamlined shapes can be measured by their metaphorical presence in Le Corbusier's buildings, vast utopian structures which ride like so many gigantic steamship liners upon the urban scenery of an older fallen earth. Machinery exerts another kind of fascination in the works of artists like Picabia and Duchamp, whom we have no time to consider here, but let me mention, for completeness' sake, the ways in which revolutionary or communist artists of the 1930s also sought to reappropriate this excitement of machine energy for a Promethean reconstruction of human society as a whole, as in Fernand Léger and Diego Rivera. It is immediately obvious that the technology of our own moment no longer possesses the same capacity for representation, not the turbine, nor even Scheeler's grain elevators or smokestacks, not the Baroque elaboration of pipes and conveyor belts, nor even the streamlined profile of the railroad train, all vehicles of speed still concentrated at rest, but rather the computer, whose outer shell has no emblematic or visual power, or even the casings of the various media themselves, as with that home appliance called television, which articulates nothing but rather implodes, carrying its flattened image surface within itself. Such machines are indeed machines of reproduction rather than of production, and they make very different demands on our capacity for aesthetic representation than did the relatively mimetic idolatry of the older machinery of the futurist moment, of some older speed and energy sculpture. Here we have less to do with kinetic energy than with all kinds of new reproductive processes, and in the weaker productions of postmodernism the aesthetic embodiment of such processes often tends to slip back more comfortably into a mere thematic representation of content, into narratives which are about the processes of reproduction and include movie cameras, video, tape recorders, the whole technology of the production and reproduction of the simulacrum. The shift from Antonioni modernist blow-up to De Palma postmodernist blowout is here paradigmatic. When Japanese architects, for example, model a building on the decorative imitation of stacks of cassettes, then the solution is at best thematic and elusive, although often humorous. Yet something else does tend to emerge in the most energetic postmodernist texts, and this is the sense that beyond all thematics or content the work seems somehow to tap the networks of the reproductive process and thereby to afford us some glimpse into a postmodern or technological sublime, whose power or authenticity is documented by the success of such works in evoking a whole new postmodern space in emergence around us. Architecture therefore remains in this sense the privileged aesthetic language, and the distorting and fragmenting reflections of one enormous glass surface to the other can be taken as paradigmatic of the central role of process and reproduction in postmodernist culture. As I have said, however, I want to avoid the implication that technology is in any way the ultimately determining instance either of our present-day social life or of our cultural production. Such a thesis is, of course, ultimately at one with the post-Marxist notion of a post-industrial society. Rather, I want to suggest that our faulty representations of some immense communicational and computer network are themselves but a distorted figuration of something even deeper, namely, the whole world system of a present-day multinational capitalism. The technology of contemporary society is therefore mesmerizing and fascinating not so much in its own right but because it seems to offer some privileged representational shorthand for grasping a network of power and control even more difficult for our minds and imaginations to grasp, the whole new descente or global network of the third stage of capital itself. This is a figural process presently best observed in a whole mode of contemporary entertainment literature. One is tempted to characterize it as high-tech paranoia in which the circuits and networks of some putative global computer hookup are narratively mobilized by labyrinthine conspiracies of autonomous but deadly interlocking and competing information agencies in a complexity often beyond the capacity of the normal reading mind. Yet conspiracy theory, and its garish narrative manifestations, must be seen as a degraded attempt through the figuration of advanced technology to think the impossible totality of the contemporary world system. It is in terms of that enormous and threatening, yet only dimly perceivable, other reality of economic and social institutions that, in my opinion, the postmodern sublime can alone be adequately theorized. Such narratives, which first tried to find expression through the generic structure of the spy novel, have only recently crystallized in a new type of science fiction, called cyberpunk, which is fully as much an expression of transnational corporate realities as it is of global paranoia itself. William Gibson's representational innovations, indeed, mark his work as an exceptional literary realization within a predominantly visual or oral postmodern production. V. Now, before concluding, I want to sketch an analysis of a full-blown postmodern building, a work which is in many ways uncharacteristic of that postmodern architecture whose principal proponents are Robert Venturi, Charles Moore, Michael Graves, and, more recently, Frank Gehry, but which to my mind offers some very striking lessons about the originality of postmodernist space. Let me amplify the figure which has run through the preceding remarks and make it even more explicit. I am proposing the notion that we are here in the presence of something like a mutation in built space itself. My implication is that we ourselves, the human subjects who happen into this new space, have not kept pace with that evolution. There has been a mutation in the object unaccompanied as yet by any equivalent mutation in the subject. We do not yet possess the perceptual equipment to match this new hyperspace, as I will call it, in part because our perceptual habits were formed in that older kind of space I have called the space of high modernism. The newer architecture therefore, like many of the other cultural products I have evoked in the preceding remarks, stands as something like an imperative to grow new organs, to expand our sensorium and our body to some new, yet unimaginable, perhaps ultimately impossible, dimensions. The building whose features I will very rapidly enumerate is the Westin Bonaventure Hotel, built in the new Los Angeles downtown by the architect and developer John Portman, whose other works include the various Hyatt Regencies, the Peachtree Center in Atlanta, and the Renaissance Center in Detroit. I have mentioned the populist aspect of the rhetorical defense of postmodernism against the elite, and utopian, austerities of the great architectural modernisms. It is generally affirmed, in other words, that these newer buildings are popular works, on the one hand, and that they respect the vernacular of the American city fabric, on the other, that is to say, they no longer attempt, as did the masterworks and monuments of high modernism, to insert a different, a distinct, an elevated, a new utopian language into the tawdry and commercial sign system of the surrounding city, but rather they seek to speak that very language, using its lexicon and syntax as that has been emblematically learned from Las Vegas. On the first of these counts, Portman's Bonaventure fully confirms the claim. It is a popular building, visited with enthusiasm by locals and tourists alike, although Portman's other buildings are even more successful in this respect. The populist insertion into the city fabric is, however, another matter, and it is with this that we will begin. There are 3 entrances to the Bonaventure, one from Figueroa and the other 2 by way of elevated gardens on the other side of the hotel, which is built into the remaining slope of the former Bunker Hill. None of these is anything like the old Hotel Marquis, or the monumental Port Cochera with which the sumptuous buildings of yesteryear were wont to stage your passage from City Street to the interior. The entryways of the Bonaventure are, as it were, lateral and rather backdoor affairs. The gardens in the back admit you to the 6th floor of the towers, and even there you must walk down one flight to find the elevator by which you gain access to the lobby. Meanwhile, what one is still tempted to think of as the front entry, on Figueroa, admits you, baggage and all, onto the 2nd-story shopping balcony, from which you must take an escalator down to the main registration desk. What I first want to suggest about these curiously unmarked ways in is that they seem to have been imposed by some new category of closure governing the inner space of the Hotel the Westin Bonaventure, Portman, itself, and this over and above the material constraints under which Portman had to work. I believe that, with a certain number of other characteristic postmodern buildings, such as the Beaubourg in Paris or the Eaton Centre in Toronto, the Bonaventure aspires to being a total space, a complete world, a kind of miniature city. To this new total space, meanwhile, corresponds a new collective practice, a new mode in which individuals move and congregate, something like the practice of a new and historically original kind of hypercrowd. In this sense, then, ideally the mini-city of Portman's Bonaventure ought not to have entrances at all, since the entryway is always the seam that links the building to the rest of the city that surrounds it, for it does not wish to be a part of the city but rather its equivalent and replacement or substitute. That Le Corbusier, unite dehabitation is obviously not possible, whence the downplaying of the entrance to its bare minimum. But this disjunction from the surrounding city is different from that of the monuments of the international style, in which the act of disjunction was violent, visible, and had a very real symbolic significance, as in Le Corbusier's Great Pilotes, whose gesture radically separates the new utopian space of the modern from the degraded and fallen city fabric which it thereby explicitly repudiates, although the gamble of the modern was that this new utopian space, in the virulence of its novum, would fan out and eventually transform its surroundings by the very power of its new spatial language. The Bonaventure, however, is content to let the fallen city fabric continue to be in its being. To parody Heidegger, no further effects, no larger proto-political utopian transformation, is either expected or desired. This diagnosis is confirmed by the great reflective glass skin of the Bonaventure, whose function I will now interpret rather differently than I did a moment ago when I saw the phenomenon of reflection generally as developing a thematics of reproductive technology. The two readings are, however, not incompatible. Now one would want rather to stress the way in which the glass skin repels the city outside, a repulsion for which we have analogies in those reflector sunglasses which make it impossible for your interlocutor to see your own eyes and thereby achieve a certain aggressivity toward and power over the other. In a similar way, the glass skin achieves a peculiar and placeless dissociation of the Bonaventure from its neighborhood. It is not even an exterior, inasmuch as when you seek to look at the hotel's outer walls you cannot see the hotel itself but only the distorted images of everything that surrounds it. Now consider the escalators and elevators. Given their very real pleasures in Portman, particularly the latter, which the artist has termed gigantic kinetic sculptures and which certainly account for much of the spectacle and excitement of the hotel interior, particularly in the Hyatts, where like great Japanese lanterns or gondolas they ceaselessly rise and fall given such a deliberate marking and foregrounding in their own right, I believe one has to see such people movers, Portman's own term, adapted from Disney, as somewhat more significant than mere functions and engineering components. We know in any case that recent architectural theory has begun to borrow from narrative analysis in other fields and to attempt to see our physical trajectories through such buildings as virtual narratives or stories, as dynamic paths and narrative paradigms which we as visitors are asked to fulfill and to complete with our own bodies and movements. In the Bonaventure, however, we find a dialectical heightening of this process. It seems to me that the escalators and elevators here henceforth replace movement but also, and above all, designate themselves as new reflexive signs and emblems of movement proper, something which will become evident when we come to the question of what remains of older forms of movement in this building, most notably walking itself. Here the narrative stroll has been underscored, symbolized, reified, and replaced by a transportation machine which becomes the allegorical signifier of that older promenade we are no longer allowed to conduct on our own, and this is a dialectical intensification of the autoreferentiality of all modern culture, which tends to turn upon itself and designate its own cultural production as its content. I am more at a loss when it comes to conveying the thing itself, the experience of space you undergo when you step off such allegorical devices into the lobby or atrium, with its great central column surrounded by a miniature lake, the whole positioned between the four symmetrical residential towers with their elevators, and surrounded by rising balconies capped by a kind of greenhouse roof at the sixth level. I am tempted to say that such space makes it impossible for us to use the language of volume or volumes any longer, since these are impossible to seize. Hanging streamers indeed suffuse this empty space in such a way as to distract systematically and deliberately from whatever form it might be supposed to have, while a constant busyness gives the feeling that emptiness is here absolutely packed, that it is an element within which you yourself are immersed, without any of that distance that formerly enabled the perception of perspective or volume. You are in this hyperspace up to your eyes and your body, and if it seemed before that that suppression of depth I spoke of in postmodern painting or literature would necessarily be difficult to achieve in architecture itself, perhaps this bewildering immersion may now serve as the formal equivalent in the new medium. Yet escalator and elevator are also in this context dialectical opposites, and we may suggest that the glorious movement of the elevator gondola is also a dialectical compensation for this filled space of the atrium. It gives us the chance at a radically different, but complementary, spatial experience, that of rapidly shooting up through the ceiling and outside, along one of the four symmetrical towers, with the referent, Los Angeles itself, spread out breathtakingly and even alarmingly before us. But even this vertical movement is contained. The elevator lifts you to one of those revolving cocktail lounges, in which, seated, you are again passively rotated about and offered a contemplative spectacle of the city itself, now transformed into its own images by the glass windows through which you view it. We may conclude all this by returning to the central space of the lobby itself, with the passing observation that the hotel rooms are visibly marginalized, the corridors in the residential sections are low-ceilinged and dark, most depressingly functional, while one understands that the rooms are in the worst of taste. The descent is dramatic enough, plummeting back down through the roof to splash down in the lake. What happens when you get there is something else, which can only be characterized as milling confusion, something like the vengeance the space takes on those who still seek to walk through it. Given the absolute symmetry of the four towers, it is quite impossible to get your bearings in this lobby. Recently, color coding and directional signals have been added in a pitiful and revealing, rather desperate, attempt to restore the coordinates of an older space. I will take as the most dramatic practical result of this spatial mutation the notorious dilemma of the shopkeepers on the various balconies. It has been obvious since the opening of the hotel in 1977 that nobody could ever find any of these stores, and even if you once located the appropriate boutique, you would be most unlikely to be as fortunate a second time. As a consequence, the commercial tenants are in despair and all the merchandise is marked down to bargain prices. When you recall that Portman is a businessman as well as an architect and a millionaire developer, an artist who is at one and the same time a capitalist in his own right, one cannot but feel that here too something of a return of the repressed is involved. So I come finally to my principal point here, that this latest mutation in space postmodern hyperspace has finally succeeded in transcending the capacities of the individual human body to locate itself, to organize its immediate surroundings perceptually, and cognitively to map its position in a mappable external world. It may now be suggested that this alarming disjunction point between the body and its built environment, which is to the initial bewilderment of the older modernism as the velocities of spacecraft to those of the automobile, can itself stand as the symbol and analogon of that even sharper dilemma which is the incapacity of our minds, at least at present, to map the great global multinational and decentralized communicational network in which we find ourselves caught as individual subjects. But as I am anxious that Portman's space not be perceived as something either exceptional or seemingly marginalized and leisure specialized on the order of Disneyland, I will conclude by juxtaposing this complacent and entertaining, although bewildering, leisure time space with its analog in a very different area, namely, the space of postmodern warfare, in particular as Michael Hare evokes it in Dispatches, his great book on the experience of Vietnam. The extraordinary linguistic innovations of this work may still be considered postmodern, in the eclectic way in which its language impersonally fuses a whole range of contemporary collective idiolects, most notably rock language and black language, but the fusion is dictated by problems of content. This first terrible postmodernist war cannot be told in any of the traditional paradigms of the war novel or movie. Indeed, that breakdown of all previous narrative paradigms is, along with the breakdown of any shared language through which a veteran might convey such experience, among the principal subjects of the book, and may be said to open up the place of a whole new reflexivity. Benjamin's account of Baudelaire, and of the emergence of modernism from a new experience of city technology which transcends all the older habits of bodily perception, is both singularly relevant and singularly antiquated in the light of this new and virtually unimaginable quantum leap in technological alienation. He was a moving target survivor subscriber, a true child of the war, because except for the rare times when you were pinned or stranded, the system was geared to keep you mobile, if that was what you thought you wanted. As a technique for staying alive, it seemed to make as much sense as anything, given naturally that you were there to begin with and wanted to see it close. It started out sound and straight, but it formed a cone as it progressed, because the more you moved the more you saw, the more you saw the more besides death and mutilation you risked, and the more you risked of that the more you would have to let go of one day as a survivor. Some of us moved around the war like crazy people until we couldn't see which way the run was taking us anymore, only the war all over its surface with occasional, unexpected penetration. As long as we could have choppers like taxis, it took real exhaustion or depression, near shock, or a dozen pipes of opium to keep us even apparently quiet. We'd still be running around inside our skins like something was after us. La vida loca. In the months after I got back, the hundreds of helicopters I'd flown in began to draw together until they'd formed a collective meta-chopper, and in my mind it was the sexiest thing going: saver destroyer, provider waster, right hand left hand, nimble, fluent, canny and human, hot steel, grease, jungle saturated canvas webbing, sweat cooling and warming up again, cassette rock and roll in one ear and door gunfire in the other, fuel, heat, vitality and death, death itself, hardly an intruder. 20. In this new machine, which does not, like the older modernist machinery of the locomotive or the airplane, represent motion, but which can only be represented in motion, something of the mystery of the new postmodernist space is concentrated. 6. The conception of postmodernism outlined here is a historical rather than a merely stylistic one. I cannot stress too greatly the radical distinction between a view for which the postmodern is one, optional, style among many others available, and one which seeks to grasp it as the cultural dominant of the logic of late capitalism. The two approaches in fact generate two very different ways of conceptualizing the phenomenon as a whole. On the one hand, moral judgments, about which it is indifferent whether they are positive or negative, and, on the other, a genuinely dialectical attempt to think our present of time in history. Of some positive moral evaluation of postmodernism little needs to be said. The complacent, yet delirious, camp following celebration of this aesthetic new world, including its social and economic dimension, greeted with equal enthusiasm under the slogan of post-industrial society, is surely unacceptable, although it may be somewhat less obvious that current fantasies about the salvational nature of high technology, from chips to robots, fantasies entertained not only by both left and right governments in distress but also by many intellectuals, are also essentially of a piece with more vulgar apologias for postmodernism. But in that case it is only consequent to reject moralizing condemnations of the postmodern and of its essential triviality when juxtaposed against the utopian high seriousness of the great modernisms, judgments one finds both on the left and on the radical right. And no doubt the logic of the simulacrum, with its transformation of older realities into television images, does more than merely replicate the logic of late capitalism, it reinforces and intensifies it. Meanwhile, for political groups which seek actively to intervene in history and to modify its otherwise passive momentum, whether with a view toward channeling it into a socialist transformation of society or diverting it into the regressive re-establishment of some simpler fantasy past, there cannot but be much that is deplorable and reprehensible in a cultural form of image addiction which, by transforming the past into visual mirages, stereotypes, or texts, effectively abolishes any practical sense of the future and of the collective project, thereby abandoning the thinking of future change to fantasies of sheer catastrophe and inexplicable cataclysm, from visions of terrorism on the social level to those of cancer on the personal. Yet if postmodernism is a historical phenomenon, then the attempt to conceptualize it in terms of moral or moralizing judgments must finally be identified as a category mistake. All of which becomes more obvious when we interrogate the position of the cultural critic and moralist. The latter, along with all the rest of us, is now so deeply immersed in postmodernist space, so deeply suffused and infected by its new cultural categories, that the luxury of the old-fashioned ideological critique, the indignant moral denunciation of the other, becomes unavailable. The distinction I am proposing here knows one canonical form in Hegel's differentiation of the thinking of individual morality or moralizing, Moralitat, from that whole very different realm of collective social values and practices, Sittlichkeit. But it finds its definitive form in Marx's demonstration of the materialist dialectic, most notably in those classic pages of the Manifesto which teach the hard lesson of some more genuinely dialectical way to think historical development and change. The topic of the lesson is, of course, the historical development of capitalism itself and the deployment of a specific bourgeois culture. In a well-known passage Marx powerfully urges us to do the impossible, namely, to think this development positively and negatively all at once, to achieve, in other words, a type of thinking that would be capable of grasping the demonstrably baleful features of capitalism along with its extraordinary and liberating dynamism simultaneously within a single thought, and without attenuating any of the force of either judgment. We are somehow to lift our minds to a point at which it is possible to understand that capitalism is at one and the same time the best thing that has ever happened to the human race, and the worst. The lapse from this austere dialectical imperative into the more comfortable stance of the taking of moral positions is inveterate and all too human. Still, the urgency of the subject demands that we make at least some effort to think the cultural evolution of late capitalism dialectically, as catastrophe and progress all together. Such an effort suggests two immediate questions, with which we will conclude these reflections. Can we in fact identify some moment of truth within the more evident moments of falsehood of postmodern culture? And, even if we can do so, is there not something ultimately paralyzing in the dialectical view of historical development proposed above? Does it not tend to demobilize us and to surrender us to passivity and helplessness by systematically obliterating possibilities of action under the impenetrable fog of historical inevitability? It is appropriate to discuss these two related issues in terms of current possibilities for some effective contemporary cultural politics and for the construction of a genuine political culture. To focus the problem in this way is, of course, immediately to raise the more genuine issue of the fate of culture generally, and of the function of culture specifically, as one social level or instance, in the postmodern era. Everything in the previous discussion suggests that what we have been calling postmodernism is inseparable from, and unthinkable without the hypothesis of, some fundamental mutation of the sphere of culture in the world of late capitalism, which includes a momentous modification of its social function. Older discussions of the space, function, or sphere of culture, mostly notably Herbert Marcuse's classic essay The Affirmative Character of Culture, have insisted on what a different language would call the semi-autonomy of the cultural realm, its ghostly, yet utopian, existence, for good or ill, above the practical world of the existent, whose mirror image it throws back in forms which vary from the legitimations of flattering resemblance to the contestatory indictments of critical satire or utopian pain. What we must now ask ourselves is whether it is not precisely the semi-autonomy of the cultural sphere which has been destroyed by the logic of late capitalism. Yet to argue that culture is today no longer endowed with the relative autonomy it once enjoyed as one level among others in earlier moments of capitalism, let alone in pre-capitalist societies, is not necessarily to imply its disappearance or extinction. Quite the contrary, we must go on to affirm that the dissolution of an autonomous sphere of culture is rather to be imagined in terms of an explosion, a prodigious expansion of culture throughout the social realm, to the point at which everything in our social life from economic value and state power to practices and to the very structure of the psyche itself can be said to have become cultural in some original and yet untheorized sense. This proposition is, however, substantively quite consistent with the previous diagnosis of a society of the image or the simulacrum and a transformation of the real into so many pseudo-events. It also suggests that some of our most cherished and time-honored radical conceptions about the nature of cultural politics may thereby find themselves outmoded. However distinct those conceptions which range from slogans of negativity, opposition, and subversion to critique and reflexivity may have been, they all shared a single, fundamentally spatial, presupposition, which may be resumed in the equally time-honored formula of critical distance. No theory of cultural politics current on the left today has been able to do without one notion or another of a certain minimal aesthetic distance, of the possibility of the positioning of the cultural act outside the massive being of capital, from which to assault this last. What the burden of our preceding demonstration suggests, however, is that distance in general, including critical distance in particular, has very precisely been abolished in the new space of postmodernism. We are submerged in its henceforth filled and suffused volumes to the point where our now postmodern bodies are bereft of spatial coordinates and practically, let alone theoretically, incapable of distantiation. Meanwhile, it has already been observed how the prodigious new expansion of multinational capital ends up penetrating and colonizing those very pre-capitalist enclaves, nature and the unconscious, which offered extraterritorial and Archimedean footholds for critical effectivity. The shorthand language of co-optation is for this reason omnipresent on the left, but would now seem to offer a most inadequate theoretical basis for understanding a situation in which we all, in one way or another, dimly feel that not only punctual and local countercultural forms of cultural resistance and guerrilla warfare but also even overtly political interventions like those of the Clash are all somehow secretly disarmed and reabsorbed by a system of which they themselves might well be considered apart, since they can achieve no distance from it. What we must now affirm is that it is precisely this whole extraordinarily demoralizing and depressing original new global space which is the moment of truth of postmodernism. What has been called the postmodernist sublime is only the moment in which this content has become most explicit, has moved the closest to the surface of consciousness as a coherent new type of space in its own right, even though a certain figural concealment or disguise is still at work here, most notably in the high-tech thematics in which the new spatial content is still dramatized and articulated. Yet the earlier features of the postmodern which were enumerated above can all now be seen as themselves partial, yet constitutive, aspects of the same general spatial object. The argument for a certain authenticity in these otherwise patently ideological productions depends on the prior proposition that what we have been calling postmodern, or multinational, space is not merely a cultural ideology or fantasy but has genuine historical, and socio-economic, reality as a third great original expansion of capitalism around the globe, After the earlier expansions of the national market and the older imperialist system, which each had their own cultural specificity and generated new types of space appropriate to their dynamics. The distorted and unreflexive attempts of newer cultural production to explore and to express this new space must then also, in their own fashion, be considered as so many approaches to the representation of a new reality, to use a more antiquated language. As paradoxical as the terms may seem, they may thus, following a classic interpretive option, be read as peculiar new forms of realism, or at least of the mimesis of reality, while at the same time they can equally well be analyzed as so many attempts to distract and divert us from that reality or to disguise its contradictions and resolve them in the guise of various formal mystifications. As for that reality itself, however, the as yet untheorized original space of some new world system of multinational or late capitalism, a space whose negative or baleful aspects are only too obvious, the dialectic requires us to hold equally to a positive or progressive evaluation of its emergence, as Marx did for the world market as the horizon of national economies, or as Lenin did for the older imperialist global network. For neither Marx nor Lenin was socialism a matter of returning to smaller, and thereby less repressive and comprehensive, systems of social organization. Rather, the dimensions attained by capital in their own times were grasped as the promise, the framework, and the precondition for the achievement of some new and more comprehensive socialism. Is this not the case with the yet more global and totalizing space of the New World System, which demands the intervention and elaboration of an internationalism of a radically new type? The disastrous realignment of socialist revolution with the older nationalisms, not only in Southeast Asia, whose results have necessarily aroused much serious recent left reflection, can be adduced in support of this position. But if all this is so, then at least one possible form of a new radical cultural politics becomes evident, with a final aesthetic proviso that must quickly be noted. Left cultural producers and theorists, particularly those formed by bourgeois cultural traditions issuing from Romanticism and valorizing spontaneous, instinctive, or unconscious forms of genius, but also for very obvious historical reasons such as Stanovism and the sorry consequences of political and party interventions in the arts, have often by reaction allowed themselves to be unduly intimidated by the repudiation, in bourgeois aesthetics and most notably in high modernism, of one of the age-old functions of art, the pedagogical and the didactic. The teaching function of art was, however, always stressed in classical times, even though it there mainly took the form of moral lessons, while the prodigious and still imperfectly understood work of Brecht reaffirms, in a new and formally innovative and original way, for the moment of modernism proper, a complex new conception of the relationship between culture and pedagogy. The cultural model I will propose similarly foregrounds the cognitive and pedagogical dimensions of political art and culture, dimensions stressed in very different ways by both Lukács and Brecht, for the distinct moments of realism and modernism, respectively. We cannot, however, return to aesthetic practices elaborated on the basis of historical situations and dilemmas which are no longer ours. Meanwhile, the conception of space that has been developed here suggests that a model of political culture appropriate to our own situation will necessarily have to raise spatial issues as its fundamental organizing concern. I will therefore provisionally define the aesthetic of this new, and hypothetical, cultural form as an aesthetic of cognitive mapping. In a classic work, The Image of the City, Kevin Lynch taught us that the alienated city is above all a space in which people are unable to map, in their minds, either their own positions or the urban totality in which they find themselves, grids such as those of Jersey City, in which none of the traditional markers, monuments, nodes, natural boundaries, built perspectives, obtain, are the most obvious examples. Disalienation in the traditional city, then, involves the practical reconquest of a sense of place and the construction or reconstruction of an articulated ensemble which can be retained in memory and which the individual subject can map and remap along the moments of mobile, alternative trajectories. Lynch's own work is limited by the deliberate restriction of his topic to the problems of city form as such, Yet it becomes extraordinarily suggestive when projected outward onto some of the larger national and global spaces we have touched on here. Nor should it be too hastily assumed that his model, while it clearly raises very central issues of representation as such, is in any way easily vitiated by the conventional post-structural critiques of the ideology of representation or mimesis. The cognitive map is not exactly mimetic in that older sense. Indeed, the theoretical issues it poses allow us to renew the analysis of representation on a higher and much more complex level. There is, for one thing, a most interesting convergence between the empirical problems studied by Lynch in terms of city space and the great Althusserian, and Lacanian, redefinition of ideology as the representation of the subject's imaginary relationship to his or her real conditions of existence. Surely this is exactly what the cognitive map is called upon to do in the narrower framework of daily life in the physical city, to enable a situational representation on the part of the individual subject to that vaster and properly unrepresentable totality which is the ensemble of society's structures as a whole. Yet Lynch's work also suggests a further line of development insofar as cartography itself constitutes its key mediatory instance. A return to the history of this science, which is also an art, shows us that Lynch's model does not yet, in fact, really correspond to what will become map-making. Lynch's subjects are rather clearly involved in precartographic operations whose results traditionally are described as itineraries rather than as maps, diagrams organized around the still subject-centered or existential journey of the traveler, along which various significant key features are marked: oases, mountain ranges, rivers, monuments, and the like. The most highly developed form of such diagrams is the nautical itinerary, the sea chart, or petulant, where coastal features are noted for the use of Mediterranean navigators who rarely venture out into the open sea. Yet the compass at once introduces a new dimension into sea charts, a dimension that will utterly transform the problematic of the itinerary and allow us to pose the problem of a genuine cognitive mapping in a far more complex way. For the new instruments compass, sextant, and theodolite correspond not merely to new geographic and navigational problems, the difficult matter of determining longitude, particularly on the curving surface of the planet, as opposed to the simpler matter of latitude, which European navigators can still empirically determine by ocular inspection of the African coast. They also introduce a whole new coordinate, the relationship to the totality, particularly as it is mediated by the stars, and by new operations like that of triangulation. At this point, cognitive mapping in the broader sense comes to require the coordination of existential data, the empirical position of the subject, with unlived, abstract conceptions of the geographic totality. Finally, with the first globe, 1490, and the invention of the Mercator projection at about the same time, yet a third dimension of cartography emerges, which at once involves what we would today call the nature of representational codes, the intrinsic structures of the various media, the intervention, into more naive mimetic conceptions of mapping, of the whole new fundamental question of the languages of representation itself, in particular the unresolvable, well-nigh Heisenbergian, dilemma of the transfer of curved space to flat charts. At this point it becomes clear that there can be no true maps. At the same time it also becomes clear that there can be scientific progress, or better still, a dialectical advance, in the various historical moments of map-making. Transcoding all this now into the very different problematic of the Althusserian definition of ideology, one would want to make 2 points. The first is that the Althusserian concept now allows us to rethink these specialized geographical and cartographic issues in terms of social space, in terms, for example, of social class and national or international context, in terms of the ways in which we all necessarily also cognitively map our individual social relationship to local, national, and international class realities. Yet to reformulate the problem in this way is also to come starkly up against those very difficulties in mapping which are posed in heightened and original ways by that very global space of the postmodernist or multinational moment which has been under discussion here. These are not merely theoretical issues, they have urgent practical political consequences, as is evident from the conventional feelings of first world subjects that existentially, or empirically, they really do inhabit a post-industrial society from which traditional production has disappeared and in which social classes of the classical type no longer exist, a conviction which has immediate effects on political praxis. The second point is that a return to the Lacanian underpinnings of Althusser's theory can afford some useful and suggestive methodological enrichments. Althusser's formulation remobilizes an older and henceforth classical Marxian distinction between science and ideology that is not without value for us even today. The existential, the positioning of the individual subject, the experience of daily life, the monadic point of view on the world to which we are necessarily, as biological subjects, restricted, is in Althusser's formula implicitly opposed to the realm of abstract knowledge, a realm which, as Lacan reminds us, is never positioned in or actualized by any concrete subject but rather by that structural void called le sujet supposé savoir, the subject supposed to know, a subject place of knowledge. What is affirmed is not that we cannot know the world and its totality in some abstract or scientific way. Marxian science provides just such a way of knowing and conceptualizing the world abstractly, in the sense in which, for example, Mondel's great book offers a rich and elaborated knowledge of that global world system, of which it has never been said here that it was unknowable but merely that it was unrepresentable, which is a very different matter. The Althusserian formula, in other words, designates a gap, a rift, between existential experience and scientific knowledge. Ideology has then the function of somehow inventing a way of articulating those two distinct dimensions with each other. What a historicist view of this definition would want to add is that such coordination, the production of functioning and living ideologies, is distinct in different historical situations, and, above all, that there may be historical situations in which it is not possible at all, and this would seem to be our situation in the current crisis. But the Lacanian system is threefold, and not dualistic. To the Marxian Althusserian opposition of ideology and science correspond only two of Lacan's tripartite functions, the imaginary and the real, respectively. Our digression on cartography, however, with its final revelation of a properly representational dialectic of the codes and capacities of individual languages or media, reminds us that what has until now been omitted was the dimension of the Lacanian symbolic itself. An aesthetic of cognitive mapping, a pedagogical political culture which seeks to endow the individual subject with some new heightened sense of its place in the global system, will necessarily have to respect this now enormously complex representational dialectic and invent radically new forms in order to do it justice. This is not then, clearly, a call for a return to some older kind of machinery, some older and more transparent national space, or some more traditional and reassuring perspectival or mimetic enclave. The new political art, if it is possible at all, will have to hold to the truth of postmodernism, that is to say, to its fundamental object, the world space of multinational capital, at the same time at which it achieves a breakthrough to some as yet unimaginable new mode of representing this last, in which we may again begin to grasp our positioning as individual and collective subjects and regain a capacity to act and struggle which is at present neutralized by our spatial as well as our social confusion. The political form of postmodernism, if there ever is any, will have as its vocation the invention and projection of a global cognitive mapping, on a social as well as a spatial scale. 2. Theories of the postmodern. The problem of postmodernism, how its fundamental characteristics are to be described, whether it even exists in the first place, whether the very concept is of any use, or is, on the contrary, a mystification. This problem is at one and the same time an aesthetic and a political one. The various positions that can logically be taken on it, whatever terms they are couched in, can always be shown to articulate visions of history in which the evaluation of the social moment in which we live today is the object of an essentially political affirmation or repudiation. Indeed, the very enabling premise of the debate turns on an initial, strategic presupposition about our social system. To grant some historic originality to a postmodernist culture is also implicitly to affirm some radical structural difference between what is sometimes called consumer society and earlier moments of the capitalism from which it emerged. The various logical possibilities, however, are necessarily linked with the taking of a position on that other issue inscribed in the very designation postmodernism itself, namely, the evaluation of what must now be called high or classical modernism. Indeed, when we make some initial inventory of the varied cultural artifacts that might plausibly be characterized as postmodern, the temptation is strong to seek the family resemblance of such heterogeneous styles and products not in themselves but in some common high modernist impulse and aesthetic against which they all, in one way or another, stand in reaction. The architectural debates, however, the inaugural discussions of postmodernism as a style, have the merit of making the political resonance of these seemingly aesthetic issues inescapable and allowing it to be detectable in the sometimes more coded or veiled discussions in the other arts. On the whole, 4 general positions on postmodernism may be disengaged from the variety of recent pronouncements on the subject, yet even this relatively neat scheme, or combinatoire, is further complicated by one's impression that each of these possibilities is susceptible of either a politically progressive or a politically reactionary expression, speaking now from a Marxist or more generally left perspective. One can, for example, salute the arrival of postmodernism from an essentially anti-modernist standpoint. A somewhat earlier generation of theorists, most notably Iyab Hassan, seem already to have done something like this when they dealt with the postmodernist aesthetic in terms of a more properly post-structuralist thernatics, the Telkal attack on the ideology of representation, the Heideggerian or Derridean end of Western metaphysics, where what is often not yet called postmodernism, see the utopian prophecy at the end of Foucault's The Order of Things, is saluted as the coming of a whole new way of thinking and being in the world. But since Hassan's celebration also includes a number of the more extreme monuments of high modernism, Joyce, Mallarmé, this would be a relatively more ambiguous stance were it not for the accompanying celebration of a new information high technology which marks the affinity between such evocations and the political thesis of a properly post-industrial society. All of which is largely disambiguated in Tom Wolfe's From Bauhaus to Our House, an otherwise undistinguished book report on the recent architectural debates by a writer whose own new journalism itself constitutes one of the varieties of postmodernism. What is interesting and symptomatic about this book, however, is the absence of any utopian celebration of the postmodern and, far more striking, the passionate hatred of the modern that breathes through the otherwise obligatory camp sarcasm of the rhetoric, and this is not a new, but a dated and archaic passion. It is as though the original horror of the first middle-class spectators of the very emergence of the modern itself, the first Corbusiers, as white as the first freshly built cathedrals of the 12th century, the first scandalous Picasso heads with 2 eyes on one profile like a flounder, the stunning obscurity of the first editions of Ulysses or the wastelandous disgust of the original Philistines, Spiessberger, Bourgeois, or Main Street Baby-Try, had suddenly come back to life. Infusing the newer critiques of modernism with an ideologically very different spirit whose effect is, on the whole, to reawaken in the reader an equally archaic sympathy with the proto-political, utopian, anti-middle-class impulses of a now extinct high modernism itself. Wolfe's diatribe thus offers a textbook example of the way in which a reasoned and contemporary, theoretical repudiation of the modern, much of whose progressive force springs from a new sense of the urban and a now considerable experience of the destruction of older forms of communal and urban life in the name of a high modernist orthodoxy, can be handily reappropriated and pressed into the service of an explicitly reactionary cultural politics. These positions, anti-modern, pro-postmodern, then find their opposite number and structural inversion in a group of counter-statements whose aim is to discredit the shoddiness and irresponsibility of the postmodern in general by way of a reaffirmation of the authentic impulse of a high modernist tradition still considered to be alive and vital. Hilton Kramer's twin manifestos in the inaugural issue of his journal, The New Criterion, articulate these views with force, contrasting the moral responsibility of the masterpieces and monuments of classical modernism with the fundamental irresponsibility and superficiality of a postmodernism associated with camp and the facetiousness of which Wolfe's style is a ripe and obvious example. What is more paradoxical is that politically Wolfe and Kramer have much in common, and there would seem to be a certain inconsistency in the way in which Kramer must seek to eradicate from the high seriousness of the classics of the modern their fundamentally anti-middle-class stance and the proto-political passion which informs the repudiation, by the great modernists, of Victorian taboos and family life, of commodification, and of the increasing asphyxiation of a desacralizing capitalism. From Ibsen to Lawrence, from Van Gogh to Jackson Pollock. Kramer's ingenious attempt to assimilate this ostensibly anti-bourgeois stance of the great modernists to a loyal opposition secretly nourished, by way of foundations and grants, by the bourgeoisie itself, while signally unconvincing, is surely itself enabled by the contradictions of the cultural politics of modernism proper, whose negations depend on the persistence of what they repudiate and entertain when they do not, very rarely indeed, as in Brecht, attain some genuine political self-consciousness, a symbiotic relationship with capital. It is, however, easier to understand Kramer's move here when the political project of the new criterion is clarified, for the mission of the journal is clearly to eradicate the 60s itself and what remains of its legacy, to consign that whole period to the kind of oblivion which the 50s was able to devise for the 30s, or the 20s for the rich political culture of the pre-World War I era. The new criterion therefore inscribes itself in the effort, ongoing and at work everywhere today, to construct some new conservative cultural counter-revolution, whose terms range from the aesthetic to the ultimate defense of the family and religion. It is therefore paradoxical that this essentially political project should explicitly deplore the omnipresence of politics in contemporary culture, an infection largely spread during the 60s but which Kramer holds responsible for the moral imbecility of the postmodernism of our own period. The problem with the operation, an obviously indispensable one from the conservative viewpoint, is that for whatever reason, its paper money rhetoric does not seem to have been backed by the solid gold of state power, as was the case with McCarthyism or during the period of the Palmer raids. The failure of the Vietnam War seems, at least for the moment, to have made the naked exercise of repressive power impossible and to have endowed the 60s with a persistence in collective memory and experience that it was not given to the traditions of the 30s or the pre-World War I period to know. Kramer's cultural revolution therefore tends most often to lapse into a feeble and sentimental nostalgia for the 50s and the Eisenhower era. In the light of what has been shown for an earlier set of positions on modernism and postmodernism, it will not be surprising that in spite of the openly conservative ideology of this second evaluation of the contemporary cultural scene, the latter can also be appropriated for what is surely a far more progressive line on the subject. We are indebted to Jürgen Habermas for this dramatic reversal and re-articulation of what remains the affirmation of the supreme value of the modern and the repudiation of the theory and practice of postmodernism. For Habermas, however, the vice of postmodernism consists very centrally in its politically reactionary function, as the attempt everywhere to discredit a modernist impulse Habermas himself associates with the bourgeois Enlightenment and its still universalizing and utopian spirit. With Adorno himself, Habermas seeks to rescue and recommemorate what both see as the essentially negative, critical, and utopian power of the great high modernisms. On the other hand, his attempt to associate these last with the spirit of the 18th century Enlightenment marks a decisive break indeed with Adorno and Horkheimer's somber dialectic of Enlightenment, in which the scientific ethos of the philosophes is dramatized as a misguided will to power and domination over nature, and their desacralizing program as the first stage in the development of a sheerly instrumentalizing worldview which will lead straight to Auschwitz. This very striking divergence can be accounted for by Habermas's own vision of history, which seeks to maintain the promise of liberalism and the essentially utopian content of the first, universalizing bourgeois ideology, equality, civil rights, humanitarianism, free speech, and open media, over against the failure of those ideals to be realized in the development of capitalism itself. As for the aesthetic terms of the debate, however, it will not be adequate to respond to Habermas's resuscitation of the modern by some mere empirical certification of the latter's extinction. We need to take into account the possibility that the national situation in which Habermas thinks and writes is rather different from our own. McCarthyism and repression are, for one thing, realities in the Federal Republic of Germany today, and the intellectual intimidation of the left and the silencing of a left culture, largely associated, by the West German right, with terrorism, has been on the whole a far more successful operation than elsewhere in the West. The triumph of a new McCarthyism and of the culture of the Spießbürger and the Philistine suggests the possibility that in this particular national situation Habermas may well be right, and the older forms of high modernism may still retain something of the subversive power they have lost elsewhere. In that case, a postmodernism which seeks to enfeeble and undermine that power may well also merit his ideological diagnosis in a local way, even though the assessment remains ungeneralizable. Both of the previous positions, anti-modern/pro-postmodern, and pro-modern/anti-postmodern, are characterized by an acceptance of the new term, which is tantamount to an agreement on the fundamental nature of some decisive break between the modern and the postmodern moments, however these last are evaluated. There remain, however, two final logical possibilities, both of which depend on the repudiation of any conception of such a historical break, and which therefore, implicitly or explicitly, call into question the usefulness of the very category of postmodernism. As for the works associated with the latter, they will then be assimilated back into classical modernism proper, so that the postmodern becomes little more than the form taken by the authentically modern in our own period, and a mere dialectical intensification of the old modernist impulse toward innovation. I must here omit yet another series of debates, largely academic, in which the very continuity of modernism as it is here reaffirmed is itself called into question by some vaster sense of the profound continuity of Romanticism, from the late 18th century on, of which both the modern and the postmodern will be seen as mere organic stages. The two final positions on the subject thus logically prove to be a positive and negative assessment, respectively, of a postmodernism now assimilated back into the high modernist tradition. Jean-François Lyotard thus proposes that his own vital commitment to the new and the emergent, to a contemporary or post-contemporary cultural production now widely characterized as postmodern, be grasped as part and parcel of a reaffirmation of the authentic older high modernisms very much in Adorno's spirit. The ingenious twist, or swerve, in his own proposal involves the proposition that something called postmodernism does not follow high modernism proper, as the latter's waste product, but rather very precisely precedes and prepares it, so that the contemporary postmodernisms all around us may be seen as the promise of the return and the reinvention, the triumphant reappearance, of some new high modernism endowed with all its older power and with fresh life. This is a prophetic stance whose analyses turn on the anti-representational thrust of modernism and postmodernism. Lyotard's aesthetic positions, however, cannot be adequately evaluated in aesthetic terms, since what informs them is an essentially social and political conception of a new social system beyond classical capitalism. Our old friend post-industrial society, the vision of a regenerated modernism, is, in that sense, inseparable from a certain prophetic faith in the possibilities and promise of the new society itself in full emergence. The negative inversion of this position will then clearly involve an ideological repudiation of modernism of a type which might conceivably range from Lukács's older analysis of modernist forms as the replication of the reification of capitalist social life all the way to some of the more articulated critiques of high modernism of the present day. What distinguishes this final position from the anti-modernisms already outlined above is, however, that it does not speak from the security of an affirmation of some new postmodernist culture, but rather sees even the latter itself as a mere degeneration of the already stigmatized impulses of high modernism proper. This particular position, perhaps the bleakest of all and the most implacably negative, can be vividly confronted in the works of the Venetian architecture historian Manfredo Tafuri, whose extensive analyses constitute a powerful indictment of what we have termed the proto-political impulses in high modernism, the utopian substitution of cultural politics for politics proper, the vocation to transform the world by transforming its forms, space, or language. Tafuri is, however, no less harsh in his anatomy of the negative, demystifying, critical vocation of the various modernisms, whose function he reads as a kind of Hegelian ruse of history whereby the instrumentalizing and desacralizing tendencies of capital itself are ultimately realized through just such demolition work by the thinkers and artists of the modern movement. Their anti-capitalism therefore ends up laying the basis for the total bureaucratic organization and control of late capitalism, and it is only logical that Tafuri should conclude by positing the impossibility of any radical transformation of culture before a radical transformation of social relations themselves. The political ambivalence demonstrated in the earlier two positions seems to me to be maintained here, but within the positions of both of these very complex thinkers. Unlike many of the previously mentioned theorists, Tafuri and Lyotard are both explicitly political figures with an overt commitment to the values of an older revolutionary tradition. It is clear, for example, that Lyotard's embattled endorsement of the supreme value of aesthetic innovation is to be understood as the figure for a certain kind of revolutionary stance, while Tafuri's whole conceptual framework is largely consistent with the classical Marxist tradition. Yet both are also, implicitly and more openly at certain strategic moments, rewritable in terms of a post-Marxism which at length becomes indistinguishable from anti-Marxism proper. Lyotard has, for example, very frequently sought to distinguish his revolutionary aesthetic from the older ideals of political revolution, which he sees as either Stalinist or archaic and incompatible with the conditions of the new post-industrial social order, while Tafuri's apocalyptic notion of the total social revolution implies a conception of the total system of capitalism which, in a period of depolitization and reaction, is only too fatally destined for the kind of discouragement which has so often led Marxists to a renunciation of the political altogether. Horkheimer and Merleau-Ponty come to mind, along with many of the ex-Trotskyists of the 30s and 40s and the ex-Maoists of the 60s and 70s. The combination scheme outlined above can now be schematically represented as follows: the plus and minus signs designating the politically progressive or reactionary functions of the positions in question. With these remarks we come full circle and can now return to the more positive potential political content of the first position in question, and in particular to the question of a certain populist impulse in postmodernism which it has been the merit of Charles Jenks, but also of Venturi and others, to have underscored, a question that will also allow us to deal a little more adequately with the absolute pessimism of Tafuri's Marxism itself. What must first be observed, however, is that most of the political positions which we have found to inform what is most often conducted as an aesthetic debate are in reality moralizing ones that seek to develop final judgments on the phenomenon of postmodernism, whether the latter is stigmatized as corrupt or, on the other hand, saluted as a culturally and aesthetically healthy and positive form of innovation. But a genuinely historical and dialectical analysis of such phenomena, particularly when it is a matter of a present of time and of history in which we ourselves exist and struggle, cannot afford the impoverished luxury of such absolute moralizing judgments. The dialectic is beyond good and evil in the sense of some easy taking of sides, whence the glacial and inhuman spirit of its historical vision, something that already disturbed contemporaries about Hegel's original system. The point is that we are within the culture of postmodernism to the point where its facile repudiation is as impossible as any equally facile celebration of it is complacent and corrupt. Ideological judgment on postmodernism today necessarily implies, one would think, a judgment on ourselves as well as on the artifacts in question, nor can an entire historical period, such as our own, be grasped in any adequate way by means of global moral judgments or their somewhat degraded equivalent, pop psychological diagnoses. On the classical Marxian view, the seeds of the future already exist within the present and must be conceptually disengaged from it, both through analysis and through political praxis. The workers of the Paris Commune, Marx once remarked in a striking phrase, have no ideals to realize. They merely sought to disengage emergent forms of new social relations from the older capitalist social relations in which the former had already begun to stir. In place of the temptation either to denounce the complacencies of postmodernism as some final symptom of decadence or to salute the new forms as the harbingers of a new technological and technocratic utopia, it seems more appropriate to assess the new cultural production within the working hypothesis of a general modification of culture itself with the social restructuring of late capitalism as a system. 7. As for emergence, however, Jenks's assertion that postmodern architecture distinguishes itself from that of high modernism through its populist priorities may serve as the starting point for some more general discussion. What is meant, in the specifically architectural context, is that where the now more classical high modernist space of a Corbusier or a Wright sought to differentiate itself radically from the fallen city fabric in which it appeared, its forms thus dependent on an act of radical disjunction from its spatial context, the great pilotes dramatizing separation from the ground and safeguarding the novum of the new space, postmodernist buildings, on the contrary, celebrate their insertion into the heterogeneous fabric of the commercial strip and the motel and fast food landscape of the post-superhighway American city. Meanwhile, a play of illusion and formal echoes, historicism, secures the kinship of these new art buildings with the surrounding commercial icons and spaces, thereby renouncing the high modernist claim to radical difference and innovation. Whether this undoubtedly significant feature of the newer architecture is to be characterized as populist must remain an open question. It would seem essential to distinguish the emergent forms of a new commercial culture, beginning with advertisements and spreading onto formal packaging of all kinds, from products to buildings, and not excluding artistic commodities such as television shows, the logo, and bestsellers and films from the older kinds of folk and genuinely popular culture which flourished when the older social classes of a peasantry and an urban artisanate still existed, and which, from the mid-19th century on, has gradually been colonized and extinguished by commodification and the market system. What can at least be admitted is the more universal presence of this particular feature, which appears more unambiguously in the other arts as an effacement of the older distinction between high and so-called mass culture, a distinction on which modernism depended for its specificity, its utopian function consisting at least in part in the securing of a realm of authentic experience over against the surrounding environment of middle and lowbrow commercial culture. Indeed, it can be argued that the emergence of high modernism is itself contemporaneous with the first great expansion of a recognizably mass culture. Zola may be taken as the marker for the last coexistence of the art novel and the bestseller within a single text. It is this constitutive differentiation which now seems on the point of disappearing. We have already mentioned the way in which, in music, after Schoenberg and even after Cage, the two antithetical traditions of the classical and the popular once again begin to merge. In the visual arts, the renewal of photography as a significant medium in its own right and also as the plane of substance in pop art or photorealism is a crucial symptom of the same process. At any rate, it becomes minimally obvious that the newer artists no longer quote the materials, the fragments and motifs, of a mass or popular culture, as Flaubert began to do. They somehow incorporate them to the point where many of our older critical and evaluative categories, founded precisely on the radical differentiation of modernist and mass culture, no longer seem functional. But if this is the case, then it seems at least possible that what wears the mask and makes the gestures of populism in the various postmodernist apologias and manifestos is in reality a mere reflex and symptom of a, to be sure momentous, cultural mutation, in which what used to be stigmatized as mass or commercial culture is now received into the precincts of a new and enlarged cultural realm. In any case, one would expect a term drawn from the typology of political ideologies to undergo basic semantic readjustments when its initial referent, that popular front-class coalition of workers, peasants, and petits bourgeois generally called the people, has disappeared. Perhaps, however, this is not so new a story after all. One remembers, indeed, Freud's delight at discovering an obscure tribal culture, which alone among the multitudinous traditions of dream analysis had managed to hit on the notion that all dreams had hidden sexual meanings except for sexual dreams, which meant something else. So also it would seem in the postmodernist debate, and the depoliticized bureaucratic society to which it corresponds, where all seemingly cultural positions turn out to be symbolic forms of political moralizing, except for the single overtly political note, which suggests a slippage from politics back into culture again. Here the usual objection that the class includes itself and that the taxonomy fails to include any, sufficiently privileged, place from which to observe itself or to provide for its own theorization has to be reckoned into the theory as a kind of bad reflexivity that eats its own tail without ever squaring the circle. Postmodernism theory seems indeed to be a ceaseless process of internal rollover in which the position of the observer is turned inside out and the tabulation recontinued on some larger scale. The postmodern thus invites us to indulge a somber mockery of historicity in general, wherein the effort at self-consciousness with which our own situation somehow completes the act of historical understanding, repeats itself drearily as in the worst kinds of dreams, and juxtaposes, to its own pertinent philosophical repudiation of the very concept of self-consciousness, a grotesque carnival of the latter's various replays. The reminder of this interminability is then staged in the form of the inescapability of the plus and minus signs that emerge from their local slots to bedevil the external observer and to insist ceaselessly on a moral judgment excluded in advance from the theory itself. The provisional act of prestidigitation whereby even this moral judgment is added to the list of pertinent features, by a theory momentarily able to get outside itself and to include its own external boundaries, scarcely lasts as long as it takes for the theory to reform and serenely to become an example of what the closure it proposes and foretells is supposed to look like. Postmodernism theory can thus finally rise to the level of the system itself as well as its most intimate propagandas, which celebrate the innate freedom of an increasingly absolute self-reproduction. These circumstances, which forestall in advance any foolproof theory of the postmodern that can be recommended unreservedly as a weapon let alone a litmus paper, demand some thoughts about an approximate proper use that does not lead us back into the self-indulgence of this or that infinite regress. In this particular new enchanted realm, however, the false problem may have become the only place of truth, so that reflection on the impossible matter of the nature of a political art in conditions that exclude it by definition may not be the worst way of marking time. Indeed, I imagine, and the pages to come may or may not confirm, that postmodern political art might turn out to be just that, not art in any older sense, but an interminable conjecture on how it could be possible in the first place. As for the dualisms of the modern/postmodern, which are considerably more intolerable than most garden variety dualisms, and thus are perhaps immunized in advance against the misuses of which such dualism are infallibly the mark as well as the instrument, it may be possible that the addition of a third term absent from the present work, but mobilized elsewhere in a related one may serve to convert this reversible scheme for registering difference into a more productive and portable historical schema. That third term, call it realism for the moment and for want of something better, acknowledges the emergence of the secular referent from the Enlightenment purging of the sacred codes, at the same time that it accuses some first setting in place of the economic system itself, before both language and the market go on to know declensions of the second degree in the modern and imperialism. This new third term, then, earlier than the others, holds them together with whatever fourth terms are hypothesized for the various pre-capitalisms and affords a more abstract developmental paradigm that seems to recapitulate its chronology out of all chronological order, as in film, or rock music, or black literature, for example. What rescues the new schema from the aporias of the dualisms enumerated here then also offers a kind of intellectual training in leaving the dates out, a kind of ascesis of the diachronic in which we learn to postpone the final gratification of the chronological as a mode of understanding, a gratification that would in any case involve getting out of the system itself, of which, however, the two or three terms rehearsed here are the internal, infinitely substitutable elements. As long as we cannot do that, and in the face of some justified reluctance to deploy a third term, itself as internally conflicted as the other two taken together, only the following simple and hygienic recommendation can be proposed, namely, that the dualism be used in some sense against itself, like a lateral field of vision requiring you to fix an object you have no interest in. So it is that, rigorously conducted, an inquiry into this or that feature of the postmodern will end up telling us little of value about postmodernism itself, but against its own will, and quite unintentionally a great deal about the modern proper, and perhaps the converse will also turn out to be true, even though the two were never to have been thought of as symmetrical opposites in the first place. An ever more rapid alternation between them can at the least help the celebratory posture or the old-fashioned fulminatory moralizing gesture from freezing into place. 3. Surrealism without the unconscious. It has often been said that every age is dominated by a privileged form, or genre, which seems by its structure the fittest to express its secret truths, or perhaps, if you prefer a more contemporary way of thinking about it, which seems to offer the richest symptom of what Sartre would have called the objective neurosis of that particular time and place. Today, however, I think we would no longer look for such characteristic or symptomatic objects in the world and the language of forms or genres. Capitalism, and the modern age, is a period in which, with the extinction of the sacred and the spiritual, the deep underlying materiality of all things has finally risen dripping and convulsive into the light of day, and it is clear that culture itself is one of those things whose fundamental materiality is now for us not merely evident but quite inescapable. This has, however, also been a historical lesson. It is because culture has become material that we are now in a position to understand that it always was material, or materialistic, in its structures and functions. We post-contemporary people have a word for that discovery, a word that has tended to displace the older language of genres and forms, and this is, of course, the word medium, and in particular its plural, media, a word which now conjoins three relatively distinct signals: that of an artistic mode or specific form of aesthetic production, that of a specific technology, generally organized around a central apparatus or machine, and that, finally, of a social institution. These three areas of meaning do not define a medium, or the media, but designate the distinct dimensions that must be addressed in order for such a definition to be completed or constructed. It should be evident that most traditional and modern aesthetic concepts largely, but not exclusively, designed for literary texts do not require this simultaneous attention to the multiple dimensions of the material, the social, and the aesthetic. It is because we have had to learn that culture today is a matter of media that we have finally begun to get it through our heads that culture was always that, and that the older forms or genres, or indeed the older spiritual exercises and meditations, thoughts and expressions, were also in their very different ways media products. The intervention of the machine, the mechanization of culture, and the mediation of culture by the consciousness industry are now everywhere the case, and perhaps it might be interesting to explore the possibility that they were always the case throughout human history, and within even the radical difference of older, pre-capitalist modes of production. Nonetheless, what is paradoxical about this displacement of literary terminology by an emergent mediatic conceptuality is that it takes place at the very moment in which the philosophical priority of language itself and of the various linguistic philosophies has become dominant and well-nigh universal. Thus, the written text loses its privileged and exemplary status at the very moment when the available conceptualities for analyzing the enormous variety of objects of study with which reality presents us, now all in their various ways designated as so many texts, have become almost exclusively linguistic in orientation. Media analysis in linguistic or semiotic terms therefore may well appear to involve an imperializing enlargement of the domain of language to include nonverbal visual or musical, bodily, spatial phenomena, but it may equally well spell a critical and disruptive challenge to the very conceptual instruments which have been mobilized to complete this operation of assimilation. As for the emergent priority of the media today, this is scarcely a new discovery. For some 70 years the cleverest prophets have warned us regularly that the dominant art form of the 20th century was not literature at all, nor even painting or theater or the symphony, but rather the one new and historically unique art invented in the contemporary period, namely film, that is to say, the first distinctively mediatic art form. What is strange about this prognosis, whose unassailable validity has with time become a commonplace, is that it should have had so little practical effect. Indeed, literature, sometimes intelligently and opportunistically absorbing the techniques of film back into its own substance, remained throughout the modern period the ideologically dominant paradigm of the aesthetic and continued to hold open a space in which the richest varieties of innovation were pursued. Film, however, whatever its deeper consonance with 20th century realities, entertained a merely fitful relationship to the modern in that sense, owing, no doubt, to the two distinct lives or identities through which, successively, like Virginia Woolf's Orlando, it was destined to pass, the first, the silent period, in which some lateral fusion of the mass audience and the formal or modernist proved viable, in ways and resolutions we can no longer grasp, owing to our peculiar historical amnesia, the second, the sound period, then coming as the dominance of mass cultural, and commercial, forms through which the medium must toil until again reinventing the forms of the modern in a new way in the great auteurs of the 1950s, Hitchcock, Bergman, Kurosawa, Fellini. What this account suggests is that however helpful the declaration of the priority of film over literature in jolting us out of print culture and /or logocentrism, it remained an essentially modernist formulation, locked in a set of cultural values and categories which are in full postmodernism demonstrably antiquated and historical. That film has today become postmodernist, or at least that certain films have, is obvious enough, but so have some forms of literary production. The argument turned, however, on the priority of these forms, that is, their capacity to serve as some supreme and privileged, symptomatic, index of the zeitgeist, to stand, using a more contemporary language, as the cultural dominant of a new social and economic conjuncture, to stand now finally putting the most philosophically adequate face on the matter as the richest allegorical and hermeneutic vehicles for some new description of the system itself. Film and literature no longer do that, although I will not belabor the largely circumstantial evidence of the increasing dependency of each on materials, forms, technology, and even thematics borrowed from the other art or medium I have in mind as the most likely candidate for cultural hegemony today. The identity of that candidate is certainly no secret, it is clearly video, in its twin manifestations as commercial television and experimental video, or video art. This is not a proposition one proves, rather, one seeks, as I will in the remainder of this chapter, to demonstrate the interest of presupposing it, and in particular the variety of new consequences that flow from assigning some new and more central priority to video processes. One very significant feature of this presupposition must, however, be underscored at the outset, for it logically involves the radical and virtually a priori differentiation of film theory from whatever is to be proposed in the nature of a theory or even a description of video itself. The very richness of film theory today makes this decision and this warning unavoidable. If the experience of the movie screen and its mesmerizing images is distinct, and fundamentally different, from the experience of the television monitor, something that might be scientifically inferred by technical differences in their respective modes of encoding visual information but which could also be phenomenologically argued, then the very maturity and sophistication of film conceptualities will necessarily obscure the originality of its cousin, whose specific features demand to be reconstructed afresh and empty-handed, without imported and extrapolated categories. A parable can indeed be adduced here to support this methodological decision, discussing the hesitation Central European Jewish writers faced between writing in German and writing in Yiddish. Kafka once observed that these languages were too close to each other for any satisfactory translation from one into the other to be possible. Something like this, then, is what one would want to affirm about the relationship of the language of film theory to that of video theory, if indeed anything like this last exists in the first place. Doubts on that score have frequently been raised, nowhere more dramatically than at an ambitious conference on the subject sponsored by the Kitchen in October 1980, at which a long line of dignitaries trooped to the podium only to complain that they couldn't understand why they had been invited, since they had no particular thoughts about television, which some of them admitted they watched, many then adding, as in afterthought, that only one halfway viable concept produced about television occurred to them, and that was Raymond Williams's idea of whole flow. 1. Perhaps these two remarks go together more intimately than we imagine, the blockage of fresh thinking before this solid little window against which we strike our heads being not unrelated to precisely that whole or total flow we observe through it. For it seems plausible that in a situation of total flow, the contents of the screen streaming before us all day long without interruption, or where the interruptions called commercials are less intermissions than they are fleeting opportunities to visit the bathroom or throw a sandwich together, what used to be called critical distance seems to have become obsolete. Turning the television set off has little in common either with the intermission of a play or an opera or with the grand finale of a feature film, when the lights slowly come back on and memory begins its mysterious work. Indeed, if anything like critical distance is still possible in film, it is surely bound up with memory itself. But memory seems to play no role in television, commercial or otherwise, or, I am tempted to say, in postmodernism generally nothing here haunts the mind or leaves its after-images in the manner of the great moments of film, which do not necessarily happen, of course, in the great films. A description of the structural exclusion of memory, then, and of critical distance, might well lead on into the impossible, namely, a theory of video itself, how the thing blocks its own theorization becoming a theory in its own right. My experience, however, is that you can't manage to think about things simply by deciding to, and that the mind's deeper currents often need to be surprised by indirection, sometimes, indeed, by treachery and ruse, as when you steer away from a goal in order to reach it more directly or look away from an object to register it more exactly. In that sense, thinking anything adequate about commercial television may well involve ignoring it and thinking about something else, in this instance, experimental video, or alternatively, that new form or genre called MTV, which I cannot deal with here. This is less a matter of mass versus elite culture than it is of controlled laboratory situations. What is so highly specialized as to seem aberrant and uncharacteristic in the world of daily life hermetic poetry, for example, can often yield crucial information about the properties of an object of study, language, in that case, whose familiar everyday forms obscure it. Released from all conventional constraints, experimental video allows us to witness the full range of possibilities and potentialities of the medium in a way which illuminates its various more restricted uses, the latter being subsets and special cases of the former. Even this approach to television via experimental video, however, needs to be estranged and displaced if the language of formal innovation and enlarged possibility leads us to expect a flowering and a multiplicity of new forms and visual languages. They exist, of course, and to a degree so bewildering in the short history of video art, sometimes dated from Nam June Paik's first experiments in 1963, that one is tempted to wonder whether any description or theory could ever encompass their variety. I have found it enlightening to come at this issue from a different direction, however, by raising the question of boredom as an aesthetic response and a phenomenological problem. In both the Freudian and the Marxist traditions, for the second, Lukács, but also Sartre's discussion of stupidity in Sartre Journal of the Phony War, boredom is taken not so much as an objective property of things and works but rather as a response to the blockage of energies, whether those be grasped in terms of desire or of praxis. Boredom then becomes interesting as a reaction to situations of paralysis and also, no doubt, as defense mechanism or avoidance behavior. Even taken in the narrower realm of cultural reception, boredom with a particular kind of work or style or content can always be used productively as a precious symptom of our own existential, ideological, and cultural limits, an index of what has to be refused in the way of other people's cultural practices and their threat to our own rationalizations about the nature and value of art. Meanwhile, it is no great secret that in some of the most significant works of high modernism, what is boring can often be very interesting indeed, and vice versa, a combination which the reading of any 100 sentences by Raymond Roussel, say, will at once dramatize. We must therefore initially try to strip the concept of the boring, and its experience, of any axiological overtones and bracket the whole question of aesthetic value. It is a paradox one can get used to, if a boring text can also be good, or interesting, as we now put it, exciting texts, which incorporate diversion, distraction, temporal commodification, can also perhaps sometimes be bad, or degraded, to use Frankfurt School language. Imagine at any event a face on your television screen accompanied by an incomprehensible and never-ending stream of keenings and mutterings, the face remaining utterly without expression, unchanging throughout the course of the work, and coming at length to seem some icon or floating immobile timeless mask. It is an experience to which you might be willing to submit out of curiosity for a few minutes. When, however, you begin to leaf through your program in distraction, only to discover that this particular video text is 21 minutes long, then panic overcomes the mind and almost anything else seems preferable. But 21 minutes is not terribly long in other contexts. The immobility of the adept or religious mystic might offer some point of reference, and the nature of this particular form of aesthetic boredom becomes an interesting problem, particularly when we recall the difference between the viewing situation of video art and analogous experiences in experimental film. We can always shut the first one off, without sitting politely through a social and institutional ritual. As I have already suggested, however, we must avoid the easy conclusion that this tape or text is simply bad. One wants immediately to add, to forestall misconceptions, that there are many diverting and captivating video texts of all kinds, but then one would also want to avoid the conclusion that those are simply better, or good in the axiological sense. There then emerges a second possibility, a second explanatory temptation, which involves authorial intention. We may then conclude that the videomaker's choice was a deliberate and conscious one, and that therefore the 21 minutes of this tape are to be interpreted as provocation, as a calculated assault on the viewer, if not an act of outright aggressivity. In that case, our response was the right one. Boredom and panic are appropriate reactions and a recognition of the meaning of that particular aesthetic act. Apart from the well-known aporias involved in concepts of literary intent and intention, the thematics of such aggressivity, aesthetic, class, gender, or whatever, are virtually impossible to re-establish on the basis of the isolated tape itself. Perhaps, however, the problems of the motives of the individual subject can be elided by attention to the other type of mediation involved, namely, technology and the machine itself. We are told, for instance, that in the early days of photography, or rather, of the daguerreotype, subjects were obliged to sit in absolute immobility for periods of time which, although not long as the crow flies, could nonetheless be characterized as being relatively intolerable. One imagines the uncontrollable twitching of the facial muscles, for example, or the overwhelming urge to scratch or laugh. The first photographers therefore devised something on the order of the electric chair, in which the heads of their portrait subjects, from the lowliest and most banal generals all the way to Lincoln himself, were clamped in place and immobilized from the back for the obligatory 5 or 10 minutes of the exposure. Roussel, whom I've already mentioned, is something like a literary equivalent of this process. His unimaginably detailed and minute description of objects, an absolutely infinite process without principle or thematic interest of any kind, forces the reader to work laboriously through one sentence after another, world without end. But it may now be appropriate to identify Roussel's peculiar experiments as a kind of anticipation of postmodernism within the older modernist period. At any rate, it seems at least arguable that aberrations and excesses which were marginal or subordinate in the modernist period become dominant in the systemic restructuration that can be observed in what we now call postmodernism. It is nevertheless clear that experimental video, whether we date it from the work of the ancestor Paik in the early 1960s or from the very flood tide of this new art which sets in the mid-1970s, is rigorously coterminous with postmodernism itself as a historical period. The machine on both sides, then, the machine as subject and object, alike and indifferently, the machine of the photographic apparatus peering across like a gun barrel at the subject, whose body is clamped into its mechanical correlative in some apparatus of registration/reception. The helpless spectators of video time are then as immobilized and mechanically integrated and neutralized as the older photographic subjects, who became, for a time, part of the technology of the medium. The living room, to be sure, or even the relaxed informality of the video museum, seems an unlikely place for this assimilation of human subjects to the technological, yet a voluntary attention is demanded by the total flow of the video text in time which is scarcely relaxed at all, and rather different from the comfortable scanning of the movie screen, let alone of the cigar-smoking detachment of the Brechtian theater-goer. Interesting analyses, mostly from a Lacanian perspective, have been offered in recent film theory of the relationship between the mediation of the filmic machine and the construction of the viewer's subjectivity, at once depersonalized, and yet still powerfully motivated to re-establish the false homogeneities of the ego and of representation. I have the feeling that mechanical depersonalization, or decentering of the subject, goes even further in the new medium, where the auteurs themselves are dissolved along with the spectator, a point to which I will return shortly in another context. Yet since video is a temporal art, the most paradoxical effects of this technological appropriation of subjectivity are observable in the experience of time itself. We all know, but always forget, that the fictive scenes and conversations on the movie screen radically foreshorten reality as the clock ticks, and are never owing to the now codified mysteries of the various techniques of film narrative coterminous with the putative length of such moments in real life, or in real time, something a filmmaker can always uncomfortably remind us of by returning occasionally to real time in this or that episode, which then threatens to project much the same intolerable discomfort we have ascribed to certain videotapes. Is it possible, then, that fiction is what is in question here, and that it can be defined essentially as the construction of just such fictive and foreshortened temporalities, whether of film or reading, which are then substituted for a real time we are thereby enabled momentarily to forget? The question of fiction and the fictive would thereby find itself radically dissociated from questions of narrative and storytelling as such, although it would retain a key role and function in the practice of certain forms of narration. Many of the confusions of the so-called representation debate, often assimilated to a debate about realism, are dispelled by just such an analytic distinction between fiction effects and their fictional temporalities, and narrative structures in general. At any rate, in that case what one would want to affirm is that experimental video is not fictive in this sense, does not project fictive time, and does not work with fiction or fictions, although it may well work with narrative structures. This initial distinction then makes other ones possible, as well as interesting new problems. Film, for example, would clearly seem to approach the status of the non-fictive in its documentary form, but I suspect for various reasons that most documentary film, and documentary video, still projects a kind of residual fictionality, a kind of documentary constructed time at the very heart of its aesthetic ideology and its sequential rhythms and effects. Meanwhile, alongside the non-fictional processes of experimental video, at least one form of video clearly does aspire to fictionality of a filmic type, and that is commercial television, whose specificities, whether one deplores or celebrates them, are also perhaps best approached by way of a description of experimental video. To characterize television series, dramas, and the like, in other words, in terms of the imitation by this medium of other arts and media, most notably filmic narrative, probably dooms one to miss the most interesting feature of their production situation, namely, how, out of the rigorously non-fictive languages of video, commercial television manages to produce the simulacrum of fictive time. As for temporality itself, it was for the modern movement conceived at best as an experience and at worst as a theme, even though the reality glimpsed by the first moderns of the 19th century, and designated by the word ennui, is surely already this temporality of boredom we have identified in the video process, the ticking away of real time minute by minute, the dread underlying irrevocable reality of the meter running. Yet the involvement of the machine in all this allows us now perhaps to escape phenomenology and the rhetoric of consciousness and experience, and to confront this seemingly subjective temporality in a new and materialist way, a way which constitutes a new kind of materialism as well, one not of matter but of machinery. It is as though, rephrasing our initial discussion of the retroactive effect of new genres, the emergence of the machine itself, so central to Marx's organization of capital, deconcealed in some unexpected way the produced materiality of human life and time. Indeed, alongside the various phenomenological accounts of temporality, and the philosophies and ideologies of time, we have also come to possess a whole range of historical studies of the social construction of time itself, of which the most influential no doubt remains E. P. Thompson's classic essay on the effects of the introduction of the chronometer into the workplace. Real time in that sense is objective time, that is to say, the time of objects, a time subject to the measurements to which objects are subject. Measurable time becomes a reality on account of the emergence of measurement itself, that is, rationalization and reification in the closely related senses of Weber and Lukács. Clock time presupposes a peculiar spatial machine. It is the time of a machine, or better still, the time of the machine itself. I have tried to suggest that video is unique and in that sense historically privileged or symptomatic because it is the only art or medium in which this ultimate seam between space and time is the very locus of the form, and also because its machinery uniquely dominates and depersonalizes subject and object alike, transforming the former into a quasi-material registering apparatus for the machine time of the latter and of the video image or total flow. If we are willing to entertain the hypothesis that capitalism can be periodized by the quantum leaps or technological mutations by which it responds to its deepest systemic crises, then it may become a little clearer why and how video so closely related to the dominant computer and information technology of the late, or third, stage of capitalism has a powerful claim for being the art form par excellence of late capitalism. These propositions allow us to return to the concept of total flow itself and to grasp its relationship to the analysis of commercial, or fictive, television in a new way. Material or machine time punctuates the flow of commercial television by way of the cycles of hour and half-hour programming, shadowed as by a ghostly afterimage by the shorter rhythms of the commercials themselves. I have suggested that these regular and periodic breaks are very unlike the types of closure to be found in the other arts, even in film, yet they allow the simulation of such closures and thereby the production of a kind of imaginary fictive time. The simulacrum of the fictive seizes on such material punctuation much as a dream seizes on external bodily stimuli, to draw them back into itself and to convert them into the appearance of beginnings and endings, or, in other words, the illusion of an illusion, the second-degree simulation of what is already itself, in other art forms, some first-degree illusory fictiveness or temporality. But only a dialectical perspective, which posits presences and absences, appearances and realities, or essences, can reveal these constitutive processes, for a one-dimensional or positivistic semiotics, for example, which can only deal in the sheer presences and existent data of segments of commercial and experimental video alike, these two related yet dialectically distinct forms are reduced to cuts and lengths of an identical material to which identical instruments of analysis are then applied. Commercial television is not an autonomous object of study, it can only be grasped for what it is by positioning it dialectically over against that other signifying system which we have called experimental video, or video art. The hypothesis of some greater materiality of video as a medium suggests that its analogies are perhaps better sought for in other places than the obvious cross-referencing of commercial television or fiction or even documentary film. We need to explore the possibility that the most suggestive precursor of the new form may be found in animation or the animated cartoon, whose materialistic, and paradoxically non-fictive, specificity is at least twofold, involving, on the one hand, a constitutive match or fit between a musical language and a visual one, two fully elaborated systems which are no longer subordinate to one another as in fiction film, and, on the other, the palpably produced character of animation's images, which, in their ceaseless metamorphosis now obey the textual laws of writing and drawing rather than the realistic ones of verisimilitude, the force of gravity, etc. Animation constituted the first great school to teach the reading of material signifiers, rather than the narrative apprenticeship of objects of representation, characters, actions, and the like. Yet in animation, as later in experimental video, the Lacanian overtones of this language of material signifiers is inescapably completed by the omnipresent force of human praxis itself, suggesting thereby an active materialism of production rather than a static or mechanical materialism of matter or materiality itself as some inert support. As for total flow, meanwhile, it has significant methodological consequences for the analysis of experimental video, and in particular for the constitution of the object or unity of study such a medium presents. It is, of course, no accident that today, in full postmodernism, the older language of the work of art, the masterwork has everywhere largely been displaced by the rather different language of the text, of texts and textuality, a language from which the achievement of organic or monumental form is strategically excluded. Everything can now be a text in that sense: daily life, the body, political representations, while objects that were formerly works can now be reread as immense ensembles or systems of texts of various kinds, superimposed on each other by way of the various intertextualities, successions of fragments, or, yet again, sheer process, henceforth called textual production or textualization. The autonomous work of art thereby, along with the old autonomous subject or ego, seems to have vanished, to have been volatilized. Nowhere is this more materially demonstrable than with the texts of experimental video, a situation which, however, now confronts the analyst with some new and unusual problems characteristic in one way or another of all the postmodernisms, but even more acute here. If the old modernizing and monumental forms the book of the world, the magic mountains of the architectural modernisms, the central mythic opera cycle of a Bayreuth, the museum itself as the center of all the possibilities of painting, if such totalizing ensembles are no longer the fundamental organizing frames for analysis and interpretation, if, in other words, there are no more masterpieces, let alone their canon, no more great books, and if even the concept of good books has become problematic, if we find ourselves confronted henceforth with texts, that is, with the ephemeral, with disposable works that wish to fold back immediately into the accumulating detritus of historical time, then it becomes difficult and even contradictory to organize an analysis and an interpretation around any single one of these fragments in flight. To select even as an example a single video text, and to discuss it in isolation, is fatally to regenerate the illusion of the masterpiece or the canonical text and to refy the experience of total flow from which it was momentarily extracted. Video viewing indeed involves immersion in the total flow of the thing itself, preferably a kind of random succession of 3 or 4 hours of tapes at regular intervals. Indeed, video is in this sense, and owing to the commercialization of public television and cable, an urban phenomenon demanding video banks or museums in your neighborhood, which can thus be visited with something of the institutional habits and relaxed informality with which we used to visit the theater or the opera house, or even the movie palace. What is quite out of the question is to look at a single video work all by itself. In that sense, one would want to say, there are no video masterpieces, there can never be a video canon, and even an auteur theory of video, where signatures are still evidently present, becomes very problematical indeed. The interesting text now has to stand out of an undifferentiated and random flow of other texts. Something like a Heisenberg principle of video analysis thereby emerges. Analysts and readers are shackled to the examination of specific and individual texts, one after the other, or, if you prefer, they are condemned to a kind of linear Darstellian in which they have to talk about individual texts one at a time. But this very form of perception and criticism at once interferes with the reality of the thing perceived and intercepts it in mid-light stream, distorting all the findings beyond recognition. The discussion, the indispensable preliminary selection and isolation, of a single text then automatically transforms it back into a work, turns the anonymous videomaker back into a named artist or auteur, and opens the way for the return of all those features of an older modernist aesthetic which it was in the revolutionary nature of the newer medium to have precisely effaced and dispelled. In spite of these qualifications and reservations, it does not seem possible to go further in this exploration of the possibilities of video without interrogating a concrete text. We will consider a 29-minute work called Alien Nation, produced at the School of the Art Institute of Chicago by Edward Rankuse, John Manning, and Barbara Latham in 1979. For the reader this will evidently remain an imaginary text, but the reader need not imagine that the spectator is in an altogether different situation. To describe, afterward, this stream of images of all kinds is necessarily to violate the perpetual present of the image and to reorganize the few fragments that remain in the memory according to schemes which probably reveal more about the reading mind than the text itself. Do we try to turn it back into a story of some kind? A very interesting book by Jacques Lienhart and Pierre Josse Lire La Lecture, Paris, L.E. Sycamore, 1982, shows this process at work even in the reading of plotless novels. The reader's memory creates protagonists out of whole cloth, violates the reading experience in order to reassemble it into recognizable scenes and narrative sequences, and so forth. Or, at some more critically sophisticated level, do we at least try to sort the material out into thematic blocks and rhythms and repunctuate it with beginnings and endings, with graphs of rising and falling emotivity, climaxes, dead passages, transitions, recapitulations, and the like. No doubt, only the reconstruction of these overall formal movements turns out differently every time we watch the tape. For one thing, 29 minutes in video is much longer than the equivalent temporal segment of any feature film, nor is it excessive to speak of a genuine and a very acute contradiction between the virtually drug-like experience of the present of the image in the videotape and any kind of textual memory into which the successive presents might be inserted. Even the return and recognition of older images is, as it were, seized on the run, laterally and virtually too late for it to do us any good. If the contrast here with the memory structures of Hollywood-type fiction films is stark and obvious, one has the feeling more difficult to document or to argue that the gap between this temporal experience and that of experimental film is no less great. These op-art tricks and elaborate visual montages in particular recall the classics of yesteryear such as Ballet Mécanique, but I have the impression that, above and beyond the difference in our institutional situation, art movie theater here, television monitor either at home or in a museum for the video text, these experiences are very different ones, and in particular that the blocks of material in film are larger and more grossly and tangibly perceptible, even when they pass by rapidly. Determining a more leisurely sense of combinations than can be the case with these attenuated visual data on the television screen. One is therefore reduced to enumerating a few of these video materials, which are not themes, since for the most part they are material quotations from a quasi-commercial storehouse somewhere, but which certainly have none of the density of Bazinian mise-en-scene either, since even the segments which are not lifted from already existing sequences, but which have obviously been filmed explicitly for use in this tape, have a kind of shabbiness of low-grade color stock which marks them somehow as fictional and staged, as opposed to the manifest reality of the other images in the world, the image objects. There is therefore a sense in which the word collage could still obtain for this juxtaposition of what one is tempted to call natural materials, the newly or directly filmed sequences, and artificial ones, the pre-cooked image materials which have been mixed by the machine itself. What would be misleading is the ontological hierarchy of the older painterly collage. In this videotape the natural is worse and more degraded than the artificial, which itself no longer connotes the secure daily life of a new humanly constructed society, as in the objects of cubism, but rather the noise and jumbled signals, the unimaginable informational garbage, of the new media society. First, a little existential joke about a spot of time, which is excised from a temporal culture that looks a little like a crepe, then experimental mice, voice-overed by various pseudo-scientific reports and therapeutic programs, how to deal with stress, beauty care, hypnosis for weight loss, etc., then science fiction footage, including monster music and camp dialogue, mostly drawn from a Japanese film, Monster Zero, 1965. At this point the rush of image materials becomes too dense to enumerate: optical effects, children's blocks and erector sets, reproductions of classical paintings, as well as mannequins, advertising images, computer printouts, textbook illustrations of all kinds, cartoon figures rising and falling, including a wonderful Magritte hat slowly sinking into Lake Michigan, sheet lightning, a woman lying down and possibly under hypnosis, unless, as in a Rob Grillot novel, this is merely the photograph of a woman lying down and possibly under hypnosis. Ultra-modern hotel or office building lobbies with escalators rising in all directions and at various angles, shots of a street corner with sparse traffic, a child on a big wheel and a few pedestrians carrying groceries, a haunting close-up of detritus and children's blocks on the lake shore, in one of which the Magritte hat reappears, in real life, poised on stick in the sand, Beethoven sonatas, Holst planets, disco music, funeral, parlor organs, outer space sound effects, the Lawrence of Arabia theme accompanying the arrival of flying saucers over the Chicago skyline, a grotesque sequence as well in which friable orange oblongs, that resemble Hostess Twinkies, are dissected with scalpels, squeezed by vices, and shattered by fists, a leaky container of milk, the disco dancers in their habitat, shots of alien planets, close-ups of various kinds of brush strokes, ads for 1950s kitchens, and many more. Sometimes these seem to be combined in longer sequences, as when the sheet lightning is overcharged with a whole series of opticals, advertisements, cartoon figures, movie music, and unrelated radio dialogue. Sometimes, as in the transition from a relatively pensive classical music accompaniment to the stridence of a mass cultural beat, the principle of variation seems obvious and heavy-handed. Sometimes the accelerated flow of mixed images strikes one as modeling a certain unified temporal urgency, the tempo of delirium, let's say, or of direct experimental assault on the viewer subject, while the whole is randomly punctuated with formal signals the prepare to disconnect, which is presumably designed to warn the viewer of impending closure, and the final shot of the beach, which borrows a more recognizably filmic connotative language dispersal of an object world into fragments. But also the touching of a kind of limit or ultimate edge, as in the closing sequence of Fellini La Dolce Vita. It is all, no doubt, an elaborate visual joke or hoax, if you were expecting something more serious, a student's training exercise, if you like, while such is the tempo of the history of experimental video that insiders or connoisseurs are capable of watching this 1979 production with a certain nostalgia and remembering that people did that kind of thing in those days but are now busy doing something else. The most interesting questions posed by a video text of this kind, and I hope it will be clear that the text works, whatever its value or its meaning, it can be seen again and again, at least partly on account of its informational overload, which the viewer will never be able to master, remain questions of value and of interpretation, provided it is understood that it may be the absence of any possible response to those questions which is the historically interesting matter. But my attempt to tell or summarize this text makes it clear that even before we reach the interpretative question, what does it mean? Or, to use its petit bourgeois version, what is it supposed to represent? We have to confront the preliminary matters of form and reading. It is not evident that a spectator will ever reach a moment of knowledge and saturated memory from which a formal reading of this text in time slowly disengages itself, beginnings and thematic emergence, combinations and developments, resistances and struggles for dominance, partial resolutions, forms of closure leading on to one or another full stop. Could one establish such an overall chart of the work's formal time, even in a very crude and general way, our description would necessarily remain as empty and as abstract as the terminology of musical form, whose problems today, in aleatory and post-12-tone music, are analogous, even though the mathematical dimensions of sound and musical notation provide what look like more tangible solutions. My sense is, however, that even the few formal markers we have been able to isolate, the lakeshore, the building blocks, the sense of an ending, are deceptive. They are now no longer features or elements of a form but signs and traces of older forms. We must remember that those older forms are still included within the bits and pieces, the bricolated material, of this text. Beethoven's sonata is but one component of this bricolage, like a broken pipe retrieved and inserted in a sculpture or a torn piece of newspaper pasted onto a canvas. Yet within the musical segment of the older Beethoven work, form in the traditional sense persists and can be named the falling cadence, say, or the reappearance of the first theme. The same can be said of the film clips of the Japanese monster movie. They include quotations of the SF form itself, discovery, menace, attempted flight, and so forth. Here the available formal terminology in analogy to the musical nomenclature would probably be restricted to Aristotle or to Propp and his successors, or to Eisenstein, virtually the only sources of a neutral language of the movement of narrative form. The question that suggests itself, then, is whether the formal properties within these quoted segments and pieces are anywhere transferred to the video text itself, to the bricolage of which they are parts and components. But this is a question that must first be raised on the micro level of individual episodes and moments. As for the larger formal properties of the text considered as a work and as temporal organization, the lakeshore image suggests that the strong form of an older temporal or musical closure is here present merely as a formal residue, whatever in Fellini's ending still bore the traces of a mythic residue, the sea as some primordial element, as the place at which the human and the social confront the otherness of nature is here already long since effaced and forgotten. That content has disappeared, leaving but a faint aftertrace of its original formal connotation, that is, of its syntactical function as closure. At this most attenuated point in the sign system, the signifier has become little more than a dim memory of a former sign, and indeed, of the formal function of that now extinct sign. The language of connotation which began to impose itself in the preceding paragraph would seem to impose a re-examination of the central elaboration of this concept, which we owe to Roland Barthes, who elaborated it, following Jameson, in his mythologies, only in his later textual work to repudiate its implicit differentiation of first and second degree languages, denotation and connotation, which must have come to strike him as a replication of the old divisions between aesthetic and social. Artistic free play and historical referentiality divisions which essays like Le Plaisir du Texte were concerned to evade or escape. No matter that the earlier theory, still enormously influential in media studies, ingeniously reversed the priorities of this opposition, assigning authenticity, and thereby aesthetic value, to the denotative value of the photographic image, and a guilty social or ideological functionality to its more artificial prolongation in advertising texts that take the original denotative text as their own new content, pressing already existent images into the service of some heightened play of degraded thoughts and commercial messages. Whatever the stakes and implications of this debate, it seems clear that Barthes's earlier, classical conception of how connotation functions can be suggestive for us here only if it is appropriately complicated, perhaps beyond all recognition. For the situation here is rather the inverse of the advertising one, where purer and somehow more material signs were appropriated and readapted to serve as vehicles for a whole range of ideological signals. Here, on the contrary, the ideological signals are already deeply embedded in the primary texts, which are already profoundly cultural and ideological. The Beethoven music already includes the connotator of classical music in general, the science fiction film already includes multiple political messages and anxieties, an American Cold War form readapted to Japanese anti-nuclear politics, and both then folding into the new cultural connotator of camp. But connotation is here in a cultural sphere whose products have functions that largely transcend the narrowly commercial ones of advertising images, while no doubt still including some of those and surely replicating their structures in other ways, a polysemic process in which a number of messages coexist. Thus the alternation of Beethoven and disco no doubt emits a class message, high versus popular or mass culture, privilege and education versus more popular and bodily forms of diversion, but it also continues to vehiculate the older content of some tragic gravity, the formal time sense of the sonata form itself, the high seriousness of the most rigorous bourgeois aesthetic in its grappling with time, contradiction, and death, which now finds itself opposed to the relentless temporal distraction of the big city commercial music of the postmodern age that fills time and space implacably to the point where the older tragic questions seem irrelevant. All these connotations are in play simultaneously. To the degree to which they appear easily reducible to some of the binary oppositions just mentioned, high and low culture, and to that degree alone, we are in the presence of a kind of theme, which might at the outside limit be the occasion for an interpretive act and allow us to suggest that the video text is about this particular opposition. We will return to such interpretive possibilities or options later on. What must be excluded, however, is anything like a process of demystification at work in this particular video text. All its materials are degraded in that sense, Beethoven no less than disco. And although, as we will shortly make clear, there is a very complex interaction at work here between various levels and components of the text, or various languages, image versus sound, music versus dialogue, the political use of one of these levels against another, as in Goddard, the attempt somehow to purify the image by setting it off against the written or spoken, is here no longer on the agenda, if it is even still conceivable. This is something that can be clarified, I believe, if we think of the various quoted elements and components, the broken pieces of a whole range of primary texts in the contemporary cultural sphere, as so many logos, that is to say, as a new form of advertising language which is structurally and historically a good deal more advanced and complicated than any of the advertising images with which Barthes's earlier theories had to deal. A logo is something like the synthesis of an advertising image and a brand name. Better still, it is a brand name which has been transformed into an image, a sign, or emblem which carries the memory of a whole tradition of earlier advertisements within itself in a well-nigh intertextual way. Such logos can be visual or auditory and musical, as in the Pepsi theme, an enlargement which allows us to include the materials of the soundtrack under this category, along with the more immediately identifiable logo segments of the office escalators, the fashion mannequins, the psychological counseling clips, the street corner, the lakefront, Monster Zero, and so forth. Logo then signifies the transformation of each of these fragments into a kind of sign in its own right, yet it is not yet clear what such new signs might be signs of, since no product seems identifiable, nor even the range of generic products strictly designated by the logo in its original sense, as the badge of a diversified multinational corporation. Still, the term generic is itself suggestive if we conceive of its literary implications a little more broadly than the older, more static, tables of genres, or fixed kinds. The generic cultural consumption projected by these fragments is more dynamic and demands some association with narrative, itself now grasped in the wider sense of a type of textual consumption. In that sense, the scientific experiments are narratives fully as much as Lawrence of Arabia. The vision of white-collar workers and bureaucrats mounting flights of escalators is no less a narrative vision than the science fiction film clips, or horror music. Even the still photograph of sheet lightning suggests a multiple set of narrative frames, Ansel Adams, or the terror of the Great Storm, or the logo of the Remington-type Western landscape, or the 18th century Sublime, or the answer of God to the rain-making ceremony, or the beginning of the end of the world. The matter grows more complicated, however, when we realize that none of these elements or new cultural signs or logos exists in isolation. The video text itself is at virtually all moments a process of ceaseless, apparently random, interaction between them. This is clearly the structure which demands description and analysis, but it is a relationship between signs for which we have only the most approximate theoretical models. It is indeed a matter of apprehending a constant stream, or total flow, of multiple materials, each of which can be seen as something like a shorthand signal for a distinct type of narrative or a specific narrative process. But our immediate questions will be synchronic rather than diachronic. How do these various narrative signals or logos intersect? Is one to imagine a mental compartmentalization in which each is received in isolation, or does the mind somehow establish connections of some kind, and in that case, how can we describe those connections? How are these materials wired into one another, if at all? Or do we merely confront a simultaneity of distinct streams of elements which the senses grasp all together like a kaleidoscope? The measure of our conceptual weakness here is that we are tempted to begin with the most unsatisfactory methodological decision, the Cartesian point of departure, in which we begin by reducing the phenomenon to its simplest form, namely, the interaction of two such elements or signals, whereas dialectical thinking asks us to begin with the most complex form, of which the simpler ones are considered derivatives. Even in the case of two elements, however, suggestive theoretical models are few enough. The oldest one is, of course, the logical model of subject and predicate, which, divested of its propositional logic with its statement sentences and truth claims, has in recent times been rewritten as a relationship between a topic and a comment. Literary theory has for the most part been obliged to confront this structure only in the analysis of metaphor, for which I.A. Richards's distinction between a tenor and a vehicle seems suggestive. The semiotics of Peirce, however, which seeks insistently to grasp the process of interpretation or semiosis in time, usefully rewrites all these distinctions in terms of an initial sign in relationship to which a second sign stands as an interpreton. Contemporary narrative theory, finally, draws an operative distinction between the fable, the anecdote, the raw materials of the basic story, and the mise en scene itself, the way in which those materials are told or staged, in other words, their focalization. What must be retained from these formulations is the way in which they pose two signs of equal nature and value, only to observe that in their moment of intersection a new hierarchy is at once established in which one sign becomes something like the material on which the other one works, or in which the first sign establishes a content and a center to which the second is annexed for auxiliary and subordinate functions, the priorities of the hierarchical relationship here seeming reversible. But the terminology and nomenclature of the traditional models do not register what surely becomes a fundamental property of the stream of signs in our video context, namely, that they change places, that no single sign ever retains priority as a topic of the operation, that the situation in which one sign functions as the interpreton of another is more than provisional, it is subject to change without notice, and in the ceaselessly rotating momentum with which we have to do here, our two signs occupy each other's positions in a bewildering and well-nigh permanent exchange. This is something like Benjaminian distraction raised to a new and historically original power. Indeed, I am tempted to suggest that the formulation gives us at least one apt characterization of some properly postmodernist temporality, whose consequences now remain to be drawn. For we have not yet sufficiently described the nature of the process whereby, even allowing for the perpetual displacements we have insisted on, one such element or sign or logo somehow comments on the other or serves as its interpreton. The content of that process, however, was already implicit in the account of the logo itself, which was described as the signal or shorthand for a certain kind of narrative. The microscopic atomic or isotopic exchange under study here can therefore be nothing less than the capture of one narrative signal by another, the rewriting of one form of narrativization in terms of a different, momentarily more powerful one, the ceaseless re-narrativization of already existent narrative elements by each other. Thus, to begin with the most obvious examples, there does not seem much doubt that images like the fashion model or mannequin sequences are strongly and crudely rewritten when they intersect with the force field of the science fiction movie and its various logos, visual, musical, verbal. At such moments the familiar human world of advertising and fashion becomes estranged, a concept to which we will return, and the contemporary department store becomes as peculiar and as chilling as any of the institutions of an alien society on a distant planet. In much the same way, something happens to the photograph of the recumbent woman subject when it is surcharged with the profile of sheet lightning, subspecie eternitatis, perhaps. Culture versus nature? At any event, the two signs cannot fail to enter into a relationship with each other in which the generic signals of one begin to predominate. It is, for example, somewhat more difficult to imagine how the image of the woman under hypnosis could begin to draw the lightning stroke into its thematic orbit. Finally, it seems evident that as the image of the mice and the associated texts of behavioral experiments and psychological and vocational counseling intersect, the combination yields predictable messages about the hidden programming and conditioning mechanisms of bureaucratic society. Yet these three forms of influence or re-narrativization, generic estrangement, the opposition of nature and culture, and the pop psychological or existential culture critique are only a few of the provisional effects in a much more complex repertoire of interactions which it would be tedious, if not impossible, to tabulate. Others might, however, include the high and low cultural opposition described earlier, and also the most diachronic alternation between the shabby and natural. Directly filmed street scenes and the flow of stereotypical media materials into which they are inserted. Questions of priority or unequal influence can now be raised in a new way, one which need not be limited to the evidently central matter of the relative priority of sound and image. The psychologists distinguish between auditory and visual forms of recognition, and the former being apparently more instantaneous and working by means of fully formed auditory or musical gestalts, while the latter is subject to an incremental exploration which may never crystallize into something appropriately recognizable. We recognize a tune all at once, in other words, while the flying saucers which ought to allow us to identify the generic class of a film clip may remain the object of some vague geometric gaze which never bothers to slot them into their obvious cultural and connotational position. In that case, it is clear how auditory logos would tend to dominate and rewrite visual ones, rather than the other way round, although one would have liked to imagine some reciprocal estrangement of the science fiction music by the photographs of mannequins, for example, in which the former is turned back into late 20th century cultural junk of the same substance as these last. Above and beyond this simplest case of the relative influence of signs from distinct senses and distinct media, there persists the more general problem of the relative weight of the various generic systems themselves in our culture. Is science fiction a priori more powerful than the genre we call advertising, or than the discourse that offers images of bureaucratic society, the rat race, the office, the routine, or the computer printout, or that unnamed genre of visuals we have called op art? Effects, which probably connote a good deal more than the new technology of graphics? Goddard's work seems to me to turn on this question, or at least to pose it explicitly in various local ways. Some political video art such as that of Martha Rosalra also plays with these unequal influences of cultural languages to problematize familiar cultural priorities. The video text under consideration here, however, does not allow us to formulate such issues as problems, since its very formal logic, what we have called the ceaselessly rotating momentum of its provisional constellations of signs, depends on effacing them, a proposition and a hypothesis that will lead us on into those matters of interpretation and aesthetic value that we have postponed until this point. The interpretive question, what is the text or work about, generally encourages a thematic answer, as indeed in the obliging title of the present tape, Alienation. There it is, and now we know, it is the alienation of a whole nation, or perhaps a new kind of nation organized around alienation itself. The concept of alienation had rigor when specifically used to articulate the various concrete privations of working-class life, as in Marx's Paris manuscripts, and it also had a specific function at a specific historical moment, the Khrushchev opening, which radicals in the East, Poland, Yugoslavia, and the West, Sartre, believed could inaugurate a new tradition in Marxist thinking and practice. It surely does not amount to much, however, as a general designation for bourgeois spiritual malaise. But this is not the only reason for the discontent one feels when, in the midst of splendid postmodernist performances like Laurie Anderson USA, the repetition of the word alienation, as it were, whispered in passing to the public, made it difficult to avoid the conclusion that this was indeed what that also was supposed to be about. Two virtually identical responses then follow: so that's what it was supposed to mean, so that's all it was supposed to mean. The problem is twofold. Alienation is, first of all, not merely a modernist concept but also a modernist experience, something I cannot argue further here, except to say that psychic fragmentation is a better term for what ails us today, if we need a term for it. But the problem's second ramification is the decisive one: whatever such a meaning and its adequacy, qua meaning, one has the deeper feeling that texts like USA or Alienation ought not to have any meaning at all in that thematic sense. This is something everyone is free to verify, by self-observation and a little closer attention to precisely those moments in which we briefly feel that disillusionment I have described experiencing at the thematically explicit moments in USA. In effect, the points at which one can feel something similar during the Rankos-Manning-Latham videotape have already been enumerated in another context. They are very precisely those points at which the intersection of sign and interpreton seems to produce a fleeting message: high versus low culture. In the modern world we're all programmed like laboratory mice, nature versus culture, and so forth. The wisdom of the vernacular tells us that these themes are corny as alienation itself, but not old-fashioned enough to be camp. Yet it would be a mistake to simplify this interesting situation and reduce it to a question of the nature and quality, the intellectual substance, of the themes themselves. Indeed, our preceding analysis has the makings of a much better explanation of such lapses. We tried to show, indeed, that what characterizes this particular video process, or experimental total flow, is a ceaseless rotation of elements such that they change place at every moment, with the result that no single element can occupy the position of interpreton, or that of primary sign, for any length of time but must be dislodged in turn in the following instant. The filmic terminology of frames and shots does not seem appropriate for this kind of succession, falling to the subordinate position in its turn, where it will then be interpreted or narrativized by a radically different kind of logo or image content altogether. If this is an accurate account of the process, however, then it follows logically that anything which arrests or interrupts it will be sensed as an aesthetic flaw. The thematic moments we have complained about above are just such moments of interruption, of a kind of blockage in this process. At such points of provisional narrativization, the provisional dominance of one sign or logo over another, which it interprets and rewrites according to its own narrative logic, quickly spreads out over the sequence like a burn spot on the film, at that point held long enough to generate and emit a thematic message quite inconsistent with the textual logic of the thing itself. Such moments involve a peculiar form of reification, which we might characterize equally well as a thematization, a word the late Paul de Man was fond of, using it to characterize the misreading of Derrida as a philosopher whose philosophical system was somehow about writing. Thematization is then the moment in which an element, a component, of a text is promoted to the status of official theme, at which point it becomes a candidate for that even higher honor, the work's meaning. But such thematic reification is not necessarily a function of the philosophical or intellectual quality of the theme itself, whatever the philosophical interest and viability of the notion of the alienation of contemporary bureaucratic life. Its emergence here as a theme is registered as a flaw for what are essentially formal reasons. The proposition might be argued the other way around by identifying another possible lapse in our text as the excessive dependence on the estrangement effects of the Japanese SF film clips. Repeated viewings, however, make it clear that they were not so frequent as one remembered. If so, we have here to do with a thematization of a narrative or generic type rather than a degradation via pop philosophy and stereotypical Dasein. We can now draw some unexpected consequences from this analysis, consequences that bear not only on the vexed question of interpretation in postmodernism but also on another matter, that of aesthetic value, which had been provisionally tabled at the outset of this discussion. If interpretation is understood, in the thematic way, as the disengagement of a fundamental theme or meaning, then it seems clear that the postmodernist text of which we have taken the videotape in question to be a privileged exemplar is from that perspective defined as a structure or sign flow which resists meaning, whose fundamental inner logic is the exclusion of the emergence of themes as such in that sense, and which therefore systematically sets out to short-circuit traditional interpretive temptations, something Susan Sontag prophetically intuited in the appropriately titled Against Interpretation, at the very dawn of what was not yet called the postmodern age. New criteria of aesthetic value then unexpectedly emerge from this proposition. Whatever a good, let alone a great, video text might be, it will be bad or flawed whenever such interpretation proves possible, whenever the text slackly opens up just such places and areas of thematization itself. Thematic interpretation, however, the search for the meaning of the work, is not the only conceivable hermeneutic operation to which texts, including this one, can be subjected, and I want to describe two other interpretive options before concluding. The first returns us to the question of the referent in an unexpected fashion, by way of that other set of component materials to which we have so far paid less attention than to the quoted inscribed and recorded spools of canned cultural junk which are here interwoven. Those, characterized as natural materials, were the segments of directly shot footage, which, above and beyond the lakeshore sequence, essentially fell into three groups. The urban street crossing, to begin with, is a kind of degraded space, which distant, poor cousin in that to the astonishing concluding sequence of Antonioni Eclipse begins faintly to project the abstraction of an empty stage, a place of the event, a bounded space in which something may happen and before which one waits in formal expectation. In Eclipse, of course, when the event fails to materialize and neither of the lovers appears at the rendezvous place now forgotten slowly finds itself degraded back into space again, the reified space of the modern city, quantified and measurable, in which land and earth are parceled out into so many commodities and lots for sale. Here also nothing happens, only the very sense of the possibility of something happening and of the faint emergence of the very category of the event itself is unusual in this particular tape. The menaced events and anxieties of the science fiction clips are merely images of events or, if you prefer, spectacle events without any temporality of their own. The second sequence is that of the perforated milk carton, a sequence which perpetuates and confirms the peculiar logic of the first one, since here we have in some sense the pure event itself, about which there's no point crying, the irrevocable. The finger must give up stopping the breach, the milk must pour out across the table and over the edge, with all the visual fascination of this starkly white substance. If this quite wonderful image seems to me to revert even distantly to a more properly filmic status, my own aberrant and strictly personal association of it with a famous scene in The Manchurian Candidate is no doubt also partially responsible. As for the third segment, the wackiest and more pointless, I have already described the absurdity of a laboratory experiment conducted with hardware store tools on orange objects of indeterminate size which have something of the consistency of a Hostess Twinkie. What is scandalous and vaguely disturbing about this homemade bit of dada is its apparent lack of motivation. One tries, without any great satisfaction, to see it as an Ernie Kovacs parody of the laboratory animal sequence. In any case, nothing else in the tape echoes this particular mode or zaniness of voice. All three groups of images, but in particular this autopsy of a Twinkie, reminds one vaguely of a strand of organic material which has been woven in among an organic texture, like the whale blubber in Joseph Buies' sculpture. Nonetheless, a first approach suggested itself to me on the level of unconscious anxiety, where the hole in the milk carton following the assassination scene in The Manchurian Candidate, where the victim is surprised at a midnight snack in front of the open refrigerator door is now explicitly read as a bullet hole. I have meanwhile neglected to supply another clue, namely, the computer-generated X that moves across the empty street crossing like the sights of a long-range rifle. It remained for an astute listener, at an earlier version of this paper, to make the connection and point out the henceforth obvious and unassailable, for the American media public, the combination of the two elements milk and Twinkie is too peculiar to be unmotivated. In fact, on November 27, 1978, the year preceding the composition of this particular videotape, San Francisco Mayor George Moscone and City Supervisor Harvey Milk were shot to death by a former supervisor, who entered the unforgettable plea of not guilty by reason of insanity owing to the excessive consumption of Hostess Twinkies. Here, then, at last, the referent itself is disclosed, the brute fact, the historical event, the real toad in this particular imaginary garden. To track such a reference down is surely to perform an act of interpretation or hermeneutic disclosure of a very different kind from that previously discussed, for if alienation is about this, then such an expression can only have a sense quite distinct from its use in the proposition that the text was about alienation itself. The problem of reference has been singularly displaced and stigmatized in the hegemony of the various post-structuralist discourses which characterizes the current moment, and along with it, anything that smacks of reality, representation, realism, and the like. Even the word history has an R in it, only Lacan has shamelessly continued to talk about the real, defined, however, as an absence. The respectable philosophical solutions to the problem of an external real world independent of consciousness are all traditional ones, which means that however logically satisfying they may be, and none of them were ever really very satisfactory from a logical standpoint, they are not suitable candidates for participation in contemporary polemics. The hegemony of theories of textuality and textualization means, among other things, that your entry ticket to the public sphere in which these matters are debated is an agreement, tacit or otherwise, with the basic presuppositions of a general problem field, something traditional positions on these matters refuse in advance. My own feeling has been that historicism offers a peculiarly unexpected escape from this vicious circle or double bind. To raise the issue, for example, of the fate of the referent in contemporary culture and thought is not the same thing as to assert some older theory of reference or to repudiate all the new theoretical problems in advance. On the contrary, such problems are retained and endorsed, with the proviso that they are not only interesting problems in their own right but also, at the same time, symptoms of a historical transformation. In the immediate instance that concerns us here, I have argued for the presence and existence of what seems to me a palpable referent, namely, death and historical fact, which are ultimately not textualizable and tear through the tissues of textual elaboration, of combination and free play. The real, Lacan tells us, is what resists symbolization absolutely. I want to add at once that this is no particularly triumphant philosophical victory for some putative realism or other over the various textualizing worldviews. For the assertion of a buried referent as in the present example is a two-way street whose antithetical directions might emblematically be named repression and Aufhebung, or sublation. The picture has no way of telling us whether we are looking at a rising or a setting sun. Does our discovery document the persistence and stubborn, all-informing gravitational charge of reference, or, on the contrary, does it show the tendential historical process whereby reference is systematically processed, dismantled, textualized, and volatilized, leaving little more than some indigestible remnant? However this ambiguity is handled, there remains the matter of the structural logic of the tape itself, of which this particular directly filmed sequence is only a single strand among many, and a particularly minor one at that, although its properties attract a certain attention. Even if its referential value could be satisfactorily demonstrated, the logic of rotating conjunction and disjunction that has been described above clearly works to dissolve such a value, which cannot be tolerated any more than the emergence of individual themes. Nor is it clear how an axiological system could be developed in the name of which we might then affirm that these strange sequences are somehow better than the random and aimless irresponsibility of the collages of media stereotypes. Yet another way of interpreting such a tape is conceivable, however, an interpretation that would seek to foreground the process of production itself rather than its putative messages, meanings, or content. On this reading some distant consonance might be invoked between the fantasies and anxieties aroused by the idea of assassination and the global system of media and reproductive technology. The structural analogy between the two seemingly unrelated spheres is secured in the collective unconscious by notions of conspiracy, while the historical juncture between the two was burned into historical memory by the Kennedy assassination itself, which can no longer be separated from its media coverage. The problem posed by such interpretation in terms of autoreferentiality is not its plausibility. One would want to defend the proposition that the deepest subject of all video art, and even of all postmodernism, is very precisely reproductive technology itself. The methodological difficulty lies rather in the way in which such a global meaning even of some type and status newer than the interpretive meanings we have touched on above once again dissolves the individual text into an even more disastrous indistinction than the total flow individual work antinomy evoked above. If all video texts simply designate the process of production/reproduction, then presumably they all turn out to be the same in a peculiarly unhelpful way. I will not try to solve any of these problems. Instead I will restage the approaches and perspectives of the historicism I have called for by way of a kind of myth I have found useful in characterizing the nature of contemporary, postmodernist, cultural production and also in positioning its various theoretical projections. Once upon a time at the dawn of capitalism and middle-class society, there emerged something called the sign, which seemed to entertain unproblematical relations with its referent. This initial heyday of the sign, the moment of literal or referential language or of the unproblematic claims of so-called scientific discourse, came into being because of the corrosive dissolution of older forms of magical language by a force which I will call that of reification, a force whose logic is one of ruthless separation and disjunction, of specialization and rationalization, of a tailorizing division of labor in all realms. Unfortunately, that force which brought traditional reference into being continued unremittingly, being the very logic of capital itself. Thus this first moment of decoding or of realism cannot long endure. By a dialectical reversal it then itself in turn becomes the object of the corrosive force of reification, which enters the realm of language to disjoin the sign from the referent. Such a disjunction does not completely abolish the referent, or the objective world, or reality, which still continue to entertain a feeble existence on the horizon like a shrunken star or red dwarf. But its great distance from the sign now allows the latter to enter a moment of autonomy, of a relatively free-floating utopian existence, as over against its former objects. This autonomy of culture, this semi-autonomy of language, is the moment of modernism, and of a realm of the aesthetic which redoubles the world without being altogether of it, thereby winning a certain negative or critical power, but also a certain otherworldly futility. Yet the force of reification, which was responsible for this new moment, does not stop there either. In another stage, heightened, a kind of reversal of quantity into quality, reification penetrates the sign itself and disjoins the signifier from the signified. Now reference and reality disappear altogether, and even meaning the signified is problematized. We are left with that pure and random play of signifiers that we call postmodernism, which no longer produces monumental works of the modernist type but ceaselessly reshuffles the fragments of pre-existent texts, the building blocks of older cultural and social production, in some new and heightened bricolage, meta-books which cannibalize other books, metatexts which collate bits of other texts, such is the logic of postmodernism in general, which finds one of its strongest and most original, authentic forms in the new art of experimental video. 4. Spatial equivalence in the world system. Postmodernism raises questions about the appetite for architecture which it then virtually at once redirects. Along with food, architecture may be thought to be a relatively late taste among North Americans, who know all about music and storytelling, have been less interested in eloquence, and have sometimes painted small, dark, secret pictures for suspicious purposes, redolent of superstition or the occult. But until very recently they have not wanted, for good reason, to think much about what they were eating, and as for built space, there too a protective narcosis has long reigned, a don't want to see it, don't want to know about it attitude that may, on the whole, have been the most sensible relationship to develop with the older American city. Postmodernism would then be the date on which all that changed. The immediate post-war heritage of this virtually natural or biological species protection has been the diversion of such aesthetic instincts, a very doubtful thing to call them, into instant commodification fast foods, on the one hand, and, on the other hand, the kitsch interior decoration and furniture for which the United States is famous and which has been explained as a kind of security blanket chintz of the first post-war domestic production designed to ward off memories of the Depression and its stark physical deprivations. But you can't start again from scratch, and everything after that in the so-called postmodernism, long after the Depression has been forgotten save as the pretext for Reagan's comparison of himself with FDR, has had to build on those unpromising commercial beginnings. As though it had studied under Hegel, therefore, the postmodern lifts up, and cancels, all that junk, Aufhebung, including the hamburger within the diremption of its gourmet meals and Las Vegas within the rainbow flavor landscape of its psychedelic corporate monuments. The appetite for architecture, however, is inconsistent with the older nothing to do with me with which the Republic's various social classes used to negotiate their downtowns. It means the city, certainly, and it means the freestanding building, preferably blocks of stone, whose shape in space does you some good to see, if that is the right verb. What is in question here is the monumental. It does not need contemporary rhetorics of the body and its trajectories, nor is it basely visual in any of the color-coded postmodern senses. You don't have to walk up the grand staircase personally, but it is not some mannerist parabola, either, that you can miniaturize with a quick look and carry home in your pocket. As Heidegger and J. Pierpont Morgan have both been mentioned already, it is appropriate to say that the monumental lies in between them somewhere, Pittsburgh rather than the Parthenon, yet partaking of both by the idea, and it is probably time in any case to say something positive about the neoclassical, which is what seems to be meant here, and which may also be the submerged, tacit opposite number in the combination scheme on which, so unexpectedly, a few years ago, the postmodern suddenly lit up. Like French cuisine, therefore, this appetite is a solid, bourgeois, 19th century one, and it requires, if not Paris itself, then at least a solid neoclassical city that still includes the formal category of the street and sidewalk that modernism was famously out to abolish, with no little success. Postmodernism, I think, went on to abolish something even more fundamental, namely, the distinction between the inside and the outside. All the modernists ever said about that was that the one ought to express the other, which suggests that no one had yet begun to doubt whether you needed to have either of them at all in the first place. The former streets then become so many aisles in a department store, which, if you think about it in Japanese fashion, becomes the model and the emblem, the secret inner structure and the concept, of the postmodern city, already, appropriately enough, realized in certain sections of Tokyo. The consequences, however, that as spatially exciting as the new thing may be, it becomes ever more difficult in this urban landscape to order a high-class architectural meal of the older kind, even though you might like one, and in that sense the very real accomplishments of the postmodernist architects are comparable to late-night reefer munchies, substitutes rather than the thing itself. The appetite for architecture today, therefore, about which I am on record as agreeing that the postmodern certainly revived, if it did not outright reinvent it, must in reality be an appetite for something else. I think it is an appetite for photography. What we want to consume today are not the buildings themselves, which you scarcely even recognize as you round the freeway. Downtown conditioned reflexes turn it drab before you remember its photo. The classic Southern California construction site tarnishes its image and imprints the usual provisionality, which is supposed to be a fine thing in a text but in space just another synonym for shoddiness. Actually, it is as though that external reality, which we will be careful to refrain from characterizing as the referent, is the last refuge and sanctuary of black and white. As in black and white film, what we take for color in the outside real world is nothing but information on some inner computer program, retranslating the data and marking it with the appropriate hue, like the tinting of classical Hollywood movies. The real color comes when you look at the photographs, the glossy plates, in all their splendor. Tout au monde existe pour aboutir au livre. Well, at least the picture book. And many are the postmodern buildings that seem to have been designed for photography, where alone they flash into brilliant existence and actuality with all the phosphorescence of the high-tech orchestra on CD. Any return to the haptic and the tactile, like Venturi's conversion to respectability in the Gordon Wu Hall at Princeton, with its polished metals and genuinely solid banisters, seem to harken back to Louis Kahn and the late modern, when building materials were expensive and of the finest quality and people still wore suits and ties. It is like the transition from precious metals to the credit card. The bad new things are no less expensive, and you no less consume their very value, but, as will be suggested later on, it is the value of the photographic equipment you consume first and foremost, and not of its objects. So perhaps postmodern architecture is the property of literary critics after all, and textual in more ways than one. The modernist way of doing all this would be to organize it around the individual styles and names, which are more distinctive than the individual works. The residual after-effects of modernism are as tangible in the methods works solicit as they are in the latter's structures, and not the least significant inquiry about the postmodern, it will also, in its fashion, be pursued in this chapter, consists in examining these residues and speculating as to their necessity. On the other hand, there are residues that long predate the modern itself and come before us as something of an archaic return of the repressed within the postmodern. It must be supposed, for instance, that fan-like collective forms are generally residual and inherited from previous modes of production that are more collective in nature than our own, thus Chinese cuisine and its synchronic interrelationships, or, in another area, what is now known as the Japanese team concept, but which evidently organizes groups of people in other areas than the factory proper. This leads to the presumption that monumental models of totality, of an architectonic kind, are reconstructions of those residual fragments in the modern period. They do not, in other words, offer alternate, capitalist, Western forms of totality to these more archaic ones, since the logic of capitalism is dispersive and disjunctive in the first place and does not tend toward wholes of whatever kind. Where one finds these last in our mode of production, therefore, as in state power, or, in other words, the construction or reconstruction of a state bureaucracy, the effort may be seen as a reaction against dispersal and fragmentation and a reactive or second-degree form. The relaxation of the postmodern then determines not a return to older collective forms but a loosening of the modern construction such that its elements and components still identifiable and relatively undecomposed float at a certain distance from each other in a miraculous stasis or suspension, which, like the constellations, is certain to come apart in the next minute. The most vivid pictorial representation of the process is surely to be found in the so-called historicism of the postmodern architects, and above all in their relationship to the classical language, whose various elements architrave, column, arch, order, lintel, dormer, and dome begin with the slow force of cosmological processes to flee each other in space, standing out from their former supports, as it were, in free levitation, and, as it were, endowed for a last brief moment with the glowing autonomy of the psychic signifier, as though their secondary syncatagormic function had become for an instant the word itself, before being blown out into the dust of empty spaces. Such flotation was already present in surrealism, where Dali's late Christs hovered over the crosses they were nailed to, and Magritte's men with bowler hats slowly descended from the skies in the form of the raindrops that determined them to wear their bowler hats and carry their umbrellas in the first place. The interpretation of dreams was most often appealed to for motivation in the experience of weightlessness used to inscribe all these objects somehow together, that then endowed them with the depth of the psychic model or the unconscious, in ways quite alien to the postmodern and old-fashioned in its context. But in Charles Moore's Piazza d'Italia, and in many of his other buildings, the elements float loose under their own momentum, each becoming a sign or logo for architecture itself, which is thereby, needless to say, consumed like a commodity and with all the avid relish that accompanies such consumption in contrast to the role such elements were called upon to play, or most often repressed from playing, in a modernism anxious to resist consumption and offer an experience that could not be commodified. Internal differentiation of this kind, therefore, as though the elements and components of the work were held in solution by a kind of anti-gravity of the postmodern utterly different in spirit from the law of falling bodies of the modern, which sought to agglomerate and combine by attraction, Freud's eros, would seem to be a fundamental symptom of postmodern space. The other is, on the face of it, unrelated to this, for it seems to imply a positive principle of relationship rather than this centrifugal movement, and rather suggests the way in which organisms react to foreign bodies and seek to surround and neutralize them in a kind of spatial quarantine or cordon sanitaire. Yet such elements are most often extrinsic or extra-systemic merely by virtue of their belonging to the past. I will therefore borrow the architect's own term and call this second procedure wrapping, it being understood that we are doing something similar here, and that it would therefore be well to try to produce its concept on a theoretical level also. Wrapping can be seen as a reaction to the disintegration of that more traditional concept Hegel called ground, which passed into humanistic thought in the form named context, felt by its opponents to be basely external or extrinsic, since it seemed to imply the double standard of two radically distinct sets of thoughts and procedures, one for the text, the other generally imported from the outside, from history or sociology manuals for the context in question, and, in addition, to be always redolent of some larger and even more intolerable conception of the social totality to come. The problem then seemed to reorganize itself into a formal one: what kind of relationships are we now to establish between these two distinct sets of data or raw materials if the figure/ground relationship is excluded from the outset? Intertextuality was always an exceedingly weak and formalistic solution to this problem, which wrapping solves much better, being first of all more frivolous, and thereby instantly disposable, but also, and above all, because, unlike intertextuality, it retains the essential prerequisite of priority or even hierarchy, the functional subordination of one element to another, sometimes also even called causality, but makes that now irreversible. What is Andrei Tarkovsky? From Nostalgia, the Russian house inside the Italian cathedral wrapped can also be used as the wrapper can also be wrapped in its turn. Such effects can be proximately approached by way of older anticipations, such as Malraux's intuition of a fictive work of art. He had in mind the way in which photography creates hitherto unrealized art forms, for example, magnifying the beaten gold of a piece of Scythian jewelry into volumes reminiscent of the friezes on the Parthenon, transforming decorative art into sculpture, and the provisional, mobile, minor products of nomads, into monumental and sedentary canonical works. He himself, being canonical and modernist in his views, did not succeed in producing the concept of such transformations but only in adding the anonymous Scythians, along with the grave painters of Fayoum, to the major canon. Whether the operation could work in the other direction, and the great canonical forms be turned back into minor art, is another, unanswered, question. Deleuze and Guattari try to do so with that modern classic called Kafka. 2. After the emergence of theoretical discourse, however, and along with the now virtually universal feeling that, everything being a text anyway, the former context is also really just a text in its own right, since we took it from another book, some version of Malraux's practice of the creation of fictional art forms comes into being by way of what used to look like quotation. See, for instance, the photo from Andrei Tarkovsky film Nostalgia. It becomes ever clearer that in whatever criticism or explication to text, but far more visibly in the more idiosyncratic practices of contemporary theory, one text is simply being wrapped in another, with the paradoxical effect that the first a mere writing sample, a paragraph or illustrative sentence, a segment or moment torn out of its context becomes affirmed as autonomous and as a kind of unity in its own right, like the devouring lions on Malraux's earrings. The new discourse works hard to assimilate the primary text, formerly called literature, into its own substance, transcoding its elements, foregrounding all the echoes and analogies, sometimes even borrowing the stylistic features of the illustration in order to forge the neologisms, that is to say, the official terminology of the theoretical wrapper from them. And sometimes indeed the weaker classics melt away into their powerful theoretical spokespeople and end up as appendixes or extended footnotes to a named theoretician. More often, however, the lasting result is rather the secondary and not altogether intended one of loosening the primary unity, dissolving a work into a text, releasing the elements and setting them free for semi-autonomous existence as information bits in the message-saturated space of late capitalist media culture or objective spirit. But in this case the movement can be reversible, as when writers like Samuel Delany drew the terminological fragments of theoretical discourse back into their own official literary production and leave them embedded there, like fossils in stratified remains or the outlines of some atomized body in a future Pompeii. Fragments in theoretical discourse are not, in any case, such pieces of a former work of art but rather the terms themselves, the neologisms, which, having become ideological logos, then spray out into the social world like so much shrapnel, passing into general usage and describing their parabola with diminishing force until they end up lodging in this or that immovable obstacle which may, of course, end up simply being the media in its own right. What is also perpetuated by the strategy of the wrapper and the wrapped is the suggestion, implicitly the most explicit message of the concept of intertextuality as well, that none of the parts are new, and it is repetition rather than radical innovation that is henceforth at stake. The problem lies in the resultant paradox that it is on this renunciation of the new or the novum that the claim to historic originality of postmodernism in general, and postmodern architecture in particular, is founded. What is it, then, that is original, in some new and original sense, in the conception of the neo to eschew originality and to embrace repetition in some strong and original fashion? To what degree can we still describe the originalities of spatial construction in the postmodern, when this last has explicitly renounced the great modernist myth of producing a radically new utopian space capable of transforming the world itself? As always, however, the dilemmas of the postmodern themselves modify, and are in turn modified by, those of the modern, for which innovation was unambiguous enough as an ideological value, but structurally ambivalent and undecidable in its realization. Judgment of this kind ought to have been facilitated by the forthright identification, in the most programmatic of the moderns, such as Le Corbusier, of formal with radical social change as such, something that presumably offers the usual empirical verifiability, provided you think it is an easy matter to register social regeneration after the fact. The attempt to think through such changes from the perspective of the superstructure seems finally to produce social models or world visions of an essentially religious kind. At any rate, the very concept of space here demonstrates its supremely mediatory function, in the way in which its aesthetic formulation begins at once to entail cognitive consequences on the one hand and socio-political consequences on the other. But this is also why it may be misleading to frame the social consequences of spatial innovation in terms of space itself. The indirection of some third term or interpreton drawn from another realm or medium seems to impose itself. Such was the case in film studies a few years ago when Christian Metz elaborated his film semiotics in a vast rewriting program in which the essentials of filmic structure were reformulated in terms of language and sign systems. The tangible result of such a rewriting program was to produce a dual problem that might never have been articulated or brought into focus had it remained couched in purely cinematographic terms: the problem of the minimal unities and macro forms of what, in the image, might correspond to the sign and its components, not to speak of the word itself, and of what in filmic diagesis might be considered to be a complete utterance, if not a sentence, let alone a larger textual paragraph of some sort. But such problems are produced within the framework of a larger pseudo-problem that looks ontological, or metaphysical, which amounts to the same thing, and which can take the form of the unanswerable question of whether film is a kind of language. Even to assert that it is like a language or like language sets off metaphysical resonance. This particular period of film studies seems to have ended, not when the ontological question was identified as a false one, but when the local work of transcoding had reached the limit of its objects, at which point the judgment of the pseudo-problem could be allowed to take its course. Such a rewriting program may be useful in our present architectural context, provided it is not confused with the semiotics of architecture, which already exists, and provided a second historical and utopian step is added onto this key one, whose function is not to raise analogous ontological questions, as to whether built space is a kind of language, but rather to awaken the question of the conditions of possibility of this or that spatial form. As in film, the first questions are those of minimal units. The words of built space, or at least its substantives, would seem to be rooms, categories which are syntactically or syncatagormatically related and articulated by the various spatial verbs and adverbs: corridors, doorways, and staircases, for example, modified in turn by adjectives in the form of paint and furnishings, decoration, and ornament, whose puritanical denunciation by Adolf Loos offers some interesting linguistic and literary parallels. Meanwhile, these sentences, if that indeed is what a building can be said to be, are read by readers whose bodies fill the various shifter slots and subject positions, while the larger text into which such units are inserted can be assigned to the text grammar of the urban as such, or perhaps, in a world system, to even vaster geographies and their syntactic laws. Once these equivalents have been laid in place, the more interesting questions of historical identity begin to pose themselves, questions not implicit in the linguistic or semiotic apparatus, which begin to obtain when this is itself dialectically challenged. How, for example, are we to think of the fundamental category of the room, as minimal unity? Are private rooms, public rooms, and rooms for work, white-collar office space, for instance, to be thought of as the same kind of substantive? Can they all be deployed indifferently within the same kind of sentence structure? On one historical reading, however, the modern room comes into being only as a consequence of the invention of the corridor in the 17th century. Its privacies have little enough to do with those indifferent sleeping spaces that a person used to negotiate by passing through a rat's nest of other rooms and stepping over sleeping bodies. This innovation, thus re-narrativized, now generates cognate questions about the origins of the nuclear family and the construction or formation of bourgeois subjectivity fully as much as do queries about related architectural techniques. But it also raises serious doubts about the philosophies of language that in effect produced the formulation in the first place. What is, indeed, the trans-historical status of the word and the sentence? Modern philosophy significantly modified its vision of its own history as well as its conception of its function when it began to appreciate the relationship of its most fundamental, Western, categories to the grammatical structure of ancient Greek, let alone to the latter's approximations in Latin. The repudiation of the category of substance in modern philosophy can be said to be one response to the impact of this experience of historicity, which seemed to discredit the substantive as such. It is not clear that anything similar took place on the macro level of the sentence proper, even though the constitutive relationship of linguistics as a discipline to the sentence as its largest conceivable object of study has come to be understood, and is reinforced, rather than dispelled, by the attempt to invent compensatory disciplines like semantics or text grammar, which dramatically designate the frontiers they would desperately like to transgress or abolish. Historical speculation is here only exacerbated by the drawing of political and social consequences. The question of the origins of language itself, the formation of the sentence and the word in some galactic magma at the dawn of human time, has been declared illicit by everyone from Kant to Levi Strauss, even though it is accompanied by a question about the origins of the social itself, and used to be accompanied by another, related one about the origins of the family. But that of the possible evolution and modification of language is still conceivable and entertains a vital relationship to the utopian question about the possible modification of society, where that is itself still conceivable. Indeed, the forms taken by just such debates will seem philosophically receivable or on the contrary antiquated and superstitious in strict proportion to your deeper convictions as to whether postmodern society can be changed any longer or not. The Mar debate in the Soviet Union, for example, has been classed with Lysenko as a scientific aberration, largely owing to Mayer's hypothesis that the very form and structure of language itself altered according to the mode of production of which it was a superstructure. As Russian had not sensibly evolved since the Tsarist period, Stalin put an abrupt end to this speculation with a famous pamphlet, Marxism and Linguistics. In our own time, feminism has been virtually alone in attempting to envision the utopian languages spoken in societies in which gender domination and inequality would have ceased to exist. The result was more than just a glorious moment in recent science fiction, and should continue to set the example for the political value of the utopian imagination as a form of praxis. But it is precisely from the perspective of such utopian praxis that we can return to the problem of the judgment to be made on the innovations of the modern movement in architecture. For just as the expansion of the sentence plays a fundamental role in literary modernism from Mallarmé to Faulkner, so also the metamorphosis of the minimal unit is fundamental in architectural modernism, which may be said to have attempted to transcend the sentence, as such, in its abolition of the street. Le Corbusier's free plan may be said in much the same sense to challenge the existence of the traditional room as a syntactic category and to produce an imperative to dwell in some new way, to invent new forms of living and habitation as an ethical and political, and perhaps also as a psychoanalytic, consequence of formal mutation. Everything turns, then, on whether you think the free plan is just another room, albeit of a novel type, or whether it transcends that category altogether, just as a language beyond the sentence would transcend our Western conceptuality and our sociality alike. Nor is it only a question of demolishing the older forms, as in the iconoclastic and purifying therapy of Dada. This kind of modernism promised the articulation of new spatial categories that might properly merit characterization as utopian. It is well known that postmodernism is at one with a negative judgment on these aspirations of the high modern, which it claims to have abandoned, but the new name, the sense of a radical break, the enthusiasm that greeted the new kinds of buildings, all testify to the persistence of some notion of novelty or innovation that seems to have survived the modern itself. Such is at least the problematic framework in which I propose to examine one of the few postmodern buildings which does seem to have some powerful claim on revolutionary spatiality, the house, or single-family dwelling, that the Canadian-American architect Frank Gehry built, or rebuilt, for himself in Santa Monica, California, in 1979. Problems enshroud even this starting point. However, for one thing, it is not clear how Gehry thinks of himself in relationship to postmodern architecture more generally. His style certainly has little enough in common with the ostentatious decorative frivolity and historicist illusion of Michael Graves or Charles Moore or even Venturi himself. Gehry has indeed observed that Venturi is into storytelling. I'm really interested in this hands-on thing, and not in telling stories, an apt enough characterization of the passion for periodization from which, among other things, the concept of postmodernism comes. Meanwhile, the single-family dwelling may also be less characteristic of the projects of the postmodern. The grandeur of the palace or the villa is clearly increasingly inappropriate to an age which began with the death of the subject in the first place. Nor is the nuclear family any specifically postmodern interest or concern. Here too, then, if we win, we may actually have lost, and the more original Gehry's building turns out to be, the less generalizable its features may be for postmodernism in general. The house is located on the corner of 22nd Street and Washington Avenue and is not, properly speaking, a new building but the reconstruction of an older, very conventional frame dwelling. Diamondstein, one of the works of art that you did manage to create, however, is your very own house. It has been described as suburban anonymity. The original structure was a two-story gambrel roof clapboard house. You proceeded to build a 1½ story high wall of corrugated metal around it, but behind the wall the original structure pokes up from inside the new structure. Can you tell us what your intentions were there? Gehry, it had to do with my wife. She found this nice house and I love my wife, this cute little house with antiques in it. Very sweet little thing. And we were having a lot of problems finding a house. We bought in Santa Monica at the height of the real estate boom. We paid the highest price possible. Diamondstein, $160,000, I read. Gehry, $160,000. Diamondstein, a lot of money. Gehry, a year earlier it was 40. Talk about desperate moves. I always do that. And we could have lived in that house fine. There was enough room in it and everything. Diamondstein, a pink house with green shingles? Gehry, it was all pink asbestos shingle over white clapboard. It had several layers on it. It was already layered, which is a heavy term these days, layering. Diamondstein, that's part of the appeal to you. Gehry, anyway, I decided to get into a dialogue with the old house, which is no different, you know, from what I was saying about the Ron Davis house, where the interiors would join in a dialogue with the exteriors. Here I had it easy, because the old house was already a different aesthetic, and I could play off it. But I wanted to explore the relationship between the two. I got fascinated with the idea that the old house should appear to remain totally intact from the outside, and that you could look through the new house, and see the old house as though it was now packaged in this new skin. The new skin and the windows in the new house would be of a totally different aesthetic than the windows in the old house. So they would constantly be in tension, or whatever, with each other. I wanted each window to have a different aesthetic, which I couldn't accomplish at that time. Diamondstein, so, the old house was the core, and the new house is the wrapper. Of course, you've used a number of the materials that are familiar in your own vocabulary: metal, plywood, glass, and chain link fencing, all very inexpensive. On one hand, the house looks unfinished and rough. Gehry, I'm not sure if it is finished. Diamondstein, you're not sure? Gehry, no. Diamondstein, is one ever sure? Gehry, it's confusing. I was wondering the other day what effect this had on my family. I've noticed my wife leaves papers and stuff around on the table, so there's a kind of chaos in the organization of how we live in the house. I was beginning to think that it had something to do with her not knowing whether I'm finished or not. 7. In what follows, I rely heavily on Gavin McCrae-Gibson's Secret Life of Buildings, which includes some fine pieces of phenomenological and formal description. I have visited the house myself and am anxious to avoid the stark methodological aporia of Barth's system of fashion, which chose to analyze the writing about fashion rather than the physical fashions themselves, but it is certain that even the most seemingly physical or sensory approaches to the architectural text are only apparently opposed to expression or interpretation, something we will confront when we return to the peculiar phenomenon of the architectural photograph. But McCrae-Gibson's book has an even stronger claim on our interest here, owing to the character of its interpretive framework, which remains that of an older high modernism and which can therefore, at crucial conjunctures between description and interpretation, tell us something as revealing about the difference between modernism and postmodernism as Gary's construction itself. McCrae-Gibson sorts the Gary house into three types of space. I will not retain this threefold differentiation, but it gives a useful starting point. First, a group of small rooms at the back of the house on both floors consisting of stairs, bedrooms, bathrooms, and closets. Second, the major spaces of the old house, which have become the living room on the ground floor and the master bedroom on the first floor. Lastly, the complex attenuated spaces of the new spatial wrapper, consisting of the entry spaces, kitchen, and dining areas, which are 5 steps below the living room. 9. Let us work our way back through these three types of space. The house consists of a corrugated metal shell wrapped around 3 sides of an existing pretty pink shingled 1920s house in a way that creates new spaces between the shell and the old exterior walls. 1 degree the old wooden frame remains as a kind of scaffolding memory in places, but the dining area and kitchen have now expanded beyond it and are essentially located in the former driveway and yard, 5 steps below the level of the former ground floor. These new areas, between the frame and the wrapper, are mostly glassed in and therefore visually open to and indistinguishable from the former outside or outdoors. Whatever aesthetic thrill we get from this formal innovation, it might be a thrill of discomfort or malaise, but, on the other hand, Philip Johnson, who had breakfast there, found it quite gemütlich, will clearly have had something to do with an effacement of the categories of inside/outside, or a rearrangement of them. The stark effect of the corrugated metal frame seems to ruthlessly cut across the older house and brutally stamp the mark and sign of modern art on it, yet without wholly dissolving it, as though the peremptory gesture of art had been interrupted and abandoned in mid-process. Besides this dramatic formal intervention, whose use of cheap junk material must also be retained, as we shall see in a moment, the other dramatic feature of the newly wrapped house involves the glassing of the driveway area and, in particular, the new skylighting of the kitchen, which, seen from the outside of the house, appears to protrude into outer space like an enormous glass cube, the tumbling cube Gary has called it, which marks the junction of the streets with what during the day is a receding void and at night is an advancing solid like a beacon. 11. This characterization by McCrae-Gibson strikes me as interesting, but his interpretation of the cube, which returns to Malevich's mystic quadrilaterals, Gary once designed a Malevich exhibit, so the reference is not as arbitrary as it might seem, seems to me completely misguided, a willful attempt to reinscribe the old clothes junk aesthetic of a certain postmodernism within the loftiest metaphysical vocations of an older high modernism. Gary himself has often insisted on what is obvious to any viewer of his buildings, namely, the cheapness of their materials. Cheapskate architecture he once called it. Besides the corrugated aluminum of this building, he has an obvious predilection for steel mesh, raw plywood, cinder block, telephone poles, and the like, and even at one time in his career designed, astonishingly ornate, cardboard furniture. Such materials clearly connote, they annul the projected syntheses of matter and form of the great modern buildings, and they also inscribe what are clearly economic or infrastructural themes in this work, reminding us of the cost of housing and building and, by extension, of the speculation in land values, that constitutive seam between the economic organization of society and the aesthetic production of its spatial art, which architecture must live more dramatically than any of the other fine arts, save perhaps film, but whose scars it bears more visibly even than film itself, which must necessarily repress and conceal its economic determinations. The cube and the slab, of corrugated metal, these ostentatious markers, planted in the older building like some lethal strut transfixing the body of a car crash victim, clearly shatter any illusions of organic form that might be entertained about this construction, and that are among the constitutive ideals of the older modernism. These two spatial phenomena make up the wrapper. They violate the older space and are now both parts of the newer construction and at distance from it, like foreign bodies. They also correspond, in my opinion, to the two great constitutive elements of architecture itself, which in his postmodern manifesto, Learning from Las Vegas, Robert Venturi disengages from the tradition in order to reformulate the tasks and vocation of the newer aesthetic, namely, the opposition between the facade, or storefront, and the shed behind or the barn-like space of the building itself. But Gary does not remain within this contradiction, playing each term off against the other to produce some interesting but provisional solution. Rather, it seems to me that the corrugated metal front and the tumbling cube allude to the two terms of this dilemma, which they attach to something else: the remains of the older house, the persistence of history and the past, a content which can still be seen through the newer elements, literally, as when the simulated window opening of the corrugated wrapper discloses the older windows of the frame house behind them. But if this is so, then we find ourselves obliged to reorganize McCrae Gibson's tripartite scheme. His first category, the remnants of traditional suburban space, we retain as such, to be dealt with later. If, however, the wrapper cube and slab takes on a life of its own here, as the visible agent of architectural transformation in course, then it must be assigned category status in its own right, while McCrae Gibson's final two types of space, the older major spaces along with the new entry and kitchen spaces, will be amalgamated as the joint results of the intersection of the first two categories, of the intervention of the wrapper into the traditional house. For our purposes, therefore, the fact that the living room emerges in a space already built in the older house, while the kitchen is in effect an additional room outside of that, does not seem as significant as the sense that both are somehow equally new, in a way that remains to be evaluated. Indeed, both the now sunken living room and the dining areas and kitchen opened up between the loosely draped external wrapper and the withering away of the now unnecessary structural frame now seem to me the thing itself, the new postmodern space proper, which our bodies inhabit in malaise or delight, trying to shed the older habits of inside/outside categories and perceptions, still longing for the bourgeois privacy of solid walls, enclosures like the old centered bourgeois ego, yet grateful for the novelty of the incorporation of yucca plants and what Barthes would have called Californianity into our newly reconstructed environment. We must insist, over and over and in a variety of ways, on the troubling ambiguities of this new hyperspace. This is how McCrae Gibson does it, evoking numerous contradictory perspective lines going to numerous vanishing points above and below a wide variety of horizons. When nothing is at right angles, nothing seems to vanish to the same point. Gary's distorted perspective planes and illusionistic use of framing members engender the same feeling in the beholder as do Ronald Davis's paintings, where the viewer is suspended above the warped perspective grids and tipped towards them, the tilting of planes expected to be horizontal or vertical and the converging of stud-work members cause one to feel suspended and tipped in various directions oneself. For Gary the world vanishes to a multitude of points, and he does not presuppose that any are related to the standing human being. The human eye is still of critical importance in Gary's world, but the sense of center no longer has its traditional symbolic value. 13. What this account suggests is nothing quite so much as the alienation of the older phenomenological body, with its right/left, front/back, up/down coordinates, in the outer space of Kubrick 2001, with the security of the Newtonian Earth withdrawn. The feeling is also surely related to that new shapeless space, neither mass nor volume, which characterizes Portman's vast lobbies, according to me, in which streamers and hangings remind us like ghostly reminiscences of older partitioning and structuring boundaries and enclosure categories, while also withdrawing those and offering the illusion of some new and meretricious spatial liberation and play. Gary's space is, to be sure, far more precise and sculpted than those enormous and crudely melodramatic containers. In a more articulated way it confronts us with the paradoxical impossibilities, not least the impossibilities of representation, which are inherent in this latest evolutionary mutation of late capitalism towards something else which is no longer family or neighborhood, city or state, nor even nation, but as abstract and non-situated as the placelessness of a room in an international chain of motels or the anonymous space of airport terminals that all run together in your mind. There are, however, other ways of coming at the nature of hyperspace, and Gary mentioned a different one in the interview I've already quoted when he spoke about the chaos of things inside the house. After all, Venturi's decorated shed suggests that contents are relatively indifferent and might as well be strewn all over as stacked neatly in a corner somewhere. This is also how Gary describes the rebuildable studio he made for Ron Davis. Such structures create a shell. Then the user comes in and puts his junk in the shell in some way. The house I did for Ron Davis was that idea. I built the most beautiful shell I could do, and then let him bring his stuff to it, and convert it to his use. But Gary's remarks on the messiness of his own house betray a faint malaise which may be worth tracking further, particularly since the continuation of the dialogue introduces a new topic, photography, to which we will be returning shortly. Diamondstein, there might have been another cue that you have given to the occupants. When that house was photographed with 3 perfect lilies in one place, and 2 books in another, you had soap powder for the kitchen sink on the kitchen sink, and some of the cupboard doors open. It was very much a lived-in environment. It seemed evident that this was a deliberate structuring of the photo to reflect an environment in which real people lived real lives. Gary, actually, it wasn't structuring the photo. Diamondstein, it was taking a photo of the way you live. Gary, yeah. Well, what happens is I've had a lot of photographers there now. Each one comes in and has a different idea of how the place should look. So they start moving the furniture around. If I get there in time, I start putting everything back. Such discussions imply a displacement of architectural space such that the positioning of its contents, objects and human bodies alike becomes problematical. It is a feeling that can only be properly evaluated in a historical and comparative context and, in my opinion, on the basis of the following proposition: if the great negative emotions of the modernist moment were anxiety, terror, the being unto death, and Keats's horror, what characterizes the newer intensities of the postmodern, which have also been characterized in terms of the bad trip and of schizophrenic submersion, can just as well be formulated in terms of the messiness of a dispersed existence, existential messiness, the perpetual temporal distraction of post-60s life. Indeed, one is tempted, without wishing to overload a very minor feature of Gary's building, to evoke the more general informing context of some larger virtual nightmare, which can be identified as the 60s gone toxic, a whole historical and countercultural bad trip in which psychic fragmentation is raised to a qualitatively new power, the structural distraction of the disintegrated subject now promoted to the very motor and existential logic of late capitalism itself. At any rate, all these features, the strange new feeling of an absence of inside and outside, the bewilderment and loss of spatial orientation in Portman's hotels, the messiness of an environment in which things and people no longer find their place, offer useful symptomatic approaches to the nature of postmodern hyperspace, without giving us any model or explanation of the thing itself. But such hyperspace, McCrae-Gibson's second and third types of space, is itself the result of the tension between 2 terms or poles, 2 distinct kinds of spatial structure and experience, of which we have so far mentioned only one, namely, the cube and the corrugated wall, the external wrapping. We must therefore proceed on to the most archaic parts of the house itself, the older surviving stairs, bedrooms, bathrooms, and closets, to see not merely what it was that had to be even partially transformed, but also whether that traditional syntax and grammar is susceptible to utopian transformation. In fact, such rooms are preserved as in a museum, untouched, intact, yet now somehow quoted and without the slightest modification emptied, as in the transformation of something into an image of itself, of its concrete life, like a Disneyland preserved and perpetuated by Martians for their own delectation and historical research. As you go up the still old-fashioned stairs of the Gary house, you reach an old-fashioned door, through which you enter an old-fashioned maid's room, although it might just as well have been the bedroom of a teenager. The door is a time travel device. When you close it, you are back in the old 20th century American suburb. The old concept of the room, which includes my privacy, my treasures, and my chinzas, old teddy bears, old LP records. But the time travel evocation is misleading. On the one hand, we have here praxis and reconstruction, much like Philip K. Dick's Wash 36, a lovingly authentic reconstruction of the Washington of his boyhood in 1936 by a 300-year-old millionaire on a satellite planet, or, if you prefer a quicker reference, like Disneyland or Epcot, while, on the other hand, it is not exactly a reconstruction of the past at all, since this enclave spaces are present and replicates the real dwelling spaces of the other houses on this street or elsewhere in Los Angeles today. Yet it is a present reality that has been transformed into a simulacrum by the process of wrapping or quotation, and has thereby become not historical but historicist, an allusion to a present out of real history which might just as well be a past removed from real history. The quoted room therefore also has affinities with what in film has come to be called low mode retro, or nostalgia film, the past as fashion plate and glossy image. Suddenly, therefore, this area, retained and preserved from that older house with which Gary is pursuing a dialogue, resonates as an aesthetic phenomenon with a whole range of other very different and non-architectural phenomena in postmodern art and theory, the transformation into the image or simulacrum, historicism as a substitute for history, quotation, enclaves within the cultural sphere, and so forth. I am even tempted here to reintroduce the whole problem of reference itself, so paradoxical when one has to do with buildings, which, presumably realier than the content of literature, painting, or film, are then somehow their own referent. But the theoretical problem of how a building could have a referent, as opposed to a signified or a meaning of some kind, loses its estrangement capacity and shock value when it slips into the weaker issue of what the building might refer to. I mention this because this last is another move in McCrae Gibson's modernizing interpretation of the house, and it results in a brilliant essay on the way in which the house alludes to its own position in Santa Monica with a host of marine allusions and imagery. This is a kind of reading we are accustomed to in analyses of works by L. E. Corbusier or Frank Lloyd Wright, where the operation of such allusions seems perfectly consistent not merely with the modernist aesthetic of such buildings but also with their particular social space and historical situation. If, however, one feels that the city space of the 1980s has for all kinds of multiple and overdetermined reasons lost that particular materiality and placeness or situatedness, that is, we no longer feel Santa Monica in this way as a place whose sites stand in determinate relations to the beach or the freeway and so forth, then such exegesis will come to seem misguided or irrelevant. Not wrong, necessarily, for these structures may be the remnants of an older modernist language subsumed and virtually cancelled by the new one, yet persisting feebly and in a pinch decryptable by a bright and stubborn, backward-looking reader and critic. There are, however, other ways in which the theoretical issue of reference might be framed, most notably, a perspective in which the room itself, characteristic of that mainstream American society and social space into which the Gary house has been inserted, stands as some last minimal remnant of that older space as it is worked over, cancelled, surcharged, volatilized, sublimated, or transformed by some newer system. In that case, the traditional room could be seen as some feeble, ultimate, tenuous reference, or as the last stubborn, truncated core of a referent in the process of wholesale dissolution and liquidation. I believe that nothing like this can be shown for the space of Portman's Bonaventure, unless it be the now marginalized apparatus of the traditional hotel, the wings and stories of claustrophobic and uncomfortable bedrooms hidden away in the towers, a traditional hotel living space whose decorations were so notorious that they have been altered several times since the inauguration of the building and for whose architect they were clearly the least interesting matter on the agenda. In Portman, therefore, reference the traditional room, the traditional language and category is brutally dissociated from the newer postmodern space of the euphoric central lobby and left to etiolate and dangle slowly in the wind. The force of Gary's structure would then stem from the active dialectical way in which the tension between the two kinds of space is maintained and exacerbated. If this is a dialogue, then it has little of the complacency of a Gadamer or of Richard Rorty's conversations. I want to add that this conception of reference, which is social and spatial all at once, has real content, and can be developed in very concrete directions. For example, the above described enclave space is in fact a maid's room and thereby becomes invested at once with the content of various kinds of social subalternity, remnants of older hierarchy in the family and gender and ethnic divisions of labor. We have essentially rewritten McCrae Gibson's enumeration of three types of space: traditional rooms, the newer living spaces, and the cube and corrugated wall, into a dynamic model in which two very distinct kinds of space, the bedroom and the abstract architectural forms that open up the older house, intersect to produce new kinds of space: the kitchen and dining area, the living room, space that includes old and new, inside and outside, the framed platforms of the older house and the reconstituted yet strangely amorphous areas between the frame and the wrapper. It is essentially only this last type of space, the result of a dialectical engagement between the two others, which can be characterized as postmodern, that is to say, as some radically new spatiality beyond the traditional and the modern alike, which seems to make some historical claim for radical difference and originality. The question of interpretation arises when we try to evaluate this claim and propose hypotheses as to its possible meaning. Put somewhat differently, such hypotheses necessarily constitute transcoding operations in which we frame equivalents for this architectural and spatial phenomenon in other codes or theoretical languages, or, to use yet another kind of language, they constitute the allegorical projection of the structure of the analysis models. So here, for example, it is evident at the outset that an allegory is being told whereby, from out of what is either a traditional or a realistic moment, but then perhaps, the realism of Hollywood rather than that of Balzac, the lightning bolt of modernism seems to generate the postmodern proper. Gary's own private allegorization seems to involve the adaptation or rebuilding of Judaism for a new function, if not simply a survival, in the modern, or even the postmodern, world. Gary's grandfather was president of his synagogue, a small, remodeled house-like building. His grandson later recalled, similar, in some ways, to the house in Santa Monica that he himself would remodel in the 1970s. "My house reminds me of that old building," Gary confessed, "and I frequently think of it when I'm here." Even if, as with Kant, such narratives lie exclusively in the eye of the beholder, they require historical explanation and some account of their conditions of possibility, and the reasons why we seem to feel this to be a logical sequence if not a complete story or narrative. But other allegorical constructs are also possible, and an analysis of these will commit us to a long detour back through McCrae Gibson's interpretive system, which is, as I've said, an essentially modernist one. I have touched on several interpretive moves in McCrae Gibson's article without recording the basic formulations in which he frames his sense of the function of this new kind of building. These are as follows: perspective illusion and perspective contradiction are used throughout Gary's house, and many of his other projects, to prevent the formation of an intellectual picture that might destroy the continual immediacy of perceptual shock. Such illusions and contradictions force one to continually question the nature of what one sees, to alter the definition of reality, in the end, from the memory of a thing to the perception of that thing. 19 such formulations, with their familiar stress on the vocation of art to restimulate perception, to reconquer a freshness of experience back from the habituated and reified numbness of everyday life in the fallen world, bring us to the very heart of the essential modernism of McCrae Gibson's aesthetic. The Russian formalists, of course, codified such views most powerfully and durably, but something similar can be found in all the modernist theories, from Pound to surrealism and phenomenology, and across all the arts, from architecture to music and literature, and even film. I believe, for a number of reasons, that this remarkable aesthetic is today meaningless and must be admired as one of the most intense historical achievements of the cultural past, along with the Renaissance or the Greeks or the Tang dynasty. In the wholly built and constructed universe of late capitalism, from which nature has at last been effectively abolished and in which human praxis in the degraded form of information, manipulation, and reification has penetrated the older autonomous sphere of culture and even the unconscious itself, the utopia of a renewal of perception has no place to go. It is not clear, to put it crudely and succinctly, why, in an environment of sheer advertising simulacra and images, we should even want to sharpen and renew our perception of those things. Can some other function, then, be conceived for culture in our time? The question at least offers a standard by which to evaluate the claims of contemporary postmodernism to some genuine formal and spatial originality. It can at least do so negatively by starkly disclosing the remnants of an unacceptable modernism still at work in the various postmodern manifestos, the concept of irony in Venturi, for example, just as fully as that of defamiliarization seen in the book by McCrae Gibson. Such older modernist themes are appealed to in extremis when the newer theories require some ultimate conceptual grounding they cannot generate out of their own internal economies, and this not least because the very logic of postmodern theory is inconsistent with and hostile to grounding in the first place, sometimes also stigmatized as essentialism or foundationalism. I will add that I must also refuse McCrae Gibson's account on a more empirical basis, since, in my experience, the Gary House does not particularly correspond to the defamiliarizing and perception-renewing description. Nonetheless, I am interested in the description from a somewhat different angle, which is that of its continuing possibility in a postmodernist framework. The account is still plausible, although it should not be any longer, and I think we also need an explanation of why this should be so. Let us look again at the specifics, which suggest that the building has as its primary aesthetic function to subvert, or to block, the formation of an intellectual picture that might destroy the continual immediacy of perceptual shock. A few sentences later, this intellectual picture, which must be resisted, subverted, or blocked, is assimilated to the memory of a thing, as distinguished from the positive value of the perception of that thing. We may here detect a slight modification of the older modernist paradigm in the reinforcement and increasing specification of the negative term, that which is to be fragmented, undermined, forestalled. In the older modernisms, that negative term was still relatively general in character and evocative of the nature of social life in a kind of global way. This is the case, for example, with the formalist conception of habituation as a condition of modern life, as well as with the Marxist conception of reification when used in an older systemic way, and even with concepts of the stereotypical, as in Flaubert's bêtises and les communs, when these are taken to characterize the increasingly standardized consciousness of the modern or bourgeois person. My sense is that in recent years, although the general binary scaffolding of the modernist aesthetic remains intact in many otherwise seemingly more advanced theories, the content of this negative term becomes modified in what then become historically interesting and symptomatic ways, in particular, from a general characterization of social life or consciousness, the negative term now comes to be reconstituted as a specific sign system. Thus it is no longer fallen social life generally which is opposed to the brutal freshness of the aesthetic renewal of perception but, as it were, two types of perception, two kinds of sign systems, which are now in opposition. It is a development which can be dramatically documented in the newer film theory and in particular in the so-called representation debate, where despite the essentially modernist cast of the argument and its aesthetic priorities and solutions, the slogan representation now designates something far more organized and semiotic than older conceptions of habit or even Flaubert's stereotypes, which are still, despite their novelistic precision, general characteristics of bourgeois consciousness. Representation is both some vague bourgeois conception of reality and also a specific sign system, in the event Hollywood film, and it must now be defamiliarized not by the intervention of great or authentic art but by another art, by a radically different practice of signs. If this is true, then it becomes interesting to detain McCrae Gibson's modernist formulations for another moment and to interrogate them a little more insistently. What would be, for him, this intellectual picture which blocks the more authentic perceptual processes of art? I think that more is at stake here than the simple traditional opposition of the abstract and the concrete, the difference between intellectualizing and seeing, between reason or thinking and concrete perception. Still, it would seem paradoxical to the Métis such a concept of the intellectual picture in terms of memory, the opposition between the memory of a thing and the perception of the thing, in a situation in which both personal and collective memory have become functions in crisis to which it is increasingly problematical to appeal. Proust, you will remember, did it just the other way round and tried to show that it is only by way of memory that some genuine and more authentic perception of the thing can be reconstructed. Yet the reference to nostalgia film suggests that McCrae Gibson's contemporary formulation is not without some justice if we suppose, as against Proust, that it is memory itself that has become the degraded repository of images and simulacra, so that the remembered image of the thing now effectively inserts the reified and the stereotypical between the subject and reality or the past itself. But I believe that we can now identify McCrae Gibson's intellectual picture a little more precisely and concretely. It is, I think, simply the photograph itself and photographic representation, the perception by the machine of formulation meant to be a little stronger than the more acceptable idea of perception mediated by the machine. For bodily perception is already a perception by the physical and organic machine, but we have continued to think of it, over a long tradition, as a matter of consciousness, the mind confronting visible reality or the spiritual body of phenomenology exploring being itself. But supposing, as Derrida says somewhere, there is no such thing as perception in that sense, supposing that it is already an illusion to imagine ourselves before a building and in the process of grasping its perspectival unities in the form of some glorious image thing, photography and the various machineries of recording and projecting now suddenly disclose or deconceal the fundamental materiality of that formerly spiritual act of vision. We must therefore displace the architectural question of the unity of a building in much the same way as, in recent film theory, reflections on the filmic apparatus, inserted into a rewriting of the history of painterly perspective and reinforced by Lacanian notions of subject construction and subject position and their relationship to the specular, have displaced older psychological questions of identification and the like in the discussion of the filmic object. Such displacements are already everywhere at work in contemporary architecture criticism, where a clear tension has long been established between the concrete or already constructed building and that representation of the building to be constructed which is the architect's project, the various sketches of the future work, and this to the point where the work of a certain number of very interesting contemporary or post-contemporary architects consists exclusively of the drawing of imaginary buildings which will never cast a real shadow in the light of day. The project, the drawing, is then one reified substitute for the real building, but a good one, that makes infinite utopian freedom possible. The photograph of the already existing building is another substitute, but let us say a bad reification, the illicit substitution of one order of things for another, the transformation of the building into the image of itself, and a spurious image at that. So it is that in our architectural histories and journals, we consume so many photographic images of the classical or modern buildings, coming at length to believe that these are somehow the things themselves. At least since Proust's pictures of Venice we all try to retain our sensitivity to the constitutive visual deceptiveness of the photograph, whose frame and angle always give us something by comparison with which the building itself is always something distinct, something slightly different. All the more so is this true with color photography, where a new set of libidinal forces comes into play so that it is no longer even the building that is now consumed, having itself become a mere pretext for the intensities of the color stock and the gloss of the stiff paper. The image, said Debord in a famous theoretical move, is the final form of commodity reification, but he should have added, the material image, the photographic reproduction. At that point, then, and with those qualifications, we may accept McCrae Gibson's formulation that the peculiar structure of the Gary House aims at preventing the formation of an intellectual picture that might destroy the continual immediacy of perceptual shock. It does this by blocking the choice of photographic point of view, evading the image imperialism of photography, securing a situation in which no photograph of this house will ever be quite right, for it is the photograph alone which offers the possibility of an intellectual picture in this sense. Yet other possible meanings of this curious expression intellectual picture suggest themselves if we now lift it completely out of its context. There are, for example, maps that are both pictorial and cognitive, but in a very different way from the visual abstractions of photography. This new tack will lead me on to my final thoughts on the interpretation itself, and to alternative interpretive options from the modernist one which we have already discussed and rejected. In his recent books on cinema, Gilles Deleuze argues that film is a way of thinking, that is, it is also a way of doing philosophy, but in purely filmic terms, its concrete philosophizing has nothing to do with the way in which some film or other might illustrate a philosophical concept, and that very precisely because the philosophical concepts of film are filmic concepts, and not ideational or linguistic ones. In a similar move I would like to argue that architectural space is also a way of thinking and philosophizing, of trying to solve philosophical or cognitive problems. To be sure, everyone agrees that architecture is a way of solving architectural problems, just as the novel is a way of solving narrative problems and painting a way of solving visual ones. I want to presuppose that level of the history of each art as a set of problems and solutions and to posit, beyond that, a very different type of perplexity or object of thought, or pensée savage. Yet such allegorical transcoding must still begin with space, for if Gary's house is the meditation on a problem, that problem must initially be a spatial one, or at least be susceptible to formulation and incarnation in properly spatial terms. We have already, in fact, worked up the elements of an account of such a problem. It will somehow involve the incommensurability between the space of the traditional room and tract house and that other space here marked by the corrugated wall and the tumbling cube. To what kind of a problem could this tension and incommensurability correspond? How can we invent a mediation whereby the spatial language in which we describe this purely architectural contradiction can then be rewritten in other non-architectural languages and codes? McCrae Gibson, as we know, wishes to inscribe the tumbling cube in the tradition of utopian and mystical modernism, most specifically Malevich, a reading that would oblige us to rewrite the fundamental contradiction in the house as one between traditional American life and modernist utopianism. Let's look a little more closely. What looks like a cube could hardly be more deceptive. The surface that is squashed up against the plane of the exterior wall is rectangular rather than square, and the back face of the cube has been pushed sideways and sheared upwards so that no framing member forms a right angle with any other, except in the front plane. As a result, while the panels of glass in the front plane may be rectangular, those on all the other faces are all parallelograms. 20. What we can retain from this description is the sense of a space existing in two distinct dimensions at once, in one of which it leads a rectangular existence, while in that other simultaneous and unrelated world it is a parallelogram. There can be no question of linking these worlds, or spaces, or fusing them into some organic synthesis. At best, the peculiar shape dramatizes the impossible task of such representation, all the while indicating its impossibility, and thereby perhaps at some curious second-degree level representing it all at once anyhow. So the problem, whatever it turns out to be, will be twofold. It will pose its own internal content as problem or dilemma, and also raise the secondary problem, presumably, however, at one with and the same as that one, of even representing itself as a problem in the first place. Let me now dogmatically and allegorically, in an a priori way, say what I think that spatial problem is. We have refused McCrae Gibson's account of the symbolic way in which the house anchors itself in its space, which is Santa Monica and the relationship to the sea and the city behind it, the ranges of hills, and the other urban prolongations along the coast. Our theoretical refusal was based on the conviction that in that simpler phenomenological or regional sense, place in the United States today no longer exists, or, more precisely, it exists at a much feebler level, surcharged by all kinds of other more powerful but also more abstract spaces. By these last I mean not only Los Angeles itself, as some new hyperurban configuration, but also the increasingly abstract, and communicational networks of American reality beyond, whose extreme form is the power network of so-called multinational capitalism itself. As individuals, we are in and out of all these overlapping dimensions all the time, something which makes an older kind of existential positioning of ourselves in being the human body in the natural landscape, the individual in the older village or organic community, even the citizen in the nation-state exceedingly problematical. I have found it useful, for an earlier stage of this historical dissolution of place, to refer to a series of once popular novels which are no longer very much read, in which, essentially for the New Deal period, John O'Hara charts the progressive enlargements of power around but also away from the small town, as these migrate to the higher dialectical levels of the state and finally the federal government. Could one imagine this migration now projected and intensified at a new global level, some new and more acute sense of the problems of contemporary mapping and of the positioning in this system of the older individual, might be achieved? The problem is still one of representation, and also of representability. We know that we are caught within these more complex global networks, because we palpably suffer the prolongations of corporate space everywhere in our daily lives. Yet we have no way of thinking about them, of modeling them, however abstractly, in our mind's eye. This cognitive problem is then the thing to be thought, the impossible mental puzzle or paradox exemplified by the tumbling cube. And if it is observed that the cube is not the only novel spatial intervention here, and that we have not yet made any interpretive allowance for the wall or fence of corrugated metal, then I will observe that the two features do indeed characterize the problem of thinking about contemporary America. The corrugated aluminum, the chain-linked balcony above, are, one would think, the junk or third world side of American life today, the production of poverty and misery, people not only out of work but without a place to live, bag people, waste and industrial pollution, squalor, garbage and obsolescent machinery. All this is surely a very realistic truth, and an inescapable fact, of the most recent years of the superstate. The cognitive and representational problem comes when we try to combine that palpable reality with the equally unquestionable other representation of the United States that inhabits a different and unrelated compartment of our collective mind, namely, the postmodern United States of extraordinary technological and scientific achievement, the most advanced country in the world, in all the science-fictional senses and connotations of that figure, accompanied by an inconceivable financial system, and a combination of abstract wealth and real power in which all of us also believe, without many of us ever really knowing what that might be or look like. These are the two antithetical and incommensurable features, then, of abstract American space, of the superstate or multinational capitalism today, which the cube and the wall mark for us, without offering representational options for them. The problem, then, which the Gary House tries to think is the relationship between that abstract knowledge and conviction or belief about the superstate and the existential daily life of people in their traditional rooms and tract houses. There must be a relationship between those two realms or dimensions of reality, or else we are altogether within science fiction without realizing it. But the nature of that relationship eludes the mind. The building then tries to think through this spatial problem in spatial terms. What would be the mark or sign, the index, of a successful resolution for this cognitive but also spatial problem? It could be detected, one would think, in the quality of the new intermediary space itself, the new living space produced by the interaction of the other poles. If that space is meaningful, if you can live in it, if it is somehow comfortable but in a new way, one that opens up historically new and original ways of living and generates, so to speak, a new utopian spatial language, a new kind of sentence, a new kind of syntax, radically new words beyond our own grammar, then, one would think, the dilemma, the aporia, has been resolved, if only on the level of space itself. I will not decide that, nor dare to evaluate the outcome. What does seem certain to me is the more modest proposition that Frank Gehry's house is to be considered the attempt to think a material thought. 5. Reading and the division of labor. Oh, he can reread Claude Simon. A novel published in 1971 remains, after all, within living memory, only to find that embarrassing new problems of evaluation, arise on top of the older ones, problems of interpretation, without the latter going away. The new problems spring from the breakdown, or at least the crisis, of the canon, and they include these questions: what is the relationship between fashion and high literature? If the Nouveau Roman is over, can it have been a fad and still have literary or aesthetic value today? Can certain books have become unreadable since feminism? Does the neutrality of Simon's sexual descriptions, essentially crotch shots without any of Rob Grillett's sado-aestheticism, which in any case he makes fun of, not in fact prove the point and turn out to be an essentially masculine part object voyeurism? Would even male readers' relationship to such texts change if they discovered that Simon's aesthetic pleasures were not universal but specifically limited to a surreal special interest group, even one as large as male literary readers in general? Do we now feel the Frenchness of this work more strongly and oppressively than in previous decades, when writers like Simon simply represented a non-national vanguard production of literature as such? Has the fission we associate with the new social movements, micropolitics, and microgroups, now fastened onto national traditions, such that French literature is fully as much a badge of local in-group membership as contemporary poetry, gay literature, or science fiction? Does not, meanwhile, the competition of the media and so-called cultural studies signal a transformation in the role and space of mass culture today which is greater than a mere enlargement, and which may increasingly leave no space whatsoever for literary classics of this kind? Were the experimental peculiarities of the Nouveau Roman already a harbinger of postmodernism, or a belated, already outmoded rehearsal of a dying modernism? Does the extinction of the Nouveau Roman have anything to tell us about the survival, or the waning, of the 1960s, including its fashionable and mostly French theories? Does experimental high literature of this type have any sociological value, and does it tell us anything about its social context and the evolution of late capitalism or its culture? Does its reading have anything to tell us about the transformation of the role and status of intellectuals? Does the seeming gratuitousness of talking about Simon or even reading him confirm Bourdieu's blanket condemnation of the aesthetic as a mere class signal and as conspicuous consumption? Finally, are these anguished questions or merely matters of idle academic curiosity? Some will remember what reading a Nouveau Roman felt like. Les Cours Conducteurs begins with window displays in a downtown street, someone seems to be sick and nauseous, resting on a fire hydrant. Conquistadors are struggling through the jungle, an airplane is flying overhead. Between North and South America, a man, the same, is trying vainly by phone to persuade a woman to continue their affair. Later on, we see them in bed, presumably during the previous night. A man, the same, visits a doctor's office, but in Manhattan or in a South American city. A man, the same, visits a South American Writers' Congress in which the social role of art is debated. Various works of art, Poussin's Orion, a Picasso print, are described or alluded to in the intervals, but we are unable to decide if the protagonist has just seen them somewhere. We learn to make an inventory of these plot strings and to coordinate them, something done in two contradictory operations by learning to tell them apart and by conjecturing their larger interrelationship. The nameless male protagonist must be a single character, he must therefore be on a trip from North to South America, etc. We will come back to these operations later on. Suffice it for the moment to underscore the historic peculiarity of a reading in which we strain to identify what is happening beneath our eyes. Is he sitting down in the street, while nervously anticipating the next shift without warning to an unrelated plot string, something that can happen in mid-sentence, although it most often occurs in the gap between them, opening that up to a more profound silence on either side of each utterance than obtains in Flaubert. Conducting Bodies was, according to most critics, produced within a significant transitional period in Claude Simon's work, at a break between what Celia Britton calls the personal and impersonal novels of his middle and late periods, respectively, between representational and textual or linguistic works, between a style oriented around memory and expressive evocation and a neutral and combinational practice preeminently characteristic of what we call the Nouveau Roman. The fault line is often placed within the preceding novel, La Bouteille de Farcelle, which begins personally and ends impersonally. Here, in Les Cours Conducteurs, the personal qualities of style are almost completely effaced, but something like a protagonist and the remnants of a unified story still persist, while in the next two novels, Triptyque and La Grande Choses, even that remnant has disappeared. Oddly, the most ambitious work of Simon's late years, the recent Georgics, reverts mainly to the so-called personal mode. This peculiar alternation within Simon's oeuvre must serve as our starting point, since it does not seem to be a matter of development or evolution but rather of the optional availability of two distinct narrative matrices. This suggests Simon's fundamental distance from both aesthetics, with each of which he has an equal but unrelated, dissociated affinity. I will suggest, therefore, that his relationship to both is pastiche, a bravura imitation so exact as to include the well-nigh undetectable reproduction of stylistic authenticity itself, of a thoroughgoing commitment of the authorial subject to the phenomenological preconditions of the stylistic practices in question. This is, then, in the largest sense what is postmodern about Simon, the evident emptiness of that subject beyond all phenomenology, its capacity to embrace another style as though it were another world. The moderns, however, had to invent their own personal worlds first, all by themselves, and at least the first of Simon's stylistic options, the so-called personal one, is clearly of modernist provenance since it very systematically reproduces Faulknerian writing procedures. Faulkner's style took the situation of memory itself as its formal precondition, the violent action or gesture in the past, a vision that fascinates and obsesses storytellers who cannot but commemorate it in the present and yet who must project it as a complete tableau motionless as well as furious, breathless in the stillness of its agitation, and compelling stupor and amazement in the viewer. Language, then, returns over and over again to this gesture out of time, desperately accumulating its adjectives and qualifiers in an attempt to conjure, from the outside, what is virtually a seamless gestalt in its own right that can no longer be constructed by the movement of the sentences. Thus Faulkner himself exhibits a deeply embedded foreshadowing of the necessary failure of language, which will never coincide with its objects, given in advance. This failure is surely the entry point for Simon's, or anyone else's, pastiche of Faulkner, since it blocks out a structure in which the spontaneity of literary language has already been dissociated into the establishment of a visual, nonverbal content, on the one hand, and a well-nigh interminable rhetorical evocation, on the other. Nothing seems further from the language ethics of the so-called new novel, with its exclusion of rhetoric, and of the subject, and body warmth, until we think of the extraordinary function of the Faulknerian now, which, generally accompanied by the past tense, shifts gears from the traumatic present of the obsessive memory in the past, across the listener's situation, to the present of the Faulknerian sentences in our own reading time. Here, suddenly, in a different space from Faulknerian deep time and deep memory, and the rhetoric associated with it, a linguistic and textual mechanism takes form which is structurally comparable to what will be specialized and developed to an advanced degree by the Nouveau Roman. But the mode of Faulknerian modernism in Simon does not alternate with the practice of another style, personal style in that sense being preeminently a modernist phenomenon, but instead with something rather different, which it may be appropriate to characterize as the codification of the laws of a new artificial genre. The genre remains in some sense a named phenomenon, although if Rob Grillet is its inventor, Jean Ricardou can theoretically be regarded as its Eisenstein, but it is a system of relatively impersonal rules of exclusion, which offers the peculiar appearance, as in genetic engineering, of a completely man-made genre itself devised full-blown in imitation of the natural ones that have evolved organically over historical time. 3. There is nonetheless here also a distant caricature of Faulknerian structure in the way in which, in Rob Grillet as well, content is given in advance and the sentences simply trace and imitate it after the fact. But in Rob Grillet that already preformed content is the raw material of cultural stereotypes, situations, characters, mass cultural illusions of all kinds which the habits of consumption enable us to identify at a glance, like a musical theme of which we have only heard a few notes. Faulkner's raw material was philosophically dignified not merely by its status as memory in a temporality-obsessed age but also by implicit ideologies of perception as such, which so often informed the various modernist aesthetics, beginning, most strategically for Faulkner's own personal development, with Conrad's Impressionism, above all, to make you see. The postmodern period, however, eschews temporality for space and has generally grown skeptical about deep phenomenological experience in general, and the very concept of perception itself in particular, see Derrida. Rob Grillett's manifestos can in this respect be read today less as an affirmation of the visual over the other senses than as a radical repudiation of phenomenological perception as such. Meanwhile, if it is so, as Celia Britton's excellent book on Simon argues, that Rob Grillett's older disciple is in fact torn between the incompatible impulses of vision and textuality, then such an irreconcilable tension would go a long way toward explaining his alternation between a Faulknerian evocation of perception and a neo-novelistic practice of textualization, unless it is the other way round, as the formalists like to insist, and literary historical choices predetermine characterological traits of authorial inclinations. Meanwhile, the widespread impression that the Nouveau Roman had something to do with things, and therefore with descriptions, can lead beyond Simon or Rob Grillett to some new historical sense of their linguistic situation in general, provided it is neither reformulated in terms of some new aesthetic nor diagnosed in neither personal, psychoanalytic, or stylistic terms. What its description of things mainly shows is rather the breakdown of description and the failure of language to achieve some of the most obvious things it has been supposed to do. The appearance of an implacable focus on the specific and the particular, for instance something already present in the more aberrant moderns such as Raymond Roussel, where the effort to describe objects in minute detail is sustained with implacability, at lengths interestingly intolerable for most readers here at once inverts into its opposite, in a virtually textbook dialectical fashion. The package is not enough all by itself, any more than the shoebox is, particularly since this last mutates without warning into the biscuit tin, reminding us of the persistence of the referent Venus or the morning star. In Freya's famous essay on Sin and Bedeutung, nor is its position, under the soldier's left arm, in a drawer in the doctor's desk, helpful in convincing the reader that we have to do in both cases with the same object, wrapped in brown paper, to be sure, but, on the other hand the snow, drying, has left darker spots on it, marks with rounded contours, fringed with minuscule festoons, distended, the string has slipped towards one of the corners. Indeed, the very complexity of the attribute, discerns plus fonces, traces auxiliary contours rondis, franges de minuscules festons, clearly designed to supply the maximum specificity to this object, as if uniqueness were a function of multiplicity, only anticipates the dialectic to come, for these abstract plurals Rob Grillett at his most formalizing end up evoking any surface at all that has some grain to it, the most concrete turns into the most general under our very eyes, plurality turns out to stand on the side of the universal rather than the particular. But finally you cannot get out of language by means of language. All the possibilities end up at the same dead end, a single attribute for the box, brown, cardboard, would not have done us much more good than some more obviously accidental property, a rip or tear, for example, insofar as all those words also remain general in their very essence. Only the definite article, the box, as though there could never be another one, and the present tense try to reinshaw these not very satisfactory nouns and adjectives into their proper place in the text, which is to say this printed novel here, to be read according to generic specifications. Still, one senses the possibility of other kinds of slippage, little bubbles that cluster in a beige froth against the concave side, leaving aside the question of the dimensions of observer or observed, but the coffee cup could be as enormous as the galactic one in Goddard's Du Trois Choses KJECSDL, only the color warns us not to assimilate this account to that of the wine bottle later on. Little rose bubbles cluster on the liquid surface, clinging to the sides, BP 209. This is not to say that color is any more reliable than any other property, it is now a dull gray, BP 253. but the it of the previous sentence was a pavement, hitherto wet and gleaming with barely perceptible glints of color. In the next it is the skin of the drunken naked soldier, grey from his fall on the dirty floor, but where little drops of blood begin to seep from scrapes beneath the layer of grey dust covering the whole left side of his body. Examples could be multiplied, but they are useless unless we are able to outwit our apparently irresistible tendency to invent an entity corresponding to our verbal or ideational perception. The sentence sequence leaves the reading mind without an object, which it therefore conveniently supplies itself in the form of an ideal or imaginary literary referent, a kind of subliminal or archetypal image in which a colorless surface oscillates back and forth in time between dull indistinction and the heightened perception of varied points. To this least common denominator both the pavement and the dust-covered skin correspond as so many possible surface manifestations. But this image, whose elaboration might continue with the logically entailed positing of an unconscious subjectivity in which it was formed, does not exist. It is a figment of the interpretive process and a sign of the desperate malfunctioning of the subject position generated by the sentences just read. In effect, the reader seems unable to conclude that language has broken down, something which would leave her or him without any subject position whatsoever, and therefore, as in a reverse shot in film, constructs some new imaginary object to justify the persistence of the subject position already achieved. This imaginary object, which is only one of a whole range of interpretive temptations we will find Simon's work offering us, then generates its secondary mirage of subjectivity on the side of that equally imaginary object, the author, of whom this particular imaginary object is supposed to be the thought. Thus there is an exchange and a dialectical multiplication of imaginary entities between subject and object, or rather between subject position and what we must now call object position, which confirms Foucault's choice, in the order of things, of Las Meninas as a virtual allegory of the construction of the subject, very much including that vanishing point which is the putative subjectivity of the writer or artist. We must deduce from this the necessity of reversing Kant's transcendental deduction. It is not the unity of the world that demands to be posited on the basis of the unity of the transcendental subject, rather, the unity or incoherence and fragmentation of the subject, that is, the accessibility of a workable subject position or the absence of one, is itself a correlative of the unity or lack of unity of the outside world. The subject is certainly no mere effect of the object, but it would not be nearly so erroneous to suggest that the subject position is just such an effect. Meanwhile, it must be understood that what is meant by object here is not some mere perceptual aggregate of physical things, but a social configuration or ensemble of social relationships, even physical perception and seemingly rock-bottom experiences of the body and of matter being mediated by the social. What one concludes from such an argument is not that the unified subject is unreal or undesirable and inauthentic, but rather that it is dependent for its construction and existence on a certain kind of society and is menaced, undermined, problematized, or fragmented by other social arrangements. At any rate, something like this is what I take to be the allegorical lesson of Simon's novels, or at least his Nouveau Roman sequence, for questions of subjectivity. Objects are, however, here still very much a function of language, whose local failure to describe or even to designate them takes us in a different direction and foregrounds the unexpected breakdown of a function of language we normally take for granted, some privileged relationship between words and things, which here gives way to a yawning chasm between the generality of the words and the sensory particularity of the objects. In such passages language is being forced to do something we assume to be virtually its primary function, but which it now pressed to some absolute limit proves to be incapable of doing. We need to know what that is before we try to understand why this self-defeating experiment has been conducted in the first place. What seems clear is that nouns are here being asked to function as names, since the proper name is evidently the only term we have for the attempt to match a specific word to a unique object. Yet, virtually simultaneously with the Nouveau Roman, we have learned from Levi Strauss that the proper name was itself something of a misnomer, since individual proper names were also components of larger linguistic systems that varied according to their generic objects, dogs, racehorses, people, cats, so that even the seemingly more concrete linguistic possibility in which words reach a level of specificity denied to them as mere general nouns vanishes in advance like a mirage. In Les corps conducteurs, however, this false lead and dead end of the promise of proper names gives rise over and over again to a linguistic proliferation in which taxonomic lists fold out aimlessly in all directions, parts of the body, tables of tropical birds, lists of the constellations. 8. Meanwhile, the other theoretical alternative one reaches the things themselves not by way of names but by way of pointing, or deixis is not so much excluded by the generic impersonality of the Nouveau Roman, Rob Grillet's mannerisms of interpolation, or so it would seem, perhaps, as has already been said, serve a kind of deictic function that is also a technique of modulation or variation. Rather, the failure of deixis itself results from the irreducible generality of those words also, along with all the rest, as Hegel demonstrated for now, here, this, and that in the opening chapter of the Phenomenology of Spirit, a philosophical space which is virtually identical with that of the later Nouveau Roman, and in which we find rehearsed the most fundamental doubts as to the capacity of language itself to resolve the fundamental philosophical opposition between the universal and the particular, the general and the specific. It is often suggested that Hegel's conception of the dialectic is somehow pre-linguistic, or at least, to use an anachronism, pre-structuralist, and in particular that it seems to mobilize logical or conceptual antinomies and contradictions as though these last were somehow prior to language and somehow also more fundamental than linguistic properties. This may or may not be so, but the judgment ignores the significance of the Phenomenology's opening section on consciousness, sense certainty, perception, and force and understanding, whose intent is to settle accounts with language from the outset and to found the necessity of the dialectic on this very failure of language to coordinate the universal and the particular. Meanwhile, whatever ontological status structuralism felt able to confer on language, it is significant that this tradition also finds its starting point, whether in those analyses of Levi-Strauss referred to above or in the reading mysteries of the Nouveau Roman, in a meditation on just such failures of language. What Hegel shows is that there can be no unmediated identity between language and our sensory experience of the present, of the here and now, of these unique things, also called our sense certainty. If philosophers actually wanted to say this bit of paper which they mean, if they wanted to say it, then this is impossible, because the sensuous this that is meant cannot be reached by language, which belongs to consciousness, i.e., to that which is inherently universal. Universal is tortuously defined here as an empty concept which can preside over a multiplicity of distinct kinds of content. The now as a plurality of nows taken together constitutes for Hegel the experience of learning that now is a universal. 1 degree this may not quite be the lesson the Nouveau Roman has in store for us, but the failure of language used by Hegel to teach it is surely part of that more novelistic lesson. It is as a universal too that we utter what the sensuous content is. What we say is, this, i.e. the universal this, or, it is, i.e. being in general. Of course, we do not envisage the universal this or being in general, but we utter the universal. In other words, we do not strictly say what in this sense certainty we mean to say. But language, as we see, is the more truthful. In it, we ourselves directly refute what we mean to say, and since the universal is the true content of sense certainty and language expresses this true content alone, it is just not possible for us ever to say, or express in words, a sensuous being that we mean. 11. In this situation of linguistic failure, the breakdown of the relationship between words and things is for Hegel a happy fall insofar as it redirects philosophical thought toward new forms of the universals themselves. For Simon, however, and the Nouveau Roman generally, it opens up a provisional space in which this breakdown is re-experienced over and over again as a process, a temporary run-off between the habitual onset of linguistic belief and the inevitable degradation of the signified into its material signifier or the sign itself into a mere image. This provisional and repetitive process is what used to be called reading. What I want to argue here is that in the Nouveau Roman, reading undergoes a remarkable specialization and, very much like older handicraft activity at the onset of the Industrial Revolution, is dissociated into a variety of distinct processes according to the general law of the division of labor. This internal differentiation, the becoming autonomous of older combined branches of the productive process, then knows a second qualitative leap with Taylorization, that is to say, the planned analytic separation of the various production moments into independent units. That older, but scarcely traditional, activity called reading can now be seen to have been a process of this kind, susceptible to a similar historical development. As such, Niklas Luhmann's more general theory of differentiation, itself the most evolved and specialized theoretical reflection on this process to date, seems very relevant indeed. We can conceive of system differentiation as a replication, within a system, of the difference between a system and its environment. Differentiation is thus understood as a reflexive and recursive form of system building. It repeats the same mechanism, using it to amplify its own results. In differentiated systems, as a result, we find two kinds of environment, the external environment common to all subsystems and a separate internal environment for each subsystem. This conception implies that each subsystem reconstructs and, in a sense, is the whole system in the special form of a difference between the subsystem and its environment. Differentiation thus reproduces the system in itself, multiplying specialized versions of the original system's identity by splitting it into a number of internal systems and affiliated environments. This is not simply a decomposition into smaller chunks but rather a process of growth by internal disjunction. 12. Beginning with Ricardo, a great number of fine-grained analyses of local procedures and patterns in Simon have been produced, which mainly end up affirming a kind of textualist aesthetic ideology, but which it would perhaps be more interesting today, now that the novelty has passed, to rewrite according to Luhmann's schemes. I myself would suggest that two general processes are at work in Simon's Nouveau Romans, as opposed to his Faulknerian ones, which largely correspond to Luhmann's distinction between the reproduction of an external environment within the system, or text, and the replication of distinct internal environments for each subsystem. These last correspond to what I have called, above, the degradation of the signified into its material signifier or, if you prefer, the eclipse of the illusion of transparency, the unexpected transformation of a meaning into an object, or, better still, its deconcealment as something already reified, something already opaque in advance, whether that opacity be revealed as the sound and complexion of words or as their printed reproduction and the meaningless spatiality of individual letters. Transparency is, in this respect, something like the organism's or the subsystem's illusion of autonomy. The recall of its materiality then re-establishes what Luhmann calls an internal environment, on the order of the chemical processes at work within the brain, for example. In Simon, on the whole, this material differentiation of former meanings and signifieds takes two general forms. The first may be described as the reading of reading, a moment in which something in the words, "What a riot of color," alerts us to the possibility that they may be themselves a quotation, and that we are reading someone else's reading. In the second, the words themselves become mere typography, as with inserted foreign languages or the reproduction of letters printed in other typefaces. Luhmann's second set of processes, which turn on the external environment itself or what in literature is generally called the context or even the referent, is exemplified above all in those moments, also characteristic of Rob Grillet, in which a narrative in which we have been led to believe, for in literature, what is called the fictive is the equivalent of the referential in other forms of language, suddenly proves to have been a mere image all along, whether that image is simply a painting, which the preceding pseudo-narrative has, as it were, animated, or turns out to have been a film, as in the case of the tropical expedition in Les Cours Conducteurs. Here, then, the materialization of the signified by quotation, described above, is replicated diegetically or narratively on the level of the sign as a whole, with new and unexpected results. These passages now lift us from the realm of linguistic problematics and linguistic philosophy into that of image society and the media. Indeed, the co-presence of these two very different microscopic and macroscopic areas of significance and interpretation within the Nouveau Roman goes a long way toward validating our claim for historically novel and intensified forms of differentiation within the latter. As for the second logically possible permutation on this level of the sign, what can be called the position of the non-sign, it would seem to consist essentially in the inevitable presence of noise as such within any communicational system. In the case of Simon, such noise is generally the aleatory or random insertion of irrelevant reference, such as, for example, the traces left behind by the picture book, Orion Avigla, which he cannibalized in order to construct conducting bodies as a novel, but it is, as it were, emblematized or allegoriized in this work as an enigmatic pile of rubble in movement across the frames of the individual sentences, something grayish, shapeless, and awesomely heavy that seems to be inching along inexorably, an avalanche in slow motion on the move for billions of years, patient and insidious, wearing away the floor, the wall cc 8870 seconds. Whether this is to be seen as a pathological ocular condition, a disintegration of the film itself within the projector, or a science-fictional being of some sort is not even undecidable, since this episode evidently has the paradoxical, and indeed contradictory and impossible, function of meaning the meaningless and intending to convey an absence of intention. But these local effects could also be grasped as mere changes in the raw material of the production process rather than as indications of some radical structural change within this last, as peculiar new things to be coped with by reading rather than any differentiation within reading as such. Any inspection of our own mental processes when we begin to read a Nouveau Roman discloses the presence of new operations as well as that fission and reproduction by multiplication attributed by Luhmann to his differentiating subsystems. The activity of identification, for example, as it is inevitably called into play by the opening pages of a novel, here subdivides into two new and as yet unnamed mental operations. In a fashion reminiscent of the possibilities of Barthes's proerotic code, we are given unnamed components of an unidentified segment of an action or a gesture, which must, like magnified fragments of a lost photograph, be put back together in some recognizable form, that is to say, the object of the representation, a man sitting on a fire hydrant in pain, perhaps, must now be named or renamed. In the traditional novel we do not have to perform this part of the work, the novelist does it for us, clearly labeling the components and the essentials of the story to come. Our job, in reading the traditional novel, is to reassemble those components within some larger action not yet named, the narrative itself. But this we must also go on doing in the Nouveau Roman, for besides deciding what the object is, man on fire hydrant, we must still decide who he is, that is to say where he fits into the larger plot. Yet this process has itself internally differentiated. In conducting bodies it has split into the two very distinct operations of, 1. Deciding whether the pause on the fire hydrant comes before or after the visit to the doctor's office, or the stop in the bar, and, 2. Looking for evidence that might establish the identity between the man on the hydrant and the visitor to the Latin American Writers' Conference, let alone the one with the unhappy love affair. The operation of identification, then, is both combined with and differentiated from that of reordering segments in chronological time and that other process of cross-referencing or cross-relating strings of events, something which in turn reintroduces all the other operations all over again. If the man on the hydrant also traveled to Latin America, did he do so before or after his crise de foi? Meanwhile, in this situation in which mental activities are colonized and miniaturized, specialized, reorganized like some enormous modern automated factory somewhere, other kinds of mental activities fall out and lead a somewhat different, unorganized, or marginal, existence within the reading process. Indeed, not the least pleasure of reading Simon, a wondrous effect that strikes me as having no equivalent elsewhere in literature, is what we may call the first moments in which we feed the train in motion. We are occupied with our various tasks identifying this or that fragment of a gesture, making some preliminary inventory of the various plot strings as they appear one after the other, when suddenly we also become aware that something is happening, that time has begun to move, that the objects, even as imperfectly identified as they are, have begun to change under our very eyes. The book is actually getting on with it, getting written, getting finished. But this extraordinary feeling of aesthetic relief has very little in common with the Aristotelian emotion that accompanies a more traditional mimesis of a completed action. By the same token, interpretation in its older senses also seems to be a remnant or survival no longer required here, even though it does not seem to me quite right to attribute to Simon what has often elsewhere been taken to constitute one of the fundamental features of the postmodern as such, namely, the absolute exclusion of interpretive possibilities. Here, as in Weber, older kinds of value are rendered obsolete by the rationalization process and the reorganization of work in terms of instrumentality and efficiency, but the older interpretive values live on as residual temptations, which all prove unsatisfying and frustrating. The realist temptation, of course, involves the reassembling of all the raw materials into a single unified action, something which is not frustrated only because of the random presence of other aleatory materials, as we shall see. But there is also something that might be called a modernist interpretive temptation, that of reading the very form of the novel as a stream of perceptions. What a riot of color when a flock of aras spreads its wings and flies upward in the sunlight. The squawking, chattering flock disappears, leaving behind it a long, dazzling, bright-colored trail across the observer's retina, cc 174/146. But besides the fact that this interpretive temptation which is denaturalized in the great vision of the lights of the city at night, cc 83/67, and, later, in the dramatic visual chaos of the city's advertising systems and images, cc 139/116, has no way of dealing with the content of perceptions as such, it is also profoundly complicitous with that very ideology of perception of which we have spoken above. But the image culture of postmodern is post-perceptual, turning on imaginary rather than on material consumption. The analysis of image culture, including its aesthetic products, such as this one of Claude Simon, can thus only be meaningful if it leads us to rethink the image itself in some non-traditional and non-phenomenological way. There remains the structural temptation, until recently the most influential interpretive option, whereby, following Rob Grillet and Ricardo, we were encouraged to grasp the text as a game played against Benjamin's automaton and to interpret our reading as a combinational experience in which the event of closure happens when all the permutations are finally exhausted. With one of his arms stretched out in front of him, fumbling about in the void, Orion is still advancing in the direction of the rising sun, guided by the voice and the information passed on to him by the little figure perched on his muscular shoulders. There is every indication, however, that he will never reach his goal, since as the sun rises higher and higher in the sky, the stars outlining the giant's body are gradually growing paler and dimmer, and the fabulous silhouette motionlessly advancing in great strides will thus slowly fade and eventually disappear altogether in the dawn sky. CC 222/187. Yet this glorious period, which set all the Geiger counters of interpretation swinging wildly in a frenzy, is utterly unrelated to the other narrative strings, coming to the novel, rather, from Simon's related picture book, Orion Avigla. At best a prepare to terminate. On the order of our earlier video text, it would seem if read as a climax rather than one textual event among others to inflect the structuralist reading back on the modernist one and to reinvent the now outmoded aestheticizing self-designations and autoreferentialities of this last. There is a final possibility, however, no less improbable than the others, to be sure, and this is the reading of the novel as a kind of diary or autobiographical scrapbook in which various real-life experiences, although we can now no longer tell whether Simon himself actually had them, the Latin American trip, the stopover in New York, the affair, the choses vues on 42nd Street, and the contemplation of the relevant paintings in the museums, including, perhaps, the great Orion ceiling of Grand Central Station itself, are all formulated and reassembled in a more satisfying memorial than any photograph album, but one which fulfills the present and triumphantly dispatches it into the past more adequately than the doomed, gallant, vain, peremptory Faulknerian evocation of what has long since vanished. But in that case, the seeming aestheticism of the Nouveau Roman veers dialectically into a form of a very different kind, one capable of fleeing the guilt of the aesthetic. Generally, Sartre's suggestion that you could not read a Nouveau Roman in a third world country, along with the Bourdieu type leisure class distinction of reading it in a first world one at the same time that it proposes new equipment for registering the raw material of everyday life and a new libidinal apparatus for coping with those kaleidoscopic shocks. Benjamin, following Baudelaire, associated with the modern industrial landscape. At that point, the reproducibility of the new or artificial, invented genre becomes an index of its democratic accessibility, and this was always the reverse side and the progressive implication of the most notorious Philistine reproaches to modernist art itself, as, for example, to abstract painting, anyone could do that. The answer being, of course. But you don't want to, do you? You would have to want to. At this point, however, interpretation has turned around in production, and reception has begun to be recycled as use. This particular dialectical reversal, which might also be taken as the very opposite of Luhmann's processes of infinite fission and differentiation, in which all of those new microscopic subsystems are now powerfully reassembled into a unified form of praxis, is perhaps the most interesting the Nouveau Roman has to offer, and the most historically original feature of its innovations, about which it seems less significant that they may themselves already have passed into history as so many false starts or unsuccessful patents. I want to argue, in particular, that it is the linguistic focus of Simon's new novels that uniquely and for one long moment, the one in which we read these texts, renders reception, or consumption, indistinguishable from production. We have to read these sentences word by word, and that is something already fairly unusual, and painfully unfamiliar, in an information society in which a premium is placed on briefing and instant recognition, so that sentences are either schemed or prepared for rapid assimilation as so many signs. The discipline of the word by word, Simon's own expression, by the way, is enforced by the practice of cross-cutting, the possibility that the subject may change without warning at any minute. There is, in any case, no point whatsoever to speed reading books of this kind. They have no supplemental content or information to offer us, nothing to store up and carry away, not even anything to find out, as at the end of a mystery story, unless it is the one simple tragic discovery that there is nothing to find out in the first place. The economists tell us that automation goes hand in hand with deskyling, so here too that prodigious differential specialization of what used to be called the reading process, and of which we have spoken above, goes hand in hand with new and more rudimentary, plebeian, forms of labor that anyone can do, for under certain conditions, social conditions, or, indeed, conditions of socialism. Deskyling also goes hand in hand with democratization, or plebeianization, as I prefer to call it. Is it possible, then, that the reading of so specialized and highly technical an elite literary artifact as Les Cours Conducteurs might offer a figure or analogon for non-alienated labor and for the utopian experience of a radically different, alternate society? It used to be affirmed that art or the aesthetic in our time offered the closest accessible analogy to, constituted the most adequate symbolic experience of a non-alienated labor otherwise unimaginable for us. This proposition in its turn derived from the pre-industrial speculations of German idealist philosophy, where the experience of play offered a similar analogon to a condition in which the tensions between work and freedom, science and ethical imperatives, might be overcome. There are, however, good reasons why these propositions about hints, anticipations, or symbolic experiences of non-alienated labor should no longer be persuasive. For one thing, the very experience of art itself today is alienated and made other and inaccessible to too many people to serve as a useful vehicle for their imaginative experience. This is so whether it is a question of high art or of mass culture, for in both cases, for very different reasons, the experience of the production of such art forms is inaccessible to most people, including critics and intellectuals, who thereby find themselves thrown back on an experience of both kinds of art as sheer reception, whence the attractiveness of those categories for contemporary theory. Specialization, and everything esoteric that accompanies it, special training, collective division of labor, unique technologies, a guild or professionalist mentality, along with the simple indifference that accompanies activities from which we are excluded, characterizes both high art and mass culture. The whole elaborate machinery of contemporary post-electronic music, on the one hand, and the systems of television production, on the other, are not, for example, environments in which most people feel at home, and in any case they inspire very little optimism about that potential control or mastery over processes, oneself, and nature and collective destiny, which non-alienated labor necessarily includes and projects. Thus the older romantic analogy tends to remain a dead letter because the very artistic production held up as a utopian model for alternative social living is itself a closed book. As for play, it may also no longer mean very much as a reminder and an alternative experience in a situation in which leisure is as commodified as work, free time and vacations as organized and planified as the day in the office, the object of whole new industries of mass diversion of various kinds, outfitted with their own distinct high-tech equipment and commodities and saddled with thoroughgoing and themselves fully organized processes of ideological indoctrination. Play once meant children, who were in an older society the stand-in for those more distant representatives of nature like the savage. But where children are themselves taken in hand and organized, integrated into consumer society, childhood may have lost its capacity to suggest or project ideas like play, which were thought to convey freedom in motion, as a form of active self-invention and self-determination. Under these circumstances, even more marginal and degraded experiences such as the hobby are called upon to transmit distant glimpses of what humanly satisfying activities are like, glimpses distorted and amputated by their medium. In the case of the hobby, for example, what is strongly anti-official the role of the amateur, doing things after hours, deciding to pass and waste one's time deliberately without guilt, reversion to more archaic handicraft skills also systematically excludes the collective as such, offering a perspective in which, unlike aesthetic pleasure, we want to keep these satisfactions to ourselves and are not eager to share and confirm them by way of other people's experience, the social dimension. As Gadamer has rightly stressed, of Kant's universalism of aesthetic value. On the other hand, the old clothes informality of the hobby usefully rebukes and excludes the sacrality developed by some forms of art in the late 19th century as a way of distancing the aesthetic from inner-worldly commercial activity. The solitary eccentricities of the hobby now displace that priestly unction and make it unnecessary, as in the productions by Roussel or Le Facteur Cheval so admired by the Surrealists. In our own, postmodern, period, however, in which the socialization and institutionalization of individual life have intensified beyond any equivalence in an earlier 20th century capitalism, we will not be surprised by the paradoxical discovery that the hobby has itself been organized and institutionalized in groups like Oulipo. Indeed, the extraordinary novel by its adherent Georges Perec called La Vie, Mode d'Emploi, Life, a User's Manual, is surely not only the most striking literary monument produced by an experimental writer after the end of the Nouveau Roman but also a useful exhibit for juxtaposition with Simon's symbolic treatment of work and activity. In La Vie, Mode d'Emploi, indeed, non-alienated labor in the form of the hobby is explicitly thematized in the grotesque obsession that constitutes the novel's central strand, the passion of the millionaire Bartlebooth to distract himself from the empty meaninglessness of existence by a rigorously computed lifelong program, to visit 500 ports all over the world, one every 2 weeks for 20 years, in each painting a watercolor which is then applied to wood, segmented into a jigsaw puzzle, and consigned to a box, which will then be reopened during the 20 years that follow the period of travels, each jigsaw puzzle reassembled, the wood glued back together, the paper somehow magically reconnected, the watercolor removed, and the blank sheet returned to its original folder. If it is objected that this peculiar hobby is only one of many pursued within the covers of this novel, then we must grasp global totalization here at work in another way, in the very apartment building itself, owned by this same millionaire, which houses this ensemble of stories, destinies, and hobbies, and returns itself in the form of a miniaturized model on the very last page, miniaturization being, in general, one of the most powerful indices and signals for the presence of production as a process. It is as though the text and its dead models look back on all the agitation of human history from the standpoint of a geological epoch in which human life had become extinct on the planet. This is to say that a prodigious price has had to be paid for the figuration, in our time, of non-alienated labor as such. But Simon's work does not thematize production and activity in this fashion, until the very last book in the Nouveau Roman series. At best, an approximation is reached in the process of translation, Latin in La Bouteille de Farcelle, Spanish in Les Cours Conducteurs, in which producing a sentence is endowed with a kind of opacity and, as it were, the resistance of matter. Simon's novels give us the experience of such production without its identification as such and without its official abstract name, and it must remain an open question whether, in literature, the thematization of such a process, its transformation into a symbol and a meaning, a representation does not, by way of some mysterious Heisenberg principle of literary language as such, end up transforming it into something else. But the theme does appear in the last Nouveau Roman, Le Gant de Chasses, 1975, where it is inserted into the printed text as a kind of loose-leaf flyer. Sensitive to the critiques made of writers who neglect the great issues, the author has attempted to raise some of those here, such as lodging, manual labor, food, time, space, nature, leisure, education, language, information, adultery, and the destruction and reproduction of human and animal species. A vast program which thousands of works in thousands of libraries have apparently not yet exhausted. Without claiming to offer answers, the present modest work has no other ambition than to contribute as best it can and within the limits of the genre to the general effort. 14. It does not seem quite right to understand this as irony except in the sense of a new kind of blank irony, a juxtaposition from which the older ironic conclusions are, for whatever reason, no longer drawn any more than it seems right to characterize the insertion of the writers' conference as a satiric matter or an attack on Sartrine political values and committed literature. But it is just as surely a very peculiar, if not a historically original, way of handling an ideological dispute, to draw it inside the text in such a way that it also becomes part of the flat surface on which the other materials are spread out and displayed. Perhaps, indeed, this is how ideology ends, on some postmodern replay of the 50s end of ideology theses, not by evaporating in the general wallowing around in free elections and consumers' goods, but rather by being inscribed on the Mobius strip of the media in such a way that what used to be virulent, subversive, or at least offensive ideas have now been transformed into so many material signifiers at which you gaze for a moment and then pass on. What the episode does do, of course, is to invert the Sartrine comment quoted above: you may not be able to read the Nouveau Roman in a third world country, itself a rather doubtful matter since Sardou and other new wave post-colonial writers, but you cannot read the third world out of this particular Nouveau Roman, whose contents are so systematically drawn from the internal third world of Manhattan along with the external one of Latin America as to envelop all that and hold it within itself. Simon's relationship to such raw materials can in any case be said to be more realistic, on any acceptation of the word, than Rob Grillett's, whose pop comic book narratives postmodern in sharp contrast to Simon's modernist and painterly relationship to the visual are in many ways more aestheticizing. The stereotype is what is already preconsumed, aesthetically prepared for consumption, whereas the palpable struggle to get sense data into sentences leaves a residue in its failure, lets you sense the presence of the referent outside the closed door. That is, however, a door that is likely to remain closed for some time. For better or for worse, art does not seem in our society to offer any direct access to reality, any possibility of unmediated representation or of what used to be called realism. For us today, it is generally the case that what looks like realism turns out at best to offer unmediated access only to what we think about reality, to our images and ideological stereotypes about it, as in Dr. O. That is, of course, also part of the real, and very much so indeed. But it is also characteristic of our period that we are very disinclined to think so, and that nothing chills us more, or is more calculated to break contact, than the discovery that this or that view of things is in reality merely someone else's projection. It needs to be labeled as such and stamped as Jamesian point of view. Only in the population explosion of the postmodern there have come to be too many of these private worldviews, personal styles, or points of view for anyone to take them seriously, as was done in the modern period. Art therefore yields social information primarily as symptom. Its specialized machinery, itself obviously symptomatic of social specialization more generally, is capable of registering and recording data with a precision unavailable in other modes of modern experience in thought, for instance, or in daily life, but that data, reassembled, does not model reality in the form of things or substances, or social or institutional ontology. Rather, it tells of contradictions as such, which constitute the deepest form of social reality in our prehistory and must stand in for the referent for a long time to come. Thus the very contradiction mentioned above in passing our peculiar postmodern feeling about our own multiple subjectivities and points of view, that we are sick and tired of the subjective as such in its older classical forms, which include deep time and memory, and that we want to live on the surface for a while. This contradiction is fundamental in the development of modern and postmodern narrative, where its configurations allow us to take the temperature of the current situation. Conducting bodies is in this sense a scandal, radicalizing the already scandalous but still tendential developments of La Baudelaire de Farcelle. This novel now confronts us with an impossible choice, an intolerable alternative: either we read the whole thing as one elaborate point of view, reconstructing an imaginary protagonist to whom we somehow, as ingeniously as possible, attribute everything. The trip to Manhattan, including the picture galleries, was a memory of a previous trip, etc. Or else we follow Simon's own lead and see these pages as a verbal equivalent of Rauschenberg's great collage installations. The first alternative turns the novel back into Nathalie Sarraute or worse, the second retranslates it into the already published Orion Aviglia and the contingent whimsies of the picture book. But what one should deduce from this contradiction is not some new aesthetic, in which the text is assigned to a new function to eschew each of these strategies of containment and to foreground contradiction as such. The inscription of the symptom can never be planned in advance, it must come after the fact, by indirection, and be the result of the failure or measurable deflection of a real project that has content. Such a project might be glimpsed, for example, in the linguistic efforts with which we began, and in particular with the attempt to make language concrete, to make sentences somehow the vehicles for what Hegel called sense certainty. This is, however, a historical project, and not a very ancient one at that, for I suspect that few examples of this new vocation of literary language to register the sensory will be found much before the mid-19th century. Why does this begin to happen in the new industrial human age, and why are such impossible demands now made on language, whose other functions seem to have performed well enough and given satisfaction in other modes of production? This question of social and historical interpretation is evidently both exacerbated and modified in the postmodern, as the example of Claude Simon testifies. For the high modern period, its paradoxes seem to have corresponded to what, in art, Adorno called nominalism, that is to say, the tendential repudiation of general or universal forms, including genre itself, and the intensifying will of the aesthetic to identify itself ever more closely with the here and now of this unique situation and this unique expression. I have, of course, followed Adorno here in defending the proposition that the work of art registers the logic of social development, production, and contradiction in ways usefully more precise than are available elsewhere, but there is now a distinction to be made between the symptomaticity of high art in the modernist period, in which it stands in radical opposition to the nascent media or culture industry as such, and that of a residual elite culture in our own postmodern age, in which, owing in part to the democratization of culture generally, these two modes, high and low culture, have begun to fold back into one another. If nominalism in Adorno's period meant Schönberg and Beckett, in the postmodern it means a reduction to the body as such, which is less the triumph of ideologies of desire than it is the secret truth of contemporary pornography, as such just as faithfully registered in Simon, as we have seen, as any of the nobler linguistic or aesthetic symptoms. Yet as Deleuze has taught us, even under postmodernism we must distinguish between the body with organs and the body without. Paradoxically, this last, the inauthentic body which constitutes a visual unity and reinforces our sense or illusion of the unity of the personality, the body without organs, is the object of the pornographic and the glossy contents of so many images or strips of film. The body that has organs, however, and lots of them, to the point at which it disintegrates into a set of imperfectly reconnected desiring machines, that body is the authentic space of pain as such, pain you cannot see or express, but which long after the doctor has removed his hands, the feeling of pressure persists, or rather the sensation that an enormous foreign body is still stuck in him like a wedge, cc 4736, accompanies Simon's sentences as their ghostly referent and as a stand in for the real itself. There is, however, another way of ending this discussion, and it has to do with endings themselves. Everything that is mixed and transitional, unclassifiable, about Simon emerges here when we try to think together the problems of the proerotic, identifying a gesture and its folds or temporal components, realism and closure. What has been realistic about les corps conducteurs is the consistent search for ever larger completed actions or events, whether this smaller one can be attached to a larger one and in what order, and finally whether the whole text imitates a single action of some magnitude. What is satisfying, then, is the downward turn, prepare to terminate, the airplane finally in the process of landing. This is, of course, a valorization of closure which marks Simon as relatively traditional and acknowledges the existence in human life of complete events or experiences. In that respect, then, it is also significant, if not symptomatic, that the airplane does land, but at an intermediary stop somewhere. The flight was not direct, the passengers have to cool their heels at a small local airport in the middle of nowhere. Nor was the love affair conclusive either way, let alone the writers' conference. Les corps conducteurs is, in that respect, one immense shaggy dog story which leads us firmly toward the completion of an incomplete thing. Only the final string seems decisive, the sick man's collapse in the hotel room, body on the floor, a now sightless eye open to the carpet's warp and woof. To reach the hotel room under these circumstances is certainly to achieve something, to turn the perceiving eye off at the end of the book. Elsewhere Simon is fascinated by the blank screen of the movie theater, which harkens back to Baudelaire's curtain rising on the empty stage of death is to inscribe the form elegantly and autoreferentially within this content, but it may also be permitted to feel that this death is otherwise as much a meaningless interruption as any of the other. Too many randomly chosen. 6. Utopianism after the end of utopia. A certain spatial turn has often seemed to offer one of the more productive ways of distinguishing postmodernism from modernism proper, whose experience of temporality, existential time, along with deep memory, it is henceforth conventional to see as a dominant of the high modern. In hindsight, the spatial form of the great modernisms, a description we owe to Joseph Frank, proves to have more in common with the mnemonic unifying emblems of Francis Yates's memory palaces than with the discontinuous spatial experience and confusions of the postmodern, while the single-day urban synchronicity of Ulysses today reads more like a record of intermittent associative memories that find their temporal fulfillment in the dream theater of the climactic night town section. The distinction is between two forms of interrelationship between time and space rather than between these two inseparable categories themselves, even though the postmodern vision of the ideal or heroic schizophrenic, as in Deleuze, marks the impossible effort to imagine something like a pure experience of a spatial present beyond past history and future destiny or project. Yet the ideal schizophrenic's experience is still one of time, albeit of the eternal Nietzschean present. What one means by evoking its spatialization is rather the will to use and to subject time to the service of space, if that is now the right word for it. And indeed the words and terms have their own complicity with the two epistemes, respectively. If experience and expression still seem largely apt in the cultural sphere of the modern, they are altogether out of place and anachronistic in a postmodern age, where, if temporality still has its place, it would seem better to speak of the writing of it than of any lived experience. The writing of time, its enregistrement, Such is the lesson, for example, of J.G. Ballard haunting Voices of Time, whose apocalyptic vision of the imminent end of the cosmos itself, running down like an unwound clock, and of the human race terminating in sleep, the first narcoma victims constituting the vanguard of a vast somnambulist army massing for its last march 85, may at first resemble fin de siècle Wagnerian modernism or some grandiose and musical sociobiology. But what Ballard works on linguistically are, in fact, the multiple signatures of time itself, which his own writing reads, as in the specimens and exhibits of his hero's temporal zoo or terminal laboratory. Not merely the deformed chimpanzee but also the mutations of the sea anemone, no longer sensitive to white light, but now to colors, the fruit fly, the enormous spider with blind eyes, or rather, their optical sensitivity has shifted down the band, the retinas will only register gamma radiation. Your wristwatch has luminous hands. When you moved it across the window he started thinking 91, the frogs with anti-radiation armor plating, the sunflower now living the longue durée of geological epochs, it literally sees time. The older the surrounding environment, the more sluggish its metabolism 93, and finally, above all DNA itself, that ultimate script, which is literally deteriorating, the ribonucleic acid templates which unravel the protein chains in all living organisms are wearing out, the dyes inscribing the protoplasmic signatures have become blunted. After all, they've been running now for over 1,000 million years. It's time to retool. 97. It is not merely on the inner clock of the organism that time can be read, the galaxies themselves literally speak it, as when mysterious emissaries from Orion meet the Apollo 7 astronauts on the moon and warn them that the exploration of deep space was pointless, that they were too late, as the life of the universe is now virtually over. 103. Meanwhile, numerical signals from Keynes' Venitici 96,688,365,498,695 96,688,365,498,694 beam a countdown to Earth. The big spirals there are breaking up, and they're saying goodbye. It's been estimated that by the time the series reaches zero the universe will have just ended. 109-10. Thoughtful of them to let us know what the real time is, retorts another character. The universal fascination of contemporary, or post-structural or postmodern, theory with DNA, the exemplum of the concept of code for Jean Baudrillard, for example, who is himself an enthusiastic reader of Ballard, lies not only in its status as a kind of writing, which displaces biology from the physics model to that of information theory, but also in its active and productive power as template and as computer program, a writing that reads you, rather than the other way round. DNA as the perforated sheet music of a player piano. 91. Ballard's story is also very specifically a story about future art or postmodern aesthetics. Indeed, the opposition between two new kinds of spatial art, the mandala of the 60s built by the hero in the last stages of his own narcoma, at the center of which he will expire, and the atrocity exhibit of the other, Byronic figure, which foreshadows Ballard's own later work in its conception of the newer art as a version of that emergent form of the creative exhibitions of the postmodern museums today, in this case a collection of the high-tech reproductive traces from X-rays to printouts of the most atrocious traumas of the post-contemporary world, from Hiroshima through Vietnam and the Congo to the multiple car crashes with which Ballard himself was momentarily obsessed, most notably in the novel Crash. Yet in the framework of a period concept of postmodernism, one wants to estrange these multiple figures of writing or inscription and reposition them within some enlarged conception of the spatial itself. The initial approach to this particular great transformation, the displacement of time, the spatialization of the temporal, often registers its novelties by way of a sense of loss. Indeed, it seems just possible that the pathos of entropy in Ballard may be just that, the affect released by the minute, and not unenthusiastic, exploration of this whole new world of spatiality, and the sharp pang of the death of the modern that accompanies it. At any rate, From this nostalgic and regressive perspective, that of the older modern and its temporalities, what is mourned is the memory of deep memory, what is enacted is a nostalgia, for the grand older extinct questions of origin and telos, of deep time and the Freudian unconscious, dispatched by Foucault at one blow in the history of sexuality, for the dialectic also, as well as all the monumental forms left high and dry by the ebb tide of the modern moment, forms whose absolutes are no longer audible to us, illegible hieroglyphs of the demiurgic within the technocratic world. We need a detour through the modern, then, in order to grasp what is historically original in the postmodern and its spatialisms. Indeed, such a history lesson is the best cure for nostalgic pathos, minimally teaching us, by way of necessity, that the way back to the modern is sealed for good. Presupposed in what follows, of course, is a correlation between the transition from the modern to the postmodern, and that economic or systemic transformation of an older monopoly capitalism, the so-called moment of imperialism, into its new multinational and high-tech mutation. Increasingly spatial features of a new type can be derived from such economic accounts, but any concrete account of the new spatial aesthetic and its existential life world demands some intermediary steps, or what the dialectic used to call mediations. Thus, conceptual art, too, surely stands under the sign of spatialization, in the sense in which, one is tempted to say, every problematization or dissolution of inherited form leaves us high and dry in space itself. Conceptual art may be described as a Kantian procedure whereby, on the occasion of what first seems to be an encounter with a work of art of some kind, the categories of the mind itself, normally not conscious, and inaccessible to any direct representation or to any thematizable self-consciousness or reflexibility, are flexed, their structuring presence now felt laterally by the viewer like musculature or nerves of which we normally remain insensible, in the form of those peculiar mental experiences Lyotard terms paralogisms, in other words, perceptual paradoxes that we cannot think or unravel by way of conscious abstractions and which bring us up short against the visual occasions. Bruce Naumann's installations, say, or even Sherry Levin's representations of representations, are infernal machines for generating such unresolvable yet concretely visual and perceptual antinomies that eject the viewing mind once again into the bewildering stages of the paralogical process itself. Conceptual here designates the ultimate subject of the process, in the experimental sense, namely, the perceptual categories of the mind itself, provided we also understand that these can never become visible as objects in their own right, and that at every stage of the viewing process all we have are material occasions for it, in the form of what used to be thought of as works of art. This is the sense in which the conceptual operation spatializes, since it teaches us over and over again that the spatial field is the only element in which we move and the only certainty of an experience, but not in the sense that these spatial pretexts called conceptual works are themselves full forms of materialized meaning in their own right, as the classical work of art claimed to be. The relationship between the vocation of such conceptual art and some of the classic texts of deconstruction, which can be described in much the same way, seems clear but raises the further question of the relationship of this newer reading to spatialization itself. Is, for example, the reading closure of a philosophical or theoretical essay not in some way analogous to the formal boundaries of the traditional work of art, such that the deconstructive problematization of reading itself also tends to open the frame and leave us elsewhere? That the widespread textualization of the outside world in contemporary thought, the body as a text, the state as a text, consumption as a text, should itself be seen as a fundamental form of postmodern spatialization seems evident and has been presupposed in what follows. As for conceptual art and its evolution, however, it is worth adding that its later political variant in the work of Hans Haacke, for example, redirects the deconstruction of perceptual categories specifically onto the framing institutions themselves. Here the paralogisms of the work include the museum, by drawing its space back into the material pretext and making a mental circuit through the artistic infrastructure unavoidable. Indeed, in Haacke it is not merely with museum space that we come to rest, but rather the museum itself, as an institution, opens up into its network of trustees, their affiliations with multinational corporations, and finally the global system of late capitalism proper, such that what used to be the limited and Kantian project of a restricted conceptual art expands into the very ambition of cognitive mapping itself, with all its specific representational contradictions. In Hacke, at any rate, the spatializing tendencies inherent from the beginning in conceptual art become overt and inescapable in the uneasy gestalt alternation between a work of art that abolishes itself to disclose the museum structure which contains it and one that expands its authority to include not merely that institutional structure but the institutional totality in which it is itself subsumed. To mention Hacke at this point is, of course, to raise one of the fundamental problems posed by postmodernism generally, and not least by the very spatializing tendencies under discussion here, namely, the possible political content of postmodernist art. That such political content will necessarily be structurally and dialectically very different from what was formerly possible in an older modernism, let alone in realism itself, is already implicit in virtually all of the alternative descriptions of the postmodern, but it may be dramatized by a convenient shorthand problem in political aesthetics posed in an earlier chapter, the question why Andy Warhol's Coca-Cola bottles and Camel soup cans so obviously representations of commodity or consumer fetishism do not seem to function as critical or political statements. As for systematic accounts of the postmodern, however, including my own, when they succeed, they fail. And the more powerfully one has been able to underscore and isolate the anti-political features of the newer cultural dominant its loss of historicity, for example, the more one paints oneself into a corner and makes any repoliticization of such culture a priori inconceivable. Yet the totalizing account of the postmodern always included a space for various forms of oppositional culture, those of marginal groups, those of radically distinct residual or emergent cultural languages, their existence being already predicated by the necessarily uneven development of late capitalism, whose first world produces a third world within itself by its own inner dynamic. In this sense, postmodernism is merely a cultural dominant. To describe it in terms of cultural hegemony is not to suggest some massive and uniform cultural homogeneity of the social field, but very precisely to imply its coexistence with other resistant and heterogeneous forces which it has a vocation to subdue and incorporate. The case of Hacke poses, however, a radically different problem, for his is a kind of cultural production which is clearly postmodern and equally clearly political and oppositional, something that does not compute within the paradigm and does not seem to have been theoretically foreseen by it. The scope of the present essay, however, is more restricted than this, if it must specify the ultimate political coordinates of the problem of the evaluation of postmodernism as we have just done. Our topic here is the narrower one of the utopian impulses to be detected in various forms of the postmodern today. One wants to insist very strongly on the necessity of the reinvention of the utopian vision in any contemporary politics. This lesson, which Marcuse first taught us, is part of the legacy of the 60s which must never be abandoned in any re-evaluation of that period and of our relationship to it. On the other hand, it also must be acknowledged that utopian visions are not yet themselves a politics. Utopia, however, poses its own specific problems for any theory of the postmodern and any periodization of it. For according to one conventional view, postmodernism is also at one with the definitive end of ideologies, a development announced, along with post-industrial society, by the conservative ideologues of the 50s, Daniel Bell, Lipset, etc., disproven dramatically by the 60s, only to come true in the 70s and 80s. Ideology in this sense meant Marxism, and its end went hand in hand with the end of utopia, already secured by the great post-war anti-Stalinist dystopias, such as 1984. But utopia in that period was also a code word that simply meant socialism or any revolutionary attempt to create a radically different society, which the ex-radicals of that time identified almost exclusively with Stalin and Soviet communism. This generalized end of ideology and of utopia, celebrated by the conservatives in the 50s, was also the burden of Marcuse one-dimensional man, which deplored it from a radical perspective. Meanwhile, In our own period, virtually all the significant manifestos of postmodernism celebrate a similar development, from Venturi's irony to Achille Benito Oliva's de-ideologization, which now comes to mean the eclipse of belief and of the twofold absolutes of high modernism proper and the political, which is to say, of Marxism. If one inserts the 60s into this historical narrative, everything changes. Marcuse virtually becomes the name for a whole explosive renewal of utopian thinking and imagination, and for a rebirth of the older narrative form. Ursula K. Le Guin, The Dispossessed, 1974, was the richest literary reinvention of the genre, while Ernest Callenbach Ecotopia, 1975, provided a summa of all the disparate 60s utopia impulses and also revived the, itself property utopian, ambition to write a book around which a whole political movement might crystallize, as was the case with Edward Bellamy looking backward and the mass movement around his nationalist party in the analogous earlier stage of North American political utopianism. The utopian impulses of the 60s did not, however, coalesce in that way, but rather produced a vital range of micropolitical movements, neighborhood, race, ethnic, gender, and ecological, whose common denominator is the resurgent problematic of nature in a variety of, often anti-capitalist, forms. It is certain that these social and political developments can also be reread within our first paradigm as constituting the repudiation of a traditional left-party politics and thereby, in their own way, as another end of ideology. Nor is it clear to what degree these multiple utopian impulses have been prolonged into the late 70s and 80s. Margaret Atwood's Handmaid's Tale 1985 has, for example, been assessed as the first feminist dystopia and thereby the end of the very rich feminist work in the utopian genre as such. On the other hand, it also seems to be plausible to return to the phenomenon of spatialization already mentioned here, and to see in all these varied utopian visions as they have emerged from the 60s the development of a whole range of properly spatial utopias in which the transformation of social relations and political institutions is projected onto the vision of place and landscape, including the human body. Spatialization, then, whatever it may take away in the capacity to think time and history, also opens a door onto a whole new domain for libidinal investment of the utopian and even the proto-political type. It is, at any rate, this door ajar that we seek, if not to pry open, then at least to peer through in what follows. Robert Gober's installation seems an excellent place with which to begin this inquiry, since it offers us, at the very least, an empty doorframe. It also forces us to ask but helps us answer the obvious question as to the relevance of concepts of spatialization when we are dealing with what are already very obviously spatial arts. But postmodern spatialization here plays itself out in the relationship and the rivalry among the various spatial media in the claims and formal powers of video over against film, for example, or of photography over against painting as a medium. Indeed, we may speak of spatialization here as the process whereby the traditional fine arts are mediatized, that is, they now come to consciousness of themselves as various media within a mediatic system in which their own internal production also constitutes a symbolic message and the taking of a position on the status of the medium in question. Gober's installation, which includes what might once have been called painting, sculpture, writing, and even architecture, thus draws its effects from a place not above the media but within their system of relationships, something it seems better to characterize as a kind of reflexivity rather than the more conventional notion of mixed media, which normally implies the emergence of a kind of superproduct or transcendental object, the Gesamtkunstwerk, from this synthesis or combination. But this installation is very clearly not an art object in that sense. There is, first of all, no representation to look at. The door, the painting, the mound, the text, none of them are in themselves the object of our undivided attention, but one might have said as much for the elements of a Haka installation as well, or, beyond it, of the quintessentially postmodern dispositions of Nam June Paik, where only the most misguided museum visitor would look for the art in the content of the video images themselves, for instance. Yet between Haka, or even Paik's non-political conceptual art, and this particular space which also in some sense evokes a concept, there would seem to be a profound methodological difference, virtually an inversion in the operations in question. Hacke's work is situation-specific, as has been said. It foregrounds the museum as such and in its institutionality, something that, utterly absent from Gober, can be said to reveal the bad or non-political utopianism of Gober's installation, if not to confirm one's worst fears as to the inherent idealism of the project. Hacke deconstructs, the fashionable word seems quite unavoidable in thinking of him, and recovers some of its original, strong, political, subversive meaning in his context. His art has a European culture political corrosiveness, Gober's is as American as the Shakers or Charles Ives, its absent community, its invisible public constituted out of readers of Emerson rather than of Adorno. I'm tempted to suggest that this form of conceptual art for such it is differs from its opposite number in that it constructs, not an already existing concept of the type that Hacke and others take to pieces, but rather the idea of a concept that does not yet exist. But as we have already seen in our discussion of architecture, the utopian value of a merely cultural modification is an ambiguous judgment, whose signs and symptoms can be read either way fully as much as signs of systematic replication as of impending change. So it is that modernist space offers itself as the novum, as the breakthrough onto new forms of life itself, the radically emergent, that heir from other planets, Stefan George, that Schönberg, and after him Marcuse, like to evoke, the first telltale sign of the dawning of a new age. Now, in the hindsight of failures of modern architecture, modernist space proves to have merely reproduced the logic of the system itself at a greater level of intensification, running on ahead and transferring its spirit of rationalization and functionalism, of therapeutic positivism and standardization, onto built space not yet even dreamed of. The alternatives would be decidable only by way of the related historical question of whether modernism in fact completed its mission and its project, or was interrupted and remained fundamentally incomplete and unfilled. Still, the postmodern now suggests an additional possibility, something like a third reading, in which the conception of a utopian anticipation is foregrounded in a theoretical, non-figurative way. It is within the perspective of this possibility, which seems to renounce the proto-political vocation of Le Corbusier to transform our built space at once and against all economic and social obstacles, that Gober's project can best be grasped. It can be seen, borrowing an expression from Althusser, not so much as the production of some form of utopian space but rather as the production of the concept of such space. And even this must be understood not in the sense in which contemporary architects have with increasing frequency designed unbuildable projects, in the strict architectural sense of plans, drawings, and models, and published grotesque and parodic projections of buildings and urban complexes, unimaginable in any light of day, that resemble the visual records of Piranesi's fantasies more than his views of Rome or Le Corbusier's notebooks. Gober is not an architect, even in that greatly expanded sense of the word, although his own sculptures derive very specifically from the inner space of buildings and from those intermundia between furniture and the residential shell which, sometimes thought of as mere plumbing, are the visible apparatus of kitchen and bathroom equipment. This installation does not seek, like the projects mentioned above, to spring the representation of some new kind of dwelling onto the utopian screen of the mind's eye, and it is as a terminological way of differentiating this operation from such representations, fully as much as an intervention in current notions of conceptual art, that its characterization the production of a concept of space systematically functions, it is meant to stress, over against the deconstructive operation. The production of a new kind of mental entity, but at the same time to exclude the assimilation of that entity to any kind of positive representation, and in particular to any sketch for an affirmative architecture. The operation is therefore a peculiar one indeed, which merits closer description. What we are offered is a door with its frame, Gober, a mound, Meg Webster, a traditional American landscape painting, Albert Bierstadt, and what may be called a postmodernist text, Richard Prince. The combination of these objects as a unified exhibit within museum space certainly awakens representational anticipations and impulses, and in particular emits an imperative to unify them perceptually, to invent the aesthetic totalization from within which these disparate objects and items can be grasped, if not as parts of a whole, then at least as elements of some complete thing. This is an imperative, as we have suggested, which is systematically thwarted by the work itself, if one can still continue to use that word, but not, as has also been suggested, primarily in order to foreground and rebuke our own, Kantian, longing for the form of the whole or the complete thing, or the work, or representation itself, as is the case with analogous frustration in so-called conceptual art. For one thing, the heterogeneity of Gober's items or elements is not merely the abstract differentiation of uncombinable raw materials or types of content, as is the case with postmodernist texts generally, but it is also doubled and strengthened, as it were, by a more genuinely concrete and even social heterogeneity, which is that of collective work itself. The multiple histories of forms that distance each of these items from each other, the mound with its aesthetic precursors, the ironic text with its own rather different ones, not to mention the Hudson River School and its own specific ancient history, all of these distinct artistic materials, which emit their own discordant formal and material voices, also here summon up the ghostly, but social, presence of real human collaborators, who raise again the issues of the subject and of agency, even the false problems of collective subject and individual intention, along with the non-solution of signatures. This second level of the work then amplifies and orchestrates the heterogeneity of the first purely formal problem of aesthetic reception and unification, turning it into a social one without in any way effacing the formal dilemma how to see all these things together and invent a perceptual relationship between them which now remains alongside it like a second, no less unbearable, scandal. Meanwhile, the door off its hinges continues to urge us to put all this back together, all the while inscribing itself as disjoint, as we gradually get it through our heads that producing a concept is uncomfortably different from merely having one, or even thinking one through. Socially, however, this collective presence of the work also begins to acquire a certain historical precision and to differentiate itself, no less uncomfortably, from older, already existing but perhaps no longer functional, categories of the Mitsane. For one thing, the family as the year-old notion of some fundamental collective living is utterly absent from this idea of a room, which does not even feel the need to subvert or deconstruct familial values any longer. This, then, is the final and most decisive feature that separates Gober's utopian room from any genuinely architectural project, even of the utopian type, since these last must necessarily come to grips with the problem of the family and of the persistence of family structure, even where they seek to collectivize it, as most notably in communal kitchens and dining areas, a preoccupation which is present in utopian discourse from More all the way to Bellamy's seemingly middle-class apartments. In looking backward, which ostentatiously lack kitchens, and beyond to our own time. The absence of any problematic of the family here can be read as a gender statement, but it also surely displaces the matter of the collective from the domestic to the realm of collective work per se, here identified as artistic collaboration. But at this point a second historical specification intervenes, for whatever this collaboration may be, it is surely also no longer the vanguard project of the older modernist avant-gardes, whose disappearance or impossibility has, of course, often been taken as the constitutive feature of all the postmodernisms. This installation does not, in other words, project either a stylistic politics of a more generalizable type nor any particular cultural one, as Surrealism, or any of the architectural avant-gardes, once preeminently did, either propagating the proto-political virus through the power of some new period style or invoking a universal program for radical culture political change by way of this or that individual work or text, building, or painting. Here also, then, as in the other postmodernisms, we are beyond the avant-gardes, yet with this difference that collective work is here still affirmed as something other than mere period likeness or the anecdotal meeting of the minds between individual painters or architects. The ultimate meaning of this affirmation of the collaborative, which eschews the organization of a movement or a school, ignores the vocation of style, and omits the trappings of the manifesto or program, is not the least enigma with which the Gober installation confronts us, but it is an enigma which is at the very least at one with all the new and more properly political questions that the new social movements or contemporary micropolitics have placed on the agenda. Returning now to the more formal reading of the thing itself, it may first be observed that it involves another matter which any future historians of our own cultural and theoretical moment are bound to consider significant and symptomatic, namely, the return and the revival, if not the reinvention in some unexpected form, of allegory as such, including the complex theoretical problems of allegorical interpretation. For the displacement of modernism by postmodernism can also be measured and detected in the crisis of the older aesthetic absolute of the symbol, as its formal and linguistic values secured their hegemony in the long period from Romanticism to New Criticism and the canonization of modernist works in the university system in the late 1950s. If the symbolic is, over hastily, assimilated to various organic conceptions of the work of art and of culture itself, then the return of the repressed of its various opposites, and of a whole range of overt or covert theories of the allegorical, can be characterized by a generalized sensitivity, in our own time, to breaks and discontinuities, to the heterogeneous, not merely in works of art, to difference rather than identity, to gaps and holes rather than seamless webs and triumphant narrative progressions, to social differentiation rather than to society as such and its totality, in which older doctrines of the monumental work and the concrete universal bathed and reflected themselves. The allegorical, then whether those of Deman or Benjamin, of the revalorization of medieval or of non-European texts, of Althusserian or Levi-Straussian structuralisms, of Kleinian psychologies or Lacanian psychoanalysis can be minimally formulated as the question posed to thinking by the awareness of incommensurable distances within its object of thought, and as the various new interpretive answers devised to encompass phenomena about which we are at least minimally agreed that no single thought or theory encompasses any of them. Allegorical interpretation is then first and foremost an interpretive operation which begins by acknowledging the impossibility of interpretation in the older sense, and by including that impossibility in its own provisional or even aleatory movements. For the newer allegory is horizontal rather than vertical, if it must still attach its one-on-one conceptual labels to its objects after the fashion of the Pilgrim's Progress, it does so in the conviction that those objects, along with their labels, are now profoundly relational, indeed are themselves constructed by their relations to each other. When we add to this the inevitable mobility of such relations, we begin to glimpse the process of allegorical interpretation as a kind of scanning that, moving back and forth across the text, readjusts its terms in constant modification of a type quite different from our stereotypes of some static medieval or biblical decoding, and which one would be tempted, were it not also an old-fashioned word, to characterize as dialectical. It is perhaps worth observing, in passing, that the allegorical method evoked here is very much what is demanded and mobilized by the periodizing schema of the modernism/postmodernism break as such. Here again, then, as so often, postmodernism theory is itself an example of what it claims to anatomize. The newer allegorical structures are postmodern and cannot be articulated without the allegory of postmodernism itself. Such is, at any rate, the way in which the reading of the Gober installation imposes itself, as a constant movement from one item to another in which each term, as it confronts one of the other three, finds its value and its meaning subtly or not so subtly modified. This movement can be crudely described if it is understood that any direction and any starting point are possible and that what is here offered is only one of the varied trajectories and combinations logically possible, and perhaps one of the more obvious ones. Thus it is only apparently logical or natural to begin with the frame itself, house, dwelling, which as a built space and a habitation, a product of society and of culture, stands in most immediate opposition to the mound, itself now marking the place of nature in a host of 17th-century pastoral or Shakespearean senses. On this first reading, both the social, the doorframe, and the natural, the mound, are taken as realities, as ontological dimensions of the world. What that pairing off of meanings does next is to suggest that the world itself as a combination of the social or cultural and the natural can be opposed to that rather different matter which is its own representation, the aesthetic realm, in which both nature and culture, both the natural and the social, can be objects of representation. Indeed, both are present in dialectical relationship to each other in the Hudson River School painting, insofar as a particular kind of landscape, better still, the ideology of a particular kind of landscape at one and the same time emits a host of precise ideological messages about the society and the social and historical realities, which, absent from it, are no less intensely the implied object of its construction. The traditional landscape painting, then, in this move, retroactively transforms the first two seemingly ontological realities of the social and the natural into ideology and into representation. But whoever raises the question of representation in our own time at once opens up a new force field in which it is clear that the older painting is itself a historical document and a dead moment in the history of the evolution of North American culture. With this modification of our focus on the landscape painting, we are already in the process of establishing some more scandalous and historicist link with the final item in the collection, namely, the virulent object from the present, the Richard Prince text, whose very enigmatic and conceptual structure at once announces the presence of the postmodern and transforms all three previous terms into nostalgia and Americana and unexpectedly projects them into a now distant past, about which not the least embarrassing question is whether, in full postmodernist late capitalism with its perpetual present and its multiple historical amnesias, it has itself any more genuine existence than that of a stereotype or a cultural fantasy. At this point, however, the signifying trajectory does not come to a halt but rather begins in earnest. For we can now move from the postmodernist text to the equally postmodernist mound and ask ourselves whether, far from marking the place of nature, it does not rather constitute something like the grave of nature, as the latter has systematically been eclipsed from the object world and the social relations of a society whose tendential domination over its other, the non-human or the formerly natural, is more complete than at any other moment in human history. From that perspective, as the mourning for a lost object which can scarcely even be remembered as such, the path back through the other objects shows them radically modified and transformed as well. The door frame, the metonym of human habitation and the social, now turns out to have been not merely cultural, and a representation, but a nostalgic representation of a more natural form of dwelling. It now opens the door to a host of economic and historical anxieties about real estate speculation and the disappearance of the construction of older single-family housing, which are the other face of the postmodern in our own time, and which then draw the landscape painting after themselves into a whole new social reality in which, from a document of cultural history, it becomes an antique and a commodity, a bit of yuppie furnishing, and in that sense no less contemporary than its postmodern opposite number. As for this last, however, on our new trajectory, it begins to foreground itself more insistently as language and as communication, rather than as artistic production in any older sense, and brings into this new construction the omnipresence of the media as such, as that has seemed for many to constitute one of the fundamental features of contemporary society. At this point, however, the victory of the postmodern, its triumph over these older seemingly nostalgic items that accompany it, is by no means secure. For if the frame text is the heightened spice, the jarring note, Barth's punctum in the sense of the most active element, which sets all the rest in bewildering movement, it is also the most fragile of the associated objects, and not merely because in the content of its humor it bears a kind of nostalgia and an older ethnicity within itself. Now, however, in one of those reversals characteristic of any dominance such as the current, largely structuralist episteme in which language as such is grasped as the bottom line, the fundamental reality, the ultimately determining instance, this written text comes before us with an insubstantiality that only tends to reconfirm and strengthen the robust visual presence of its neighbors. What then begins to happen here is that, from mere nostalgic reflexes, these articles slowly take on the positive and active value of conscious resistance, as choices and symbolic acts that now repudiate the dominant poster and decorative culture and thereby assert themselves as something emergent rather than something residual. What was the delectation with a fantasy past now turns out to look more like the construction of a utopian future. What has been speculatively outlined here is, however, not merely an interminable trajectory from one provisional interpretation to another competing one. It can take many other forms, and to break off our account at this point is not to imply that that utopian future has in any way been secured, even as an image or a representation. The items continue to pair off against each other in unstable constellations, and the quality of the thought waxes and wanes, brightens and grows more somber again in ceaseless variation. The installation also emits a different kind of message, which, as has already been intimated, concerns the system of the fine arts as such, or, in more contemporary language, the relations of the various media to each other. Like synesthesia in the literary reel, Baudelaire, the ideal of the Gesamtkunstwerk respected the system of the various fine arts and paid it tribute in the notion of some vaster overarching synthesis in which they might all somehow combine. The theoretical and philosophical parallel to yesterday's notion of the interdisciplinary is striking, generally under the fraternal leadership of one of them in the case of Wagner, of music. The present installation is, as has been suggested, no longer that, not least because the very system on which the older synthesis was based has itself become problematical, along with the claim of any one of the individual fine arts to its own intrinsic autonomy or semi-autonomy. The media here associated do not, in other words, draw on the inner coherence of a genuinely sculptural language, in Gober himself or in Webster, nor on that of a still internally coherent tradition of painting as such, traditional landscape, postmodern painting, nor even on any primacy of the architectural as a set of forms. If this is in some sense mixed media, the contemporary equivalent of the Gesamtkunstwerk but with all the differences already enumerated, the mix comes first and redefines the media involved by implication a posteriori. Nonetheless, it would seem clear that a secondary message about painting, which it would be exaggerated to describe as the latter's dethronement, is here present and will inevitably be read off the post-contemporary situation itself, and the debates about the status of some properly postmodern painting which have become as central to its practice as those around architecture were yesterday. For the differentiation of painting into landscape and text more brutally problematizes the claims of this particular fine art than anything in the sculptural or architectural components. Meanwhile, that the question of the utopian impulse is at issue here will be evident not merely from the status of painting generally in an older modernism but, in particular, from John Berger's evaluation of Cubism, which we have already alluded to. During the first decade of this century a transformed world became theoretically possible and the necessary forces of change could already be recognized as existing. Cubism was the art which reflected the possibility of this transformed world and the confidence it inspired. Thus, in a certain sense, it was the most modern art as it was also the most philosophically complex which has yet existed. 2. Berger explicitly glosses these tenses as meaning not merely that the utopian vocation of painting embodied in Cubism was closed off by the war and the failure of global revolution that followed it, but also that this failed Cubism of the past is also our future insofar as it expresses a utopian impulse that we have not yet been able to reinvent. Yet the other avant-gardes all have their specific utopian moments as well, in Dada, an explosive negativity which is not merely critical but embodies the very dynamic of history itself as the unceasing overthrow of the objective forms that shape the life of man. The utopian vocation of surrealism lies in its attempt to endow the object world of a damaged and broken industrial society with the mystery and the depth, the magical qualities, to speak like either Weber or the Latin Americans, of an unconscious that seems to speak and vibrate through those things. It is therefore against these multiple utopian vocations of modernist painting that the implications of Gober's stance, itself positioned, as we have said, in some new kind of utopian space, must be read. Yet the new turn of the screw of the contemporary situation results in the transformation of any assessment of postmodern painting into a set of statements about its various media others, and most specifically about photography, whose extraordinary reinvention today, in theory as well as in practice, is a fundamental fact and symptom of the postmodern period, something the photographic segment of the present exhibit triumphantly demonstrates at the same time that it secures its consonance with the installation segment by revealing an unsuspected utopian vocation of its own. One sense is indeed that the various photographic movements that were contemporaneous with the modern movement in painting still tended to borrow their aesthetic and apologetic justifications from that medium, at best seeing their task as a redemption of physical reality, Krakauer's characterization of filmic realism, by way a revelation of the visible world, which was also, in various modes and styles, the latter's unmasking. The vocation of contemporary photography may now be somewhat different from that, as we will try to show. The demonstration demands a detour through the equally transformed apologetics of postmodern painting, in which, however, the dialectics of construction and deconstruction which we have found helpful in evaluating Gober's installation will unexpectedly reappear in new context. What is initially certain, at any rate, is that the spokespeople for postmodern painting, whatever the particular tendency they promote within that pluralism which is its most enthusiastically celebrated feature, agree on the renunciation, by contemporary neo-figurative painting, of painting's older, modernist, utopian vocations. It is no longer to do anything beyond itself, including the trans-aesthetic thrust of the great modernisms. With the loss of such ideological missions, and the liberation from the history of its forms as a kind of telos, painting is now free to follow a nomadic attitude which advocates the reversibility of all the languages of the past, it6, a conception which wishes to deprive language of meaning, tending to consider the language of painting entirely interchangeable, removing it from fixation and mania and delivering it to a practice which sees value in inconstancy. The contiguity of different styles produces a chain of images, all of which work on the basis of shifting and progression which is fluid rather than planned. It 18-20. In this way meaning is bewildered, attenuated, made relative, and related to other semantic substances which float behind the recovery of this innumerable systems of marks. There results a sort of mildness of the work, which no longer speaks peremptorily, nor bases its appeal on ideological fixity, but dissolves in multidirectional digression, it 24. These very interesting and pertinent characterizations unequally raise two related issues about the newer painting. The first is what is sometimes called its historicism, namely, its secession from a genuine history or dialectic of its styles and of the content of its forms, something which frees it to recover painting styles as a sort of objet trouvé, detached from their semantic references as from every metaphorical association. They are consumed in the execution of the work, which becomes the crucible in which their exemplarity is purified. For this reason, it is possible to renew references that are otherwise irreconcilable, and to interweave different cultural temperatures, grafting unheard of hybrids and different dislocations of language with respect to their historical situation, it 56-58. A neo-manneristic sensibility takes over, a sensibility that runs through the history of art without rhetoric and pathetic identification, displaying instead flexible laterality capable of translating the historic depth of the recovered languages into a disenchanted and uninhibited superficiality, it 66-68. The other feature of the postmodern condition implied but not addressed in such remarks is, of course, our old friend the death of the subject, the end of individuality, the eclipse of subjectivity in a new anonymity that is not puritanical extinction or repression but probably not often either that schizophrenic flux and nomadic release it has often been celebrated as. Surrealism without the unconscious, such is the way in which one is also tempted to characterize the newer painting, in which the most uncontrolled kinds of figuration emerge with a depthlessness that is not even hallucinatory, like the free association of an impersonal collective subject, without the charge and investment either of a personal unconscious or of a group one, Chagall's folk iconography without Judaism or the peasants, Klee's stick drawings without his peculiar personal project. Schizophrenic art without schizophrenia, surrealism without its manifesto or its avant-garde. Does this mean that what we used to call the unconscious was itself a mere historical illusion produced by certain kinds of theories in a certain situation-specific configuration of the social field, including certain kinds of urban objects and certain kinds of urban people? The point, however, is to search out radical historical difference, and not to take sides or hand out historical certificates of value. It strikes one then, in that spirit, that neo-figurative painting today is very much that extraordinary space through which all the images and icons of the culture spill and float, haphazard, like a logjam of the visual, bearing off with them everything from the past under the name of tradition that arrived in the present in time to be reified visually, broken into pieces, and swept away with the rest. This is the sense in which I associated such painting with the term deconstructive, for it constitutes an immense analytic dissection of everything and a lancing of the visual abscess. Whether the operation has therapeutic value in the sense in which Susan Sontag once evoked a kind of ecology of images, an anti-consumerist hunger or water cure for image society is far from clear. It is in any case difficult to see the function of a concept like the cure in the absence of either an individual or a collective subject. Yet a powerful movement of interference clouds of electrical short circuits, the sizzling of specular or even scopophilic burnt flesh disengages itself from such painting at its best, as in the work of David Saul. His archetypal category, for it is not a form, exactly, seems to be the empty organization of the diptych or double panel, sometimes rewritten in the form of superpositions, overdrawing, and overdoodling, where, however, the content that traditionally accompanied such a gesture, look now upon this picture and on this, authentification and authentification, unmasking, the puncturing of one sign system in the name of another, or of reality itself remains absent, while at the same time, the end of ideology, in particular the end of Freud and the end of psychoanalysis, ensures the incapacity of any hermeneutic or interpretive system to domesticate these juxtapositions and turn them into usable meanings. When they work, therefore, it is difficult to distinguish between the shock that certifies them as working and that mildness of which Benito Oliva spoke, which results from the abstention of the art object to address and hector you for ideological purposes, but also from its dissolution into multidimensional digression. In this respect, then, it seems useful and instructive to juxtapose this practice of fragmentation within the picture diptych framing, sequential collage, scissored images, which it may be best to term screen segmentation as it is practiced in what I'm tempted to call the Bayesian superstructure features of David Saul and also in various ways in the photographers exhibited here, Wassow's rephotographed and recombined images, Simpson's irises and illustrative captions, Larry Johnson's mottos, Sippes's multi-paneled anatomy exhibits, Welling's literal analyses, even Wall's transparencies may be looked at in this way, if the actual photograph is separated from the luminous or even stereoscopic performance to which it is subjected, like a dimension underneath, rather than, as in Saul, the overprint or the side-by-side. The parts and segments of these works or texts do not demystify one another, I am tempted to say, although Simpson's art comes the closest, and the feminist components of Sippes's, that is to say, the pieces of women's bodies ensure a certain obligatory effort at radical reading. But the matter may best be approached by way of perception. We're told, for example, that photographic perception very much depends on identification as such, on some prior effort to recognize the thing at least generically, after which we can explore what is unexpected about this particular view or exposure of it. A certain prior knowledge, a nomenclature, or a general terminology, perhaps these also played a crucial role in the first moments of the inspection of the great tradition of representational painting down to the modern period, but they now seem to have migrated into contemporary photography, where you have to recognize and identify the stylistic pieces, whose individual identification then leads to absolute separation from the other elements, whence the coexistence and conflict of these semiotic substances. My sense is that the segmentation of contemporary photography does not necessarily operate in the deconstructive fashion of the painters, but it may show signs of newer structures for which we as yet lack the right historical and formal categories. Some difference in temperature between the 60s and the 80s, for example, can be taken by reflecting on what J.G. Ballard might have called, in the Atrocity exhibition, the spinal landscapes of Oliver Wassow's photographs. See number 146 reproduced in Chapter I. What is absent from Wassow, indeed, is the background level of 60s violence and pain, in which Vietnam and the Congo retrieve Hiroshima in the form of multi-vehicle car crashes on the lunar landscape of decaying high-rises and collapsing superhighways. Yet the layering of the vision has odd similarities with those evoked by Ballard in the following paragraph, entitled The Persistence of Memory. An empty beach with its fused sand. Here clock time is no longer valid. Even the embryo, symbol of secret growth and possibility, is drained and limp. These images are the residues of a remembered moment of time. For Talbot, the most disturbing elements are the rectilinear sections of the beach and sea. The displacement of these two images through time, and their marriage with his own continuum, has warped them into rigid and unyielding structures of his own consciousness. Later, walking along the flyover, he realized that the rectilinear forms of his conscious reality were warped elements from some placid and harmonious future. 6. The title phrase here surely must be read against that, apparently pseudoscientific, doctrine of the persistence of vision that has played so great and emblematic a role in film theory, where the illusion of continuity is generated by the overlap of static afterimages on the retina. Ballard now projects this overlap into our experience of the world itself and its multiple realities, whose discontinuities reappear at the moment of individual and collective crisis and breakdown, separating into the layered bands of beach and sea. The apparatus of distress and trauma, the enabling instrumentation of social and historical disaster, seem absent from Wasso's X-rays, unless they are for his later generation so deeply interiorized that Ballard's affect is no longer detectable. Yet Ballard here uniquely in his work, I believe also invokes the utopian epoch of rest, William Morris, that placid and harmonious future whose unimaginable messages and signals somehow penetrate our ravaged post-atomic ecosystem and make their absent presence felt by the empty form of striated volumes, levels, superimposed bands of absent substances as distinct as primary colors, or the primal elements of the pre-Socratics, or some regressive dream of the ultimate simplicities of the state of nature. In the climactic moment of the Voices of Time, also, the spatial components of the universe spoke to the protagonist, but they spoke in the distinct languages and emissions of various rates of entropy. Powers suddenly felt the massive weight of the escarpment rising up into the dark sky like a cliff of luminous chalk. Not only could he see the escarpment, but he was aware of its enormous age. The ragged crests all carried a distinct image of themselves across to him, 1,000 voices that together told of the total time elapsed in the life of the escarpment. Turning his eyes away from the hill face, he felt a second wave of time sweep across the first. The image was broader but of shorter perspectives, radiating from the wide disk of the salt lake. Closing his eyes, Powers lay back and steered the car along the interval between the two time fronts, feeling the images deepen and strengthen within his mind. 7. To these are added at length the voices from galactic space, all of which finally converge on the ultimate target, Powers's body at the center of his mandala. Yet the reassuring extinction fantasies of early Ballard, which no longer seem possible in the world cataclysms of the 60s, paradoxically exchange formulations of entropy and the geological past for the fragile acknowledgement of a future and a utopia out of reach, all the more powerful for the toxic atmosphere it has to penetrate. With Wasso we are now in the 80s, and the dark, hallucinatory colors of his utopian spinal bands have something of that tranquil and unearthly conflagration of sunsets over Santa Monica whose optical effects are due, we are told, to the extreme density of chemical pollution in the atmosphere. My sense is that it is precisely by way of such internal differentiation bands within the image which resonate with each other that the utopian vocation of the newer photography is secured. The traditional pleasures of photography include, besides the stiff glossiness of the object as well as its incorporation of the machine as such, a referentiality which painting has traditionally sought to abolish. As in the dialectic of the name, which separates itself from its object and now stands across from it, the photograph always dramatized its independence as a reproduction from the object from which it was indistinguishable. What we have observed in contemporary painting, however, is that to the degree that modern society becomes acculturated and that social reality takes on a more specifically cultural form, stereotypes, collective images, and the like postmodern painting recovers a kind of reference and reinvents the referent in the form of just such collective cultural fantasies. Photography, then, in its contemporary and even postmodern version, would seem to have evolved in the opposite direction, renouncing reference as such in order to elaborate an autonomous vision which has no external equivalent. Internal differentiation now stands as the mark and the moment of a decisive displacement in which the older relationship of image to referent is superseded by an inner or an interiorized one, where, as a consequence, none of the bands in Wasso's images has any referential priority over the other. To speak more psychologically, the attention of the viewer is now engaged by a differential opposition within the image itself, so that he or she has little energy left over for intentness to that older likeness or matching operation which compares the image to some putative thing outside. Paradoxically, however, it is precisely attention to that outside but an outside that now enters consciousness itself in the form of the external realities of collective fantasies and the materials of the culture industry that determines the novel character of postmodern paintings such as Sal's. Whether this newer utopian photography will know the fate of an older experimental type of art photography, abstractions, blow-ups of now unrecognizable milk drops, trick mechanics of all kinds, whose aesthetic baths is not alone in loathing remains to be seen. What speaks against such assimilation is, among other things, the very modification in our conception of what art and culture are, for among the now intolerable messages emitted by the older art photography was the claim to be art, rather than photographic journalism, a claim these newer pictures do not seem to have to defend or enounce. That such utopianism is an ideology including an aesthetic ideology seems clear enough, but at a time when we have minimally agreed that everything is ideology, or better still, that there is nothing outside of ideology, that does not seem a very damaging admission either. Yet in our time, where the claims of the officially political seem extraordinarily enfeebled and where the taking of older kinds of political positions seems to inspire widespread embarrassment, it should also be noted that one finds everywhere today, not least among artists and writers, something like an unacknowledged party of utopia, an underground party whose numbers are difficult to determine, whose program remains unannounced and perhaps even unformulated, whose existence is unknown to the citizenry at large and to the authorities, but whose members seem to recognize one another by means of secret Masonic signals. One even has the feeling that some of the present exhibitors may be among its adherents. 7. Immanence and Nominalism in Postmodern Theoretical Discourse. Part 1. Immanence and the New Historicism. Few recent works of American criticism display the interpretive brilliance and intellectual energy of Walter Ben Michaels, the gold standard and the logic of naturalism. Besides addressing a period whose formal tendencies, naturalism in particular, have always presented peculiar problems for literary history, and confronting unique writers, Norris above all, who seem to have proven unusually resistant to classification and evaluation, this book also is said to exemplify in its own special way that new thing called the New Historicism, which has been the object of so much fascination to current polemicists. It also seems called on to illustrate a provocative and controversial theoretical text by Michaels himself, with Stephen Knapp, against theory, presumably by demonstrating what you can still go on to do when theory is abandoned. Besides all this, alertness to the problematic of photography provides some stimulating interventions into what is currently perhaps the most exciting artistic medium, in postmodernism, while attention to the questions of romance and realism, as well as of the modern itself, conjoined with the central problem of naturalism raised above, reinscribe genre and periodization on the agenda in a welcome and productive fashion. Finally, the book deploys strong, and to some, offensive, political attitudes, whose relationship to the literary critical attitudes is on the face of it unclear. Any one of these topics by itself would merit closer attention. Taken together they suggest that Michaels's collection, but I will argue that it is more than that, offers a signal occasion for taking the temperature of contemporary, or post-contemporary, criticism and theory. Theory, in the Michaels-Knapp program essay, proved to be a reassuringly restricted category, which oddly ignored the bulk of all those now voluminous continental materials that this word has seemed to conjure up for many of us over the last 20 years. The frame of reference of the essay will surely strike un-American and European-oriented theorists as peculiarly Anglo-American, and as a return to just those English department concerns. What is the validity of this reading of the canonical poem or passage in question, from which the rest of us were in flight, and in place of which theory, in its structural or post-structural, or in its German or dialectical sense, promised the relief of new problems and new interests? Gadamer appears here, to be sure, but as the rival of Hirsch. Derrida is here not merely because of his American connections but, above all, on the strength of his polemic with Searle. It is as though naturalization now depended on having sound Anglo-American enemies. But I will argue later that the great continental themes and issues also resurface in the gold standard, and that the logic of Michels's argument drives him into rediscovering and reinventing them. This is indeed, in my opinion, the most extraordinary and admirable feature of this book, that it exhibits a philosophical discovery process at work before our eyes, and that Michels has given himself over so completely to the logic of his content and the inner dynamic of his objects that the great problems appear, as it were, under their own momentum, not summoned in from the outside on the strength of this or that current theoretical trend or slogan. Perhaps this may serve as the deeper moment of truth of the otherwise provocative program of Against Theory, that with the proper combination of alertness and receptivity, problems may be expected to pose themselves in ways that allow us to make a detour around the reifications of current theoretical discourse. That is not, however, what that essay meant by theory, something that can now be recapitulated with all the concision of its authors, namely, the tendency to generate theoretical problems by splitting apart terms that are in fact inseparable, at 12. This tendency is then identified and localized in two kinds of privileged error: the separation of authorial intention and the meaning of texts, at 12, and a larger, or more epistemological pathology, in which knowledge is separated from beliefs, generating the notion that we can somehow stand outside our beliefs, at 27, such that theory now becomes the name for all the ways people have tried to stand outside practice in order to govern practice from without, at 30. Both issues will return again, and it is tempting to suggest that a different code or terminology would separate them out into issues of the subject, on the one hand, and of ideology, on the other, before somehow putting them back together. That is a discussion which would be prematurely broken off by the facile objection that the Michels-Knapp argument ignores the most interesting problem about its targets: why splitting apart terms that are in fact inseparable is so persistent a mistake or an error, to use their terms, and why so many people keep on making it, or make it in the first place. Mistakes and errors are presumably personal affairs, the result of stupidity or fuzzy thinking. This one now takes on the proportions of a historical mystery, to which the appropriate first response is Michels's own characteristic reaction, throughout the gold standard, that such thoughts are odd or weird. And this is finally why few readers can have taken seriously the rather alarming reassurance, borrowed from Stanley Fish, that to stop doing theory will have no practical consequences whatsoever. It is not that such readers have any clear counter-image of the consequences in question, but rather that we feel very strongly that we are being told to stop doing something, that new taboos whose motivation we cannot quite grasp are being erected with passionate energy and conviction. There is thus something weird about the new taboo on theory itself. One of the tantalizing and enigmatic silences of this proposal has to do with the status philosophy will have after the end theory. That end itself can usefully be recast in philosophical terms as a rehearsal of the old tension between immanence and transcendence. In the realm of literary criticism, the new critics also worried eloquently and productively about this problem, opting for that well-known primacy of textual immanence we now sometimes in hindsight dismiss with the shorthand term formalism. Their words for immanence and transcendence were intrinsic and extrinsic. The forms of theoretical transcendence they sought to repel were extrinsic historical and biographical information, but also political opinions, sociological generalizations, and Freudian concerns, the old historicism plus Marx and Freud. To put it this way is to realize that during its triumphant ascent from the Marxist 30s to the academic canonization of the 50s, the new criticism encountered very few theories on its path. The intellectual atmosphere was still relatively unpolluted by the theoretical proliferation that set in with a vengeance in subsequent years. Even the philosophy departments had yet to feel the first fresh stirrings of the gale force winds unleashed by existentialism. Only an old-fashioned communism and an old-fashioned psychoanalysis stood out upon the agrarian landscape like immense and ugly foreign bodies, history itself, equally old-fashioned in those days, being very effectively consigned to the dusty ashcan of scholarship. Immanence in those days meant writing poetry and also reading it, something then a good deal more exciting than any theory. To put it this way is to realize that criticism and theory confront an utterly different situation in the United States today. When the proliferation of what I may call named theories is so intense, both in their rhythm and their number, as to saturate the cultural and intellectual atmosphere incomparably, and to render the new critical separatism of the intrinsic meaningless, such separatism, however conceived, then simply becomes another named theory. And as for the two earlier theories mentioned, the plurality of Marxisms today, like the plurality of schools of psychoanalysis, seems to render them less threatening as well, or at least less obviously extrinsic. What Paul de Man called the resistance to theory, meaning, of course, merely his own theory, can therefore be expected to take complicated, second-degree forms, which are only apparently comparable to the older resistances. Even the slogan of the return to history, if that is really the way the new historicism is to be characterized, is misleading insofar as history is itself today not the opposite of theory but rather very precisely itself a lively plurality of various historical and historiographic theories, annals school, meta-history, psychohistory, Thompsonian history, etc., etc. But pluralism is itself a rather extrinsic way of describing the current intellectual situation. Virtually the first problem we face in circumscribing the new historicism and telling the story of its emergence has to do with the name itself, which presupposes its existence as a school or movement, or a theory or method, whereas actually, as I will try to show in a moment, it is a shared writing practice rather than any ideological content or conviction that seem to mark its various participants. Perhaps this accounts for their own mixed feelings about a label, which, however it originated among them, now comes to them from the outside as a kind of accusation. Few recent intellectual movements, if we may still loosely use that word, have generated quite as much passion and antagonism as this one, with the exception of deconstruction itself, and from the right fully as much as from the left. Indeed, if there is any merit in characterizing the postmodern moment constitutively as one in which the traditional avant-gardes and collective movements have become impossible, then it seems possible that forms of ressentiment are at work in the denunciation of something that seems to be a collective movement of that older type, or is accused as passing itself off as such a movement, or as its simulacrum. This odd situation at the very least again raises the issue of what a genuine avant-garde movement was, at the moment in which its structural impossibility is affirmed. It also accounts for some of the malaise of those considered to be new historicists, who feel, not without some justice, that their books have been turned into examples of some vague general idea or ism, with which they are then reproached. Indeed, in what follows, we will be guilty of just this, and we will occasionally read the gold standard as just such an illustration, for good or ill, of new historicist method. But this dilemma is unavoidable, as Sartre showed long ago. A crucial component of my particular situation as a unique individual is always the general category to which I am also condemned by other people and which I must therefore come to terms with. Sartre said, assume, in any way I like shame, pride, avoidance behavior but which I cannot expect to have removed just because I'm somebody special. As with other targets of discrimination, so with new historicists, a new historicist, as Sartre might have said, is one whom other people consider a new historicist. In our other terminology, this means, in effect, that individual immanence is here in tension with a certain transcendence, in the form of seemingly external, collective labels and identities. The theoretical form of denial, however, consists in arguing that the transcendent dimension does not exist in the first place because it is not empirically given and has no real ontological or conceptual status. No one has ever seen such collectives or experienced them immediately, while the isms that correspond to them seem to involve the shabbiest stereotypes or the vaguest generalizing thinking. It follows, to take only the most dramatic examples of such denial of the transcendent, that social classes do not exist, or that, in literary history, concepts like modernism are crude substitutes for that very different and qualitatively discriminate experience of reading an individual text, about which there is no longer even any point in identifying it as somehow modernist. Contemporary thought and culture are in this sense profoundly nominalist. To expand a diagnosis Adorno made about the tendencies of modern art, postmodernism more thoroughly so than anything that preceded it. But the contradiction between immanence and transcendence remains as before, however the zeitgeist decides to handle it, and it is, if anything, intensified by the extraordinary systematizing and unifying forces of late capitalism which are so omnipresent as to be invisible, so that their transcendent operation does not seem to pose the intellectual problem of transcendence itself so tangibly and dramatically as it did in earlier stages when capital was less complete and more intermittent. It is therefore as inappropriate as it is unavoidable to read the gold standard as a characteristic specimen of new historicism, an operation which now requires us to develop or to abstract some useful stereotype of this movement. This can only be done, I think, by storytelling. We had this, and now we have this, and it is a story I propose to tell by way of the changes wrought by the introduction of the concept of a text. Those changes do not at first take place in the literary area, but they return to it later from an outside modified by the notion of textuality, which now seems to reorganize the objects of other disciplines and to make it possible to deal with them in new ways which suspend the troublesome notion of objectivity. So it is that political power becomes a text that you can read, daily life becomes a text to be activated and deciphered by walking or shopping, consumers' goods are unveiled as a textual system, along with any number of other conceivable systems, the star system, the genre system of Hollywood film, etc. War becomes a readable text, along with the city and the urban, and finally the body itself proves to be a palimpsest whose stabs of pain and symptoms, along with its deeper impulses and its sensory apparatus, can be read fully as much as any other text. That this reconstruction of basic objects of study was welcome and liberated us from a whole range of constricting false problems no one can doubt, that it brought with it new false problems in its own right no one could fail to anticipate. Of interest to us here are the formal dilemmas this conception of textuality begins to pose for expository writing, or Darstellian, to use the classical term which includes, but means something a little more fundamental than, mere representation. Those dilemmas do not surface within any particular homogeneous discipline, where, for example, power is read as a text without the interference of materials of a different kind. But where several types of materials or objects are juxtaposed, a representational problem arises which can only be solved by a theory, which sometimes looks like a method. Thus, within the broad range of Levi Strauss's interests, a number of heterogeneous objects of study raise their discordant claims, the kinship system above all, but also social structure in the narrower sense of dualistic or ternary organizations, and finally culture itself, whether in the form of the visual style of a given tribal society or in their oral stories. Family, class, daily life, the visual, and narrative, each of these texts presents specific problems, which, however, combine into problems of a qualitatively heightened type when we try to read them side by side and incorporate them into a single, relatively unified discourse. Levi Strauss, anticipating postmodern social thought, evades the establishment of some fictive totalizing entity such as society itself, under which more local and heterogeneous entities of the type already enumerated used to be organically and hierarchically ordered. But he can do so only by inventing a different kind of fictive, or transcendent, entity, in terms of which the various independent texts of kinship, village organization, and visual form can be read as somehow being the same, This is the method of the homology. As distinct as they are from each other, these various local and concrete texts can nonetheless be read as homologous with each other insofar as we disengage an abstract structure which seems to be at work in all of them, according to their own specific internal dynamics. In principle, the theory of structure, which justifies the practice of homology as a method, then allows one to avoid the establishment of ontological priorities. The structure of kinship is then, at least in principle, no more fundamental or causally prior than the spatial organization of the village, even though, in fact, slippage seems inevitable here, and Levi-Strauss frequently seems to imply just such priorities and deeper levels. But in order to secure that indifference or non-hierarchy of the various subsystems, an external category is required, that of structure itself. My own sense is that the influence of structuralism, and the extraordinary richness of new analyses that it opened up, is rather to be attributed to the possibility of making homologies than to the operative pretext, the concept of structure, which was its philosophical presupposition and its working fiction, or ideology. At the same time, it must be said that the notion of the homology rapidly proved to be an embarrassment and turned out to be as crude and vulgar an idea as base and superstructure ever was, the excuse for the vaguest kind of general formulations and the most unenlightening assertions of identity between entities of utterly distinct magnitude and properties. Indeed, with some modifications, whose implications will be discussed later on, Michels's own critique of theory might be invoked for the indictment of this particular one, from a concrete entity or text, kinship phenomena, say, or the emplacement of a village, a kind of intention. The underlying structure has been abstracted or separated out, such that the concrete text comes to look like the expression or realization of that independently formulated intention. The solution, however, will evidently not lie in the regression to the styles of the older, pretextual disciplines, in other words, in going back to separate, specialized discussions of all those heterogeneous materials or texts. The discursive progress marked by the structuralist moment, or by the theory of structure that authorized the practice of homology, was the enlargement of the object and the possibility of establishing a whole range of new relationships between materials of divers kinds. This is not to be abandoned now, whatever one's position on the theoretical component turns out to be. The ambiguity of the Michels-Knapp Manifesto, in other words, lay in the possibility of reading it as a call to return to a pre-theoretical procedure, whereas it also, in the practice of new historicism, proves to open up a whole post-theoretical set of operations that retain the discursive conquest of a range of heterogeneous materials while quietly abandoning the theoretical component that once justified that enlargement, omitting the transcendental interpretations that had once seemed to be the very aim and purpose of homologies in the first place. We will therefore describe the new historicism as a return to immanence and to a prolongation of the procedures of homology which eschews homology's theory and abandons the concept of structure. This is also an aesthetic, or a writing convention, or mode of Darstellian, for which a formal rule emerges governing something like a ban or taboo on theoretical discussion and on the taking of interpretive distance from the material, the drawing up of a provisional balance sheet, the summary of the points that have been made. Elegance here consists in constructing bridge passages between the various concrete analyses, transitions, or modulations inventive enough to preclude the posing of theoretical or interpretive questions. Immanence, the suppression of distance, must be maintained during these crucial transitional moments in such a way as to keep the mind involved in detail and immediacy. Whence, in the most successful of such artifacts, that sense of breathlessness, of admiration for the brilliance of the performance, but yet bewilderment, at the conclusion of the essay, from which one seems to emerge with empty hands without ideas and interpretations to carry away with us. From this perspective, the inaugural volume of the New Historicism, Stephen Greenblatt Renaissance Self-Fashioning, in hindsight looks like one of those classical and paradigmatic scientific discoveries achieved by triumphant accident in the process of attempting to solve a false problem, Kepler's or Galileo's Platonism. As the title indicates, the starting point, or the framework, seems to have been a rather old-fashioned conception of the self and of identity, very specifically high modernist ideologies and values, these which the working through ends up thoroughly dismantling and discrediting, although this outcome is never theorized and its implications are never drawn in theoretical fashion. There is here a remarkable combination of interpretive sophistication, of intense intellection and theoretical energy, with an exclusion of self-consciousness or reflexivity of the classical type, which will then characterize all the most successful productions of the new historicism. It was, of course, Greenblatt's peculiar material whose inner logic itself determined the deconstruction of the ideological framework, selves capable of modifying their shapes so effectively that they ultimately call the very idea of the self into question. But the overt thematics of the volume seem to have been its least influential feature, which lies rather in the way the theme overtly pursued opens an axis between theology and imperialism, an axis on which documentary material ranging from the institution of confession or the editions of Tyndale's English Bible to accounts of grisly atrocities in Ireland or in the Bahamas is inscribed. A thematic association initially identified as the self and grasped with all the analytic sophistication of psychoanalysis is not dismissed but refashioned and, as it were, transcoded. In all my texts and documents, there were, so far as I could see, no moments of pure, unfettered subjectivity. Indeed, the human subject itself began to seem remarkably unfree, the ideological product of the relations of power in a particular society. But this new, retroactive version of the thematic leitmotif, which now finally seems to name the homology or structure as power itself, strikes me as being itself something of a motivation of the device, an entity invoked after the fact to rationalize the practice of a collage or montage of multiple materials. Power is here not an interpretive concept, not a transcendental theoretical object on which the text works and which it seeks to produce, but rather a reassurance that secures its immanence and allows the reader's attention to dwell and persist in the detail without guilt or discomfort. This is, at least, what happens when Renaissance self-fashioning is read as a paradigm of the procedures of the new historicism, that is, as the demonstration of a method, or a discourse, that can be redeployed elsewhere, in the Victorian period or, as in the present instance, in the moment of American naturalism. For it must be added that the book is structurally ambiguous. When read as a contribution to Renaissance scholarship, what emerges is something quite different from what I have described above, namely, a historical proposition and the tentative sketch of a historical narrative in which an appearance of subjectivity or inwardness seems to emerge at the moment of Tyndale and More, but an appearance only, which oscillates between the security of two institutions, becomes secularized in Wyatt, and then, in the Elizabethan period, is swept into the fictionality and the dramatic pageantry of a new kind of non-subject, with Marlowe and Shakespeare. Here too the category of the subject is invoked only to be deconstructed, but the rudiments of a transcendental historical interpretation remain, which can be used and debated in a very different way. Their eventual abandonment in new historicism is here foreshadowed by the relative truncation of the historical segment, which makes it difficult to determine whether a larger tendency is identified or only a local point-to-point transformation. Another way of thinking about the immanence of the new historicism needs to be acknowledged and dismissed, and that is that it simply reflects the malaise of the historian with theoretical generalizations, generally of a sociological or proto-sociological type, since it is most often the constitutive tension between history and sociology that is in question in this situation. The procedures of the Annals historians, or Ginsberg, or even one of the impulses of Thompson's attack on Althusser, display a highly theoretical reluctance to theorize which bears some family likeness to the new historicism. As for the other related disciplinary tendency, narrative anthropology, its leading figures, Geertz, Turner, etc., are explicitly evoked by Greenblatt in his first book, although he did not at that time know the codification of this tendency by George Marcus and James Clifford, which surely is much more closely related to the new historicism itself and something like a productive reaction to its emergence. As far as the historians go, however, the resemblance might better be discussed in terms of overdetermination, which is to say that the ideological kinship of the new historicism with them adds a certain supplementary resonance to its reception and evaluation, its prestige as a new movement, but does not go very far toward explaining the meaning and function of this new historical phenomenon in its own literary, critical, and theoretical context. We will therefore formulate the discourse of the new historicism as a montage of historical attractions, to adapt Eisenstein's famous phrase, in which extreme theoretical energy is captured and deployed, but repressed by a valorization of immanence and nominalism that can either look like a return to the thing itself or a resistance to theory. Such elaborate montages work more vividly in short form and can be viewed to stunning effect in two such different essays as Greenblatt on Invisible Bullets and Catherine Gallagher The Bioeconomics of Our Mutual Friend. In Greenblatt's essay Police Surveillance, the Virginia Colony, and the counterfeiting of gold coins are juxtaposed with Renaissance grammars and language teaching and Shakespeare's mimicry of dialects. In Gallagher's study Malthus, Themes of Death, the 19th-century hygienic movement, and emergent conceptions of life or the vital are constellated, under the sign of value, with the representation of the disposal of garbage and sewage in Dickens's novel. It will, however, be clear from what has already been said that I regard the ostensible subjects of these essays the other and value as pretexts for the montage in question rather than as concepts in their own right. Even a figurative use, in passing, of Eisenstein's language, however, reminds us that analogies to new historicist forms exist well beyond the bounds of related disciplines like history and anthropology, while the staging of these discursive pieces in terms of their aesthetic, or their form or Darstellian, already suggests more general historical parallels of which I will only mention two. How new forms of montage in film are to be related to a pedagogy that stimulates thinking and prods the spectator out of some merely immanent contemplation of visual images is not merely the classical problem of an Eisenstein or a Brecht but also the more immediate and contemporary space in which Goddard's films desperately and far more problematically wrestle with that heritage, that Goddard had ideas no less theoretical than Brecht or Eisenstein, ideas about consumer society and Maoist politics which it was the task of the film somehow to convey, seems undeniable. But in Goddard the status of those ideas seems to have become as undecidable as those of the new historicism, power, the other, value, something which at least suggests that we have to do here not with mere personal choices or inclinations on the part of the individual authors in question but with some more general historical situation and dilemma for which conceptual positions as such, what we have been calling discursive transcendence, are delegitimized and discredited by the more general movement toward immanence or what Adorno called nominalism. It is no longer certain, for instance, that the heavily charged and monetary juxtapositions in a Goddard film an advertising image, a printed slogan, newsreels, an interview with a philosopher, and the gestus of this or that fictive character will be put back together by the spectator in the form of a message, let alone the right message. As for Adorno, and despite the fact that negative dialectics can in many ways be read as his attempt to deal productively with this same historical dilemma of immanence and transcendence, which for him cannot be solved as such, he confronted the dilemma more starkly in the, for him, inadmissible practice of Benjamin in the latter's Arcades project. The letters between the two on that occasion draw the line beyond which Adorno was unwilling to go when faced with Benjamin's reluctance to tell the reader of his historical constellations or montages what they meant and how to interpret them. In the Anglo-American tradition, this anxiety of immanence finds its genealogy in Pound's notion of the ideogram and in the pedagogical dilemmas of the cantos. We have every interest in resituating the phenomenon of the new historicism in this wider historical and formal context, in which its own local solutions, or evasions, find a more exemplary historical resonance. The gold standard and the logic of naturalism is, of course, yet another such montage, working on the twin levels of the individual chapters and of the book as a whole. This extended demonstration of new historicist form, or method, has the additional interest for us of being staged without the scaffolding of traditional or conventional themes, such as the self in Greenblatt's pioneering work, even though the occasional gesture toward a thematics of writing, as in the introduction, seems designed misleadingly to reassure the reader that we are embarked on a more familiar enterprise. Three distinct rhythms seem to course unevenly through this book, attention to any one of which backgrounds the others and produces a rather different reading. These are, 1. The practice of the homologies as such, or, in other words, that montage of historical attractions in which we saw the most distinctive formal principle of new historicist discourse. 2. The polemics ostensibly waged against liberal or radical interpretations but which also in fact recapitulate the position outlined in Against Theory, and 3. A proto-historical narrative in which something is affirmed about the specificity of this particular period, including its waning and its imminent transformation into something else. This narrative is most clearly grasped in economic terms, the ideology of the gold standard, the debates on contracts, the coming into being of the trusts, but can also be reconstructed in terms of literary movements or genres, realism, romance, naturalism, and even in terms of representation as such in the remarkable pages on Trompe-l'œil painting and photography, where the discussions of écriture probably also belong. Not the least interest of the gold standard lies in this unplanned polyphony, which is therefore to be distinguished from some putative new historicist norm by the presence of other features or levels, in particular, the second, or polemic one. The homologies, however, still capture the primary attention of any first reading, owing to the dazzling heterogeneity of their raw materials, which include medicine, gambling, land tenure, masochism, slavery, photography, contracts, hysteria, and, not least, money itself. The legitimation of money and its related projections, trust law, the futures market, the rhetoric of gold, as a respectable topic of literary critical discussion may be thought of as something of a Michael's trademark, just as the emphasis on travel narrative and imperialism was a Greenblatt trademark. What is remarkable is that the sounding of the economic motif has today shed all of its, once inevitable, Marxist connotations. Not very long ago, the very act of including the economic background, however briefly, alongside the customary intellectual context, science, religion, worldviews, within a literary or critical essay had political meaning and consequences, whatever the content of the historical interpretation in question. It is true that money is no longer exactly coterminous with the economic in this sense. Jean-Joseph Numismatiques was still a contribution to Marxist thinking. Mark Schell's path-breaking books on money and coinage were already a good deal more neutral than that, while, in Michael's, money is merely another text, albeit a kind of final frontier and an arid zone into which humanists without his stamina are still generally reluctant to venture. Paradoxically, the political stakes here are not invested in the issue of the development of North American capitalism, the monopolies, but rather, as we shall see, in the much more contemporary issues of the market and consumption. Imperialism, in Greenblatt, still remains a much more intensely political issue, but in a situation today in which a kind of alternate radicalism, of a Foucauldian and Third World, more exclusively anti-imperialist, type, has opened up alongside the Marxist one. Money in the gold standard enters the picture as supporting evidence rather than as the thing itself. Here is an early statement of the mechanisms that allow us to shift from one level to another. The starting point is the peculiar doodling and production of Marx by the heroine of Charlotte Perkins Gilman, The Yellow Wallpaper. From this perspective, the hysterical woman embodies not only the economic primacy of work but also the connection between the economic primacy of work and the philosophical problem of personal identity. The economic question, how do I produce myself? And the therapeutic question, how do I stay myself? Find their parallel in the epistemological question, how do I know myself? Or more specifically, as James puts it, how do I know today that I am the same self that I was yesterday? What does consciousness mean when it calls the present self the same with one of the past selves which it has in mind? GS7, italics mine. This articulation is misleadingly neat and final. In reality, it merely triggers the homological or analogizing process, which will quickly spread to a variety of other areas. Nor is it clear that the structure here identified and named the self has anything in common with the concept from which Greenblatt set out. This Humean self is already philosophically discredited and annulled from the outset. We see the bottom through it in advance. Whatever sham stability it devises will have to come from outside, from other instances and resources, that are eventually identified as a level not mentioned in this passage, namely, forms of property. Another way of saying this is that it is not at all clear that Michaels is here guided by an abstract problematic of the self. One could argue just as plausibly that the language of self here simply designates another crucial piece of textual evidence of raw material, namely, the books of William James, whose principles of psychology are as basic to the gold standard as anything by Dreiser, Norris, Hawthorne, Wharton, and the rest. In that case, notions of self fall from solutions or explanatory frameworks to the status of textual problems, exhibits among many others, whose conceptual language no longer has any privilege. In fact, James himself provides the mediation that allows us to shift gears away from the psychological, or even the psychoanalytic, to the categories of property rights. By way of a remarkable passage in which James compares the persistence of personal identity among our various memories of the past to the branding of cattle with our own distinctive mark, we reach a more satisfactory formulation, in which the language of production has been replaced by the language of juridical right. Our mistake, James thinks, has been to imagine the present thought as establishing ownership over past thoughts. Instead, we should think of it as already owning them. The owner has inherited his title. His own birth is always coincident with the death of another owner. Indeed, the very existence of an owner must coincide with the coming into existence of the owned. Each thought is thus born an owner, and dies owned, transmitting whatever it realized as itself to its own later proprietor. GS 9. With this reformulation, which substitutes the analogy of property rights for that of production, the royal road to the associative work of the later chapters is thrown open. Now at once we can pass on to the question of romance and photography in Hawthorne. Romance will then offer the stability of uncontested title and inalienable right, GS 95, and security against the market fluctuations of real estate value, while against all expectation, the practice of photography, the profession of Holgrave in the House of Seven Gables, will turn out to be an artistic enterprise hostile to imitation, GS 96. If mimesis is associated with realism, and thereby with the threatening dynamic of the market, this strangeness and hyperreality of the first photographs, or daguerreotypes, will be registered as something else, as a hermeneutic activity that actually brings out the secret character with a truth that no painter would ever venture upon. Hawthorne, p. 91, quoted in GS 99. This particular homology with aberrant or marginal forms of art, romance rather than realism, photography rather than the great tradition of then emergent modern painting, will be picked up again when, with Norris and with the trompe-l'oeil of Peto and Harnett, we confront that other aberrant phenomenon which is naturalism. Such minor media do not here annul the grand linear narrative of the telos of artistic or literary history, but they stand, as it were, on its margins, much as in Deleuze's treatment of the instinctual naturalism and fetishism of Stroheim and Buñuel in his film Typology. The impossible solution of the House of the Seven Gables permanent title beyond the market, immunity to appropriation now leads more immediately to the possibility of imagining different kinds of conceptual relationships between property and the self. The political question raised by this reading of Hawthorne, namely, whether this romance vision is then not to be seen as a critique or utopian transcendence of the market, will be dealt with later. But extreme conceptual possibilities are given in attempts to theorize slavery and in Sacher-Masoch's weird contractual arrangements for his masochistic practices. We must pass over Michaels's excellent discussion of these matters, except to observe that the issue of slavery anchors the book in the mainstream of American history, while the apparently aberrant foray into Eastern European materials in reality sets up the fundamental test case of the gold standard as a whole, namely, the combination, in Norris and above all in McTeague, of the twin phenomena of miserliness and masochism, in the person of Trina. Gold now finally makes its triumphant appearance in the reality of the naturalist text, as opposed to the phantasms and imaginary resolutions of juridical theories of slavery, on the one hand, or the canon law of masochism, on the other. The long excursus through land and property, however, has endowed this new combination of value and the self with the supplementary level of the juridical and of contract theory, which will shortly, as we shall see, free itself from these constraints and become autonomous. Michaels's ingenious reading of McTeague has the merit of producing the problem of this novel by way of a solution that will not necessarily convince all his readers, any more than the reading of Charlotte Perkins Gilman. The contradiction, then, is that Trina belongs to McTeague, but her money doesn't. The simultaneous desires to own and to be owned constitute the emotional paradox Norris sets himself to elaborate in McTeague, GS 123. If you don't like this way of doing it, you nonetheless henceforth find yourself confronted with the disassociation of the themes of money and instinctual violence as the problem to be solved by any future reading. This particular solution allows Michaels to make the connection between miserliness in this text and the passion of the spendthrift elsewhere. Vandover and the Brute, both, via simile, turn out to be tragic attempts to escape the market system as such and to abolish money. It is as if, from the spendthrift's point of view, the miser's refusal to spend money represents a failed attempt to withdraw from the money economy, failed because in a money economy, the power of money to buy can never be denied. It will always at least buy itself. Going the miser one better, the spendthrift tries to buy his way out of the money economy. If the miser is always exchanging his money for itself, the spendthrift tries to exchange his for nothing and so, by staging the disappearance of money's purchasing power, to stage the disappearance of money itself. GS 144. The reappearance here of the notion of the market alerts us to a polemic, that is to say, a political function of this passage, to which we will return at the proper time. The analysis also allows Michaels to cut away, perhaps prematurely, all those traditional readings of naturalism, including those of the naturalists themselves, in terms of instinct, atavism, archaic libido, and obsession, the great inhuman rages that seize on characters of Zola or Norris and shake them by the neck like forces of nature. What looks like the unconscious or instinct is here, via William James again, decoded as intentional, if vain and contradictory, behavior. The reading then finally allows Michaels to set in place the central demonstration promised by his title, namely, the analysis of the gold standard itself, or rather the passionate and even obsessive belief in the natural value of gold, as the ultimate form in which the longing to escape the market is fantasized. Stepping back from the immediacy of the welter of period documents through which he leads us, it will not be difficult to grasp a family likeness between Michaels's local diagnoses and a range of now characteristic post-structural denunciations of the ideologies of nature and the authentic. Barthes's earlier Brechtian unmaskings of the strategies of naturality and naturalizing myths, in mythologies, should not be too hastily taken as the source for this particular crusade. Both Derrida and de Man on Rousseau are more immediately relevant, which finds its most substantial full-dress rehearsal in Dean McCannell the Tourist and its full-dress ideological program in Baudrillard, in particular the Baudrillard of the Critique of Concepts of Need and Use Value. Meanwhile, the aesthetic consequences of the debate over nature, gold, and authenticity are also central and find their expression in the, equally post-contemporary and canonical, critiques of representation as such, which resurface here in the few brilliant pages on trompe-l'oeil where Michaels uses and undermines Greenberg's conception of the modern all at once. The painting that can represent nothing and still remain a painting is money itself, and the modernist, or, perhaps, literalist aesthetic of freedom from representation is a gold-bug aesthetic, GS 165. This is an ungrateful way of treating one's allies, but it underscores the problematic position of modernism at the present time. The ideology of the modern achieved its hegemony by repudiating and repressing the naturalist moment with which it radically broke, thus even a literary revindication of this peculiar moment, which does not seem to fit into the triumphant modernist narrative, or into a realistic optic either, will involve serious mixed feelings about the classical positions of high modernism, even where those derive from painting rather than from poetry. As a consequence, the very revival of naturalism itself today, in full postmodernism, can be seen as something like a return of the repressed, whose relationship to postmodern readings of the modern, such as Michael Fried's, must remain ambivalent at best. Trompe-l'oeil so old-fashioned yet so simulated and hyper-real, see Baudrillard himself on just such artifacts, now offers an Archimedean point outside the modern, from which the modernist critique of representation can be staged in non-modernist fashion. Finally, however, there is a certain shift in emphasis between Michaels's positions and those of the older critics of authenticity, a shift I hesitate to characterize in terms of the differences between the 70s and the 80s. Nonetheless, the moral and political urgency of the older positions Michaels still shares seems lacking here. The polemic has evidently been restructured, its new stridency now combined with celebratory accents that find some echo and analogy in Lyotard rather than in Baudrillard. Before examining this more polemic layer of Michaels's book, however, it may be worth pausing to measure the distance we have come from that thematics of the self with which we began. It will unexpectedly re-emerge, after a remarkable sea change, but for the moment the self seems to have been mainly useful in opening up terrains such as slavery, contracts, representation, and money, which have the merit of allowing us to leave psychology behind. Still, there remains an open question that is at one with the very procedures of homology itself, namely, whether any of these levels has some ultimate priority or privileged explanatory value. Or, to put it the other way around, can one invent a way of doing homologies without being sucked back into the ideology of structure itself and finding oneself establishing priorities and hierarchies against one's own will? Michaels is aware of the problem, which he rehearses intermittently and fitfully but without forming or formulating any very satisfying conclusion. Thus, the social involvement of these texts depends not on their direct representation of the money controversies but on their indirect representation of the conditions that the money controversies themselves articulated. GS 175. The definitive answer will come, of course, with the conception of a logic of naturalism that informs the other half of his title. For the moment there remains the nagging feeling that all this does come down to the self after all, and that the desperate or passional fantasies of productionism, romance, slavery, masochism, the gold standard, and hoarding or spending are all somehow attempts to square the circle and come to terms with the antinomy of the self as private property. This is nowhere affirmed as such, yet the theoretical or interpretive void in the endless chain of homologies somehow draws the reading mind toward what we may call the existential, if not the psychoanalytic, solution, the ontological priority of explanations in terms of the self over all the other levels. This is, in general, the fate of philosophies without content, in the Hegelian sense of the word, and in particular of philosophies that seek to exclude content as such, a kind of Lacanian foreclusion in which content is reintroduced back from the outside in the form of some compensatory and generally psychoanalytic bottom line, as in Telkel and some places in Derrida, the materials of the self proving more serviceable in the completion of a formalist system than the materials of history or the social. What is being described is the formal tendency of a system or a method to complete itself and to endow itself, against its own will and vocation, with a foundation that grounds it. This general observation about the tendency of foundations to return via some extreme form of the return of the repressed within the most anti-foundational outlooks must be distinguished from judgments on the specific foundational level in question, in this case that identification of the self and private property which fitfully offers an alternate reading and interpretive temptation, waxing and waning throughout Michaels's text of a book about which we can affirm with some confidence that it is not the correct reading and